thank y'all for coming out. Thank you, Senator, for help passing the bill. Thank you, Mr. Crump, for representing me, Mr. Hilliard, Mr. G. Also, Wendy Wooten. I want to thank my son's mother and the kid died for helping me raise our child together, Tyree Sampson. My name is Yarnell Sampson. I am Tyree Sampson's father. The reason I'm here is to get some understanding and get a few answers. Also, to pay my respect for my son. This is the first time I've been here. Everybody know the funeral was last week. That's the first time I seen my son physically. I'm gonna just say how I found out was through the internet. It went viral at that point. Getting off work, and Miss Wendy Wooten asked me could I have a seat, and she wanted to show me something. And I seen the video. I was kind of sickening when I first seen it, but I didn't even know it was my child. When I found out it was my child, it took the breath out of me. It took some life out of me as well. It just made me numb and helpless because I wasn't there to protect my son. But I'm here now to talk up for my son because I'm speaking up for the voiceless. If I don't speak up for this young man, this thing will just be swept under the rug, and it'll be another young man going through the same situation, and we having the same press conference 5 years down the road. This should be the last press conference talking about my son, unless we try to help make change. Wow. Now, if you try to help make change, let's push this needle towards the direction it needs to go. For each and every one of us will have to have this platform up here to talk about me burying my son. In the dictionary, they don't have nothing to describe a father or parent or mother burying their child. There's no word to describe that. So what I'm feeling right now is sickening. It's days I can't get out the bed, make myself eat, make myself drink. Imagine you lose an honor roll student, 14-year-old child, that was a straight A student, went to school, did everything you told him to do, and had no problems doing it. What would you do in this situation, you lose your child? There's two ways I can go. I can go to depression and hide and let this just fall away, or I can stand up and do the right thing.
Amen.
That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna speak up for my son because he was a warrior, he was a young man, he was intelligent, intellectual. And forget the part about him being a 5-star athlete, left tackle, prime position. We ain't gonna talk about that part. Let's talk about the 4.0 intellectual that he could have been. He could have been a doctor, lawyer, scholar, an astronaut. The reason why I say astronaut, there's not a lot of black astronauts.
Wow.
So, well, we already had a black president. So, but the point I'm trying to say, the sky's the limit if you got potentials.
Yeah.
And he had a lot of potentials. If you ask anybody to know Tyree, he'd touch you. He touched your life some kind of way. I'm quite sure when he was here, the little time he was here, he was touching people around him because that's how his energy was. He had good synergy. He was raised by 2 good parents that really loved their child. They believed in the morals and the values of doing right by others, and right will be followed by you. Far as you do good by others, God gonna lead you toward the right direction you need to go for the right prosper to find favor. Favor is blessings. That's what favor is, blessings. Every day you wake up in the morning, it's a blessing.
Amen.
So I just appreciate y'all taking the time out. But I'm gonna say one thing. I appreciate everybody that came out here and showed my son support. It took me a month later to get here. Fortunately, it takes a little time to get strength to do something like this. This is not an easy process. It's not an easy thing to do. Speaking to strangers, all these cameras, this is not a natural thing. But I appreciate y'all showing up to help me spread the message. The narrative is Tyree, justice for Tyree.
Justice for Tyree.
That's the narrative. There's no money involved gonna change this situation. We could talk about all this, we could talk about all that. If the change don't happen with this young lady with the bill, then this same situation gonna happen down the road. It might not be in Orlando, could be in California. Like, it's stop it. It's senseless that a child got to lose their life trying to have fun. Plain and simple. I just want to thank my son's mother for being strong. She had a press conference as well. We're going to do this together as a family. We're going to get through this, and we both want change for our child.
Amen. Change for Tyree.
And also, we want this company to take accountability for their actions. You know, it shouldn't be profit over safety.
Exactly.
It should be safety over profit.
Exactly. You want to tell them why you had to come here?
Be honest with you, everybody know why I'm here. I'm here to mourn, to get my peace, and me to get our official prayer for my son where he officially died at. I'm not here for the publicity. This is not going to make my life better. Actually, it's made my life worse. I appreciate Mr. Crump for being a real man. You've been very supportive, not only as a lawyer, just as a man, period. I appreciate that.
Hey, we love you, brother. We're here for you.
Y'all see, this is my support system. Is small because when you're going through trauma, it's very hard to describe it, and it's hard to explain it. So I'm in my moments right now. And I don't know, every second I'm trying to make it better by just trying to live. Just give myself breath, the energy, and a chance to live, because I have to be here for my son, because I'm my son protector and I'm my son provider. And it's my job to be his voice, because he can't speak no longer. So that's why I'm here.
Thank you. We'll take some of your, Attorney Jackson. Okay. We'll try to take some of your questions. This obviously is very emotional for Mr. Sampson.
So, I've got a question for you. Yesterday, the attorneys for this ride released a statement basically saying that they followed all protocol and procedures, safety measures provided by the manufacturer of the ride, and that they were all followed. What is your reaction to that?
And I'm going to have Attorney Hilliard also answer that question. But to me, you don't have to be a rocket scientist to know that a child that you advertised and solicited to get on your ride is supposed to fall out of the seat to his death. They can say anything they want to say, but there is no excuse. Is the manufacturer partly responsible? We believe so. Absolutely. Does that absolve the operator's culpability? We think not. We think that, as Attorney Hilliard has said, this was a cascade of gross negligence on multiple parties' part. That's why we have multiple defendants.
I'll address that question directly. That's a false statement. You know, we've been collecting evidence, interviewing witnesses, and we have more evidence and witnesses than have been disclosed yet, but they will be disclosed inside this litigation. And I promise you that when those witnesses come forward, including the other two riders of this exact seat immediately before Yarnell, and what they told the operators when they got off, I would like to take that statement that you just read and present it to the corporate representative of the company that gave it to you, after they know that we have evidence that that is false. And we're going to present it in court. We're going to let them see it, and ultimately we'll let a jury decide if that's going to get those defendants off the hook.
You're saying this could have been someone else.
I'm saying that the guy it almost was will be a witness. And the bruises he had on his arm when he was trying to save his own life, he's got a story to tell.
And in your investigation so far, have you discovered why it was that the two seats were misadjusted, why they allowed for those larger harness openings?
So we have, based on our experts' views, some strong beliefs. But until we are allowed to take the sworn depositions of those who actually did it and ask them to show us the work order, to see the supervisor who signed that work order, to ask him under whose authority did you do that, and then present it to the manufacturer and get them to comment on them doing that. We can't say for sure, but I can tell you that that answer is knowable, and it will be found out through sworn depositions of those who are responsible for adjusting the seat. For example, we don't know how far up the approval went for the adjustment of the seat. I promise you it wasn't the minimum wage teenage operator that was just there to earn a few bucks during spring break. You know, it probably wasn't his manager or supervisor. You know, it was someone that was in a position of authority that decided there's enough larger customers to where they could make more money if they allowed them a special seat without any safety protocols.
Realistically, what is the timeline?
Let me say one thing to that.
Like this?
I'll say one thing to that. You know, they know who their employees are at these amusement park rides. Why did the manufacturer even make it possible for children to adjust rides? I mean, you have to ask yourself those questions, because it was foreseeable if you allowed that a young person will make an irrational decision. Or is that what you wanted them to do? Because it still goes back to profit. Whoever comes, if they gonna pay, we gonna let them ride. We don't care about whether they're gonna be able to come down safely or not. All we care about is the profit. And that is what Mr. Sampson was saying. We can't allow profit over safety, because you end up with him going to a graveyard crying about his 14-year-old son who was killed in the most horrible way you can imagine. And it goes to what Representative Thompson is trying to do with these bills. If anybody moves anything, then you gotta give notice to the state of Florida, the regulators. That's why we have the safety rules, because if you don't follow the safety rules, people die.
You know, the other glaring issue, an elephant in the room that has already been disclosed, is the written inquiry to the manufacturer asking if they could put a seatbelt on each one of these seats. And I don't think any expert is going to disagree on either side that a seatbelt as a secondary safety measure could have also saved Tyree's life. All that the manufacturer did was write a letter back saying seatbelts are not necessary on this ride. They didn't explain themselves, but an inquiry was made, and through this litigation we're going to ask, why did you make that inquiry? What information did you have that made you concerned that maybe the harness wasn't enough to hold people in? So that evidence has already been out in the press. People have seen it, and we'll discover through depositions from the Austrian manufacturer what were they thinking when they said, no, don't put a seatbelt in.
Can we go?
So the answer is not a specific date yet, but again, until they are required to give us the information, no.
So the reason I asked is because I noticed that one of the groups of possible defendants missing from the lawsuit were state regulators who also had a hand in inspecting and permitting this ride. Should you find that the seat was adjusted prior to their inspection, would they be able to be held accountable as well?
Well, we plan on holding any and everybody accountable who has something to do with this child's tragic death. So what Attorney Bob Hilliard, Attorney Mike Haggard, Attorney Michael Richardson, and us, Attorney Gerald Christmas, we're dotting every I and crossing every T, because that is the least we can do for Tyree Sampson. That's the very least we can do, is get the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
But in regard to what you asked, you know, what you're saying is, well, they created a dangerous design modification and the state regulator missed it. That may be true, but the state regulator didn't create it. And you're right, it's their duty to inspect and to cite and to stop. But it existed whether they were there and saw it or not. And the evidence will determine when they were there and what they did see. There'll be reports that answers that question. But You know, the culpability lies with those who ultimately decided not to put a seatbelt in, to change the design on site, to not listen to the other two riders in that exact chair that night.
And that's what's astonishing. I mean, this was so preventable. You're going to hear this evidence that Bob is speaking of about the people who were in the chair before Tyree. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sampson, are you up for asking
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
a question or two?
Yes, ma'am.
Your first time out here, first of all, what's it like coming out here and seeing the outpouring of support for your son, number one, and number two, to see this on television is one thing, but to see the size of this ride in person that took your son's life, it's.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I couldn't even watch the tape the first time I seen it. It could not have been my son. Could have been somebody else's child. It was still just that. But then to find out it was my son and actually see it up close, it just, I don't know how you want to get on something like that. Like, I don't know. I like to get on rides. I used to be a thrill seeker, but never nothing like this. I never seen nothing like this in my life. Like, this is some scary stuff right here. And then you adjusted it and playing with seats and all that kind of stuff. If they doing irresponsible things like this, adjusting seats and doing that, then what else they doing other places? Like, the ride got to come down, plain and simple. Should no kid get on that ride no more, ever again. You have to worry about the thought even falling again. The thought in your mind to think about. Each one of y'all got kids out here? Anybody got kids? When you see your kids every time you go home, what you do? You tell them you love them, don't you? You hug them, you tell them they're beautiful, whatever you need to do to motivate them. That's the same thing with my son. I can't tell him that no more. I can't hear him coming in telling some jokes and, Dad, I'm home, going to the refrigerator and raiding the refrigerator. My son was 6'5", over 340. Was a growing young man. So I don't have that chance no more to tell him I love him. So if I can stop this, right, or not necessarily me, if we can stop this and prevent this to happen to another child by taking these rides down nationwide, or till they get their stuff together to do it right, then I'm all for it. That's what I'm here for.
How do you feel about seeing the memorial and all this support? You know, this happened a while ago, and we've been covering it throughout.
I'm gonna be honest with you.
Every single day people come out here and make big stuff.
I'm blessed because I knew my son was that great. You know, if you spend 5 minutes with him, you will come impressed. You got to think about it. This year 2022, right? How many young men you know these days say, yes, sir, yes, ma'am? This honestly greet you, don't even know you say, yes, sir, yes, ma'am. That's the kind of young man he was. He was a gentle giant. You know, you can go from a school teacher interviews all the way to coaches, to friends, to teammates, and anywhere you come across them, they're going to say the same thing. Tyree was an awesome young man. They're going to tell that story over and over again because it was the truth. And to appreciate me coming out here and seeing all the support is actually, this is probably what keeping me not breaking down.
Mr. Sampson, can you talk about why you decided not to settle out in court or something like this?
I'm sorry?
Can you talk about why you made the decision to not settle out in court and to go to
Be honest with you, I never had a choice to settle out in no court. Be honest with you. I have not gained nothing financially from this situation at all. I'll have no GoFundMes. I have none of that stuff set up. So I work myself off to pay for where I'm at.
There's been a lot of discussion
Oh.
as to whether or not to tear the ride down. Is that a goal that you guys are hoping for?
Well, I'm not the thrill seeker type person, but me personally, I would like to tear the ride down or take it down. But that's not my decision. I don't make these laws and I don't regulate them. But if we could change some things and make it safer for this never happen again, I'm cool with that. But preferably, I'll let the ride to come down. Because that's a reminder every time somebody go up down that dang old ride that I'm looking at my son, visualizing that, falling from that. So I don't know. You tell me what you want.
What was your last conversation with your son? Was he excited to come here for spring break?
Be honest with you, my son normally every spring break spend time with me. But he was excited to come up here because it's the capital of thrill rides. This is the what you call amusement capital of the world. So if I was a 14-year-old kid, I'd be excited to come here too. Look around. It's a beautiful place. I mean, unfortunately, I came here with Disney World when I was a kid, you know. But I don't want to be here talking to y'all about my son falling off a ride that's 480 feet in the air. This shouldn't be the conversation right now. We should be talking about how great can he be in the future. What can he do to help his neighborhood? What can he do to be a better citizen? Could have been an all-pro. I mean, it's a lot of good questions I want my answers. I ain't gonna get them. Because guess what? He's not coming home no time soon.
Mr. Sampson, what do you hope, to go back to the previous question, I guess what I'm trying to ask is, what do you hope to accomplish by going through this process?
I'm already accomplishing that. She changing the bill. This story, this narrative, this story right here has never been about money.
Right.
This story right here is about change. It's about no other child should have to die off a amusement park ride. No other parent should have to bury their child before they get a chance to bury themselves. That ain't supposed to happen in law or physics. It ain't supposed to happen. There's no word to describe that in the dictionary. You let me know. It's none. So in the end of the day Mr. G, I got this. End of the day, his legacy gonna live on. As long as I got breath in my body to speak up for him, that's what I'm gonna do. Because I'm his father and I'm his protector. That was my son. They got a lot of excuses about this ride. They ain't telling the facts and the truth. What about the truth?
We want to
A
know.
lot of speculations, a lot of stuff going. Let's get to the truth. That's why I'm here, for the truth.
You mentioned that you'd seen this video before you knew it was your son. How many hours later were the dots connected
Be honest
here?
with you, I think this happened in about 6 or 7, 8 o'clock around the evening time. I didn't find out till like 4:30 in the morning after I got off work. Wendy Wooten had explained it to me. She the one, I guess she knew about it, and she the one told me about the video. That's the first time on my recollection of hearing about it.
Looks like State Representative Thompson may be ill over there.
Okay.
Just to clarify, sorry, when you saw the video, the first time you saw the video, you had been told that it was Tyree?
Yes. Oh, well, first you asked me, could I sit down? I walked, you get off work, you're happy, you get off work, you walk in the door like a typical day, you come on in and you see your significant other sitting there crying. And you don't know why she crying. She crying, it's a different cry of you bump your toe, ooh, that pain, the raw emotion cry. Like you lost somebody who's very important to you. You know, and she felt the same way like I felt. So when she told me, she had me to sit down, and she said, have you seen this video? I said, no, what video are you talking about? And when she showed me, I looked at the video, I'm like, ooh, I turned my head instantly. Because I didn't just want to look at it. She was like, you really don't know? I'm like, I know. She's like, that's Tyree. I'm like, stop playing, stop kidding me. Instantly, I threw up. I'm going to be honest with you. I threw up. It took the breath out of me. It just, imagine you hearing something like that, or you seeing something like that for the first time on a video, viral video, that everybody in the country know, everybody in the world know but you.
How does that make you feel about the fact that that video is still available?
I mean, that's the world we live in social media. We'll see a neighbor fall down, and we'll walk right past him and record it. Say to pick your neighbor up. See if he's okay. Ask him if he's okay. We lost the compassion for life.
Are there any other questions?
Just a clarifying question about the suit. Are there, if it's two separate lawsuits or it's one, but you guys represented them?
So it's one lawsuit. They're co-representatives of the estate, equally representing the estate of Tyree as a result of his damages and their damages for the loss of a son. And copies are available.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I started to ask earlier, what's a reasonable timeline for when answers are really going to be found on this case?
All of the Florida defendants will or have been served in the next few days, and they have 20 days to answer the lawsuit. We filed the lawsuit with discovery, which means they also have to give us documents and answer questions. Once that comes in, we are also in the process of serving the out-of-country defendants, the manufacturer from Austria and the seat manufacturer from Germany. You have to go through a process under rules under the Hague Convention, so it takes longer. We are hopeful that their lawyers will accept service on their behalf instead of making us do that. Discovery will be in our hands in 60 to 90 days. Then depositions will start. One fight that we expect we're going to have and that we're going to be very strong about on Yarnell's behalf and on the press's behalf is they want confidentiality agreements on all the documents. They want the mistakes to stay secret. They do not want you guys, the world, to see what they have to show us. And there's some pretty strict rules on confidentiality. We have to finish. State Representative Thompson has gotten some heat issues over there, and we want to support her. I'll be around over there. Sorry. Thank you.
Well, we've been listening in to the legal team and the father of Tyree Sampson as his mother and father filing a wrongful death lawsuit against the amusement park, along with the owners, operators, manufacturer, and construction company that built the ride that he eventually fell from. Again, Tyree was from Missouri, but was in Florida on spring break. We want to bring in one of the reporters who's been following this since the very beginning, Fox 35's Holly Bristow, actually outside of the ride that unfortunately led to the tragic death of the teenager. Holly, this is the first time we're hearing from his parents today about this lawsuit that has since been filed. What are we learning tonight?
Well, the parents definitely are very adamant about getting to the bottom of exactly what happened out here, who was responsible, and they want every single person who could have prevented Tyree's death from happening to be held responsible. This afternoon, Tyree Sampson's father, Yarnell Sampson, came out here for the first time. He took a look up at this structure and was just in absolute shock about how tall it was. He said he would have gotten on it. It looks like a scary ride. He also said that he would like to see it taken down for fear that another child could potentially die if they were to ride this ride again, now knowing what is coming out, or what the state investigators are saying is coming out. He also spoke to us about the moment he found out that it was his son that was in video that was captured of him falling to his death.
I looked at the video, I'm like, ooh, I turned my head instantly, because I didn't just want to look at it. She was like, you really don't know? I'm like, I know. She's like, that's Tyree. I'm like, stop playing, stop kidding me. Instantly, I threw up. I'm going to be honest with you. I threw up. It took the breath out of me.
Yarnell Sampson standing at the foot of the Orlando freefall for the first time, recalling the moment he learned his son fell from the 400-foot amusement ride to his death. Until now, he just wasn't ready to see it for himself.
It's sickening. It's days I can't get out the bed.
He and Tyree's mom filed a wrongful death suit against the ride's owners, manufacturer, and 9 other corporations. Bob Hilliard and Ben Crump are part of their legal team.
When your child comes to an amusement park, they are not supposed to fall out of the ride over 100 feet and crash to the earth to their death. That is not supposed to happen.
The attorney representing the Orlando Slingshot releasing a statement yesterday saying in part, quote, we reiterate all protocols, procedures, and safety measures provided by the manufacturer were followed.
We have evidence that that is false, and we're going to present it in court.
You're saying this could have been someone else?
I'm saying that the guy it almost was will be a witness. And the bruises he had on his arm when he was trying to save his own life, he's got a story to tell.
I spoke with attorney Bob Hilliard after the news conference. He tells me that when this case does wind up going to trial, he's going to ask the judge for permission to actually bring the jury out here if this structure is still standing. He says he wants the jury to see the magnitude of just how tall the Orlando freefall is and the magnitude of the fall that 14-year-old boy took to his death. For now, reporting live at the Orlando freefall, Holly Bristow, Fox 35 News in Orlando.
Well, Holly, a really interesting statement made at the end of your story right there. There was another man who it could have been. Can you expand on that?
He actually said that there were 2 people who were the riders on the previous 2 rides right before Tyree Sampson, larger people that were both sitting in seat 1, the seat that we are told Tyree Sampson was sitting in, one that state investigators have said has been adjusted to allow for larger riders sometime after they had their inspection at the end of last year prior to this ride opening. And according to the attorney, it was a bodybuilder guy who was the person who rode the ride right before Tyree did. He said that the man literally had to hold on for his life and that he had bruises all over his arms, and that was the reason he hadn't fallen out. According to the attorney, he says that that man told the ride operators that were here on the ground about what happened. He said that he was so shaken up, he went to go have a beer afterwards, but by the time he sat down to actually drink the beer, he was still so shaken that he couldn't even drink it. And he, according to what the attorney said, next thing he knew, there were ambulances out here and Tyree was dead on the ground. So obviously something that we'll learn more about in discovery, and some things that we're certainly looking into right now.
Yeah, that's right. And there's been a lot of pushback on the size of Tyree. He was technically not supposed to be on the ride because of his height and weight. They still allowed him to go on the ride, though.
So 287 pounds is the maximum weight limit for this ride per the manufacturer's handbook. According to Tyree's family, the 14-year-old was 6'5", 387 pounds. So obviously more than 100 pounds, or 380 pounds, so right around 100 pounds over the weight limit for this ride. And as the inspectors here in the state of Florida are finding, there were adjustments that were made to seats 1 and 2. And according to our agricultural commissioner, the folks who were running the ride here on the ground knew you put the larger riders in seat 1 and 2, and those are the only 2 seats that they will fit in. So we're obviously very interested in seeing more about what comes out in discovery. The attorney representing the owner of the ride says they followed the guidelines. They did everything that they were supposed to do. The attorney here today for Tyree Sampson's family is saying that's not the case and we're going to prove it. So obviously we're the court of, we're just reporting what we're learning at this point, but I'm very interested to see what ends up coming out in the discovery process here.
Yeah, and there's been so many new developments in this, new parts of the investigation, new evidence that they are releasing. It feels like almost every week, and you guys go out there, you stand in front of the ride, and it still seems eerie to be standing right there where someone fell to their death. Just devastating, and the ride still shut down to this day, right?
The Department of Agriculture and Consumer Affairs has the ride shut down, and from what they told us last week, it's not going to be reopening anytime soon. And the attorneys for Tyree Sampson's family are fighting to make sure that this ride never reopens again. So, of course, we'll keep you updated on any developments with that.
All right, Fox 35's Holly Bristow doing a great job following this story with all of your investigative pieces. We really appreciate it. Thank you so much. We'll talk to you soon.
Sounds good.
We're going to keep it moving here on Live Now from Fox as we go from one story to the next. Stay with us, because after the break, we're going back out to Chicago, where there was a stolen ambulance yesterday. We caught it for you live. First, there was a police pursuit, and then eventually the ambulance blowing out all of its tires, having to pull over. But that's not where it ended. A foot pursuit continued on. We'll have the details on the arrest that was made and so much more in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox 315 here in Phoenix, Arizona, 6:15 out on the East Coast. We want to follow up on a story that we brought to you yesterday, breaking news of a police pursuit, but this one with a stolen ambulance. And we're getting new details on the man who actually stole the ambulance out in Chicago yesterday. Fox 32's Casey Cronus joining us live from Chicago. Casey, what do you have new for us tonight?
That's right. The man who allegedly stole that ambulance from a firehouse in the Chinatown neighborhood of Chicago was arrested yesterday evening when that pursuit ended and is expected to be charged in Grundy County, where that chase ended. He's expected to be charged officially tomorrow with resisting, fleeing, and possession of a stolen motor vehicle. But we're told he will be brought back here to Cook County and could face even more charges, as Chicago police is the lead agency in this investigation. Now, we have learned the identity of that suspect, 46-year-old Benjamin K. Harrington. He was captured on surveillance video getting into that ambulance, again parked outside of a firehouse, and taking off, leading police on a chase that lasted more than 70 miles from Chicago, ending in the town of Dwight. Again, about more than 70 miles, that chase lasting about 2 hours. Now, Harrington could be seen on camera on chopper video driving even after a back tire went flat. When that chase came to an end, the ambulance stopped, he got out and appeared to be cooperating, but then took off on foot, as seen again on that chopper video. Police eventually did tackle him to the ground and were able to arrest him. Now, we spoke with Harrington's sister over the phone earlier today. She confirms that he was an attorney, or rather is an attorney here in Chicago. That is what's listed on his LinkedIn profile. She declined to comment on his actions yesterday, but we want you to hear from some eyewitnesses who are still in shock over this incident.
I've never seen this outside of TV. So I literally didn't know what was going on at all. And so I was shocked. I was just kept staring, no clue what was going on. And then I just realized I'm just sitting in the middle of a police scene. So I didn't know what to do.
Now, Harrington has no known criminal past. We did check in at the apartment, which was his last known address. The receptionist told us he did indeed rent from that building, but moved out more than a year ago. Back to you.
And there were no other injuries in this, right? Because we were all concerned that there was possibly someone inside of the ambulance, or maybe those first responders were involved in some way, shape, or form, but nothing, right?
That's right. Illinois State Police confirmed there were no passengers and thankfully no patients inside of that ambulance at the time that it was stolen. The suspect, Benjamin Harrington, was taken to the hospital and treated for some minor injuries. Chopper video showed a canine kind of nipping at his ankles there, so potentially those could be some of those injuries that he did face during this ordeal. But as far as we know, no other injuries were reported, and he can be seen on video running across the interstate. He was in the southbound lanes, ran across the median into the northbound lanes, at one point trying to, it appeared, open a car door of a pickup truck or kind of hop onto that pickup truck. Thankfully, no one else on the road was injured.
All right, Fox 32's Casey Cronus live for us tonight in Chicago. Thank you so much for your reporting. Talk to you soon.
Thank you.
And we're going to take a quick break here on Live Now from Fox, but that story just a great representation of what we do. We're able to break in, go out to some of those live feeds that we have from across the country. Typically, those pursuits are in Los Angeles, but this one out in Chicago and with a stolen vehicle there, an ambulance. We also have our chopper up and about in Los Angeles there, making its way around. There were a couple of protests in downtown Los Angeles over some labor disputes, so they're always heading to the next breaking news situation. Also a beautiful shot from California there. As we take our next commercial break, stick with us though, some of your top headlines after the break.
The deal is done. Elon Musk is set to buy Twitter for a price tag of $44 billion. And he says big changes are on the way, pledging to revamp the social media platform in the name of free speech. Musk saying he would be reluctant to censor content or permanently ban accounts.
I've heard lots of platforms say they want to be a free speech platform, and yet that means a lot of different things. It's just not possible to have a site where they allow everything that users submit to be published.
The Tesla CEO announcing his plans to develop new Twitter features, defeat spam bots, and authenticate all humans. His critics are branding his ownership as dangerous, threatening legal action, wealth taxes, and regulation.
The president has long been concerned about the power of large social media platforms, the power they have over our everyday lives, has long argued that tech platforms must be held accountable for the harms they cause.
Musk's supporters, though, cheering on his efforts, saying it creates a more even playing field.
The left doesn't want you to speak. If you don't agree with them, you're not allowed to talk. And if you try, they're going to attack you. They're going to try to cancel you. That all changes today with Elon Musk now owning Twitter.
Twitter co-founder Jack Dorsey tweeting his support of Musk, saying, quote, his goal of creating a platform that is maximally trusted and broadly inclusive is the right one. The social media giant now has roughly 6 months until Musk takes over. In Los Angeles, Kelly O'Grady, Fox Business.
So as you heard right there, this is going to reshape the internet. So what effect is this going to have on Twitter users moving forward, and what could that timeline look like? Fox 13 in Tampa with a breakdown.
Elon Musk shocked the tech world when he announced his plans to buy Twitter. Well, now that his $44 billion offer has been accepted, we're getting a better idea of what it'll mean to have one of the world's richest men own one of the world's most important communications platforms. And here to explain is our political editor, Craig Patrick. So what kind of changes do you think we can expect, Craig?
Well, keep in mind that Elon Musk describes himself as an absolutist in terms of free speech in the First Amendment. So one of the biggest changes we expect him to make, assuming that this goes through as planned, is to lift or at least reduce the restrictions on what people can post online, the kind of content that they can post and share, but that won't be easy. Elon Musk planned to buy Twitter and scale back its content restrictions could clash with Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act. That act includes a Good Samaritan clause that requires the platforms to make a good faith effort to screen, flag, and remove posts that incite violence or are otherwise harmful. And that's why Twitter banned former President Trump from making false claims that the election was stolen, because such false claims had fueled the Capitol insurrection. But to Trump's point, which Musk appears to agree with, the site moderators are selective in terms of which false claims they flag.
One egregious example is when they try to silence views that they disagree with by selectively applying a fact check.
For example, before banning them, Twitter flagged false assertions from President Trump with a warning label. But as an experiment, I posted false assertions like the Earth is flat and that the sun revolves around the Earth and never got flagged. Well, other users said the difference is that I posted those things in jest. But the knock on Twitter and other platforms is that they have far too much power in making judgments over what's in jest or what isn't, and what's harmful and what isn't. And assuming he completes the takeover, Elon Musk will likely reduce that power. Still restrict hate speech, but let people make otherwise false claims in the interest of free speech. That could trigger lawsuits over claims he's not following that Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act. But leaders across the aisle from former President Trump to President Biden want to get rid of that Section 230 anyway.
It should be revoked.
And Musk's pending takeover may finally force the issue. We also could see some other striking changes too, because among the stated goals that Elon Musk has once he is, assuming he does take over Twitter, is that he wants more transparency in the algorithms, the complicated, for lack of a better term, formulas that decide what you see and you don't see when you sign on. That would be rather complicated. A lot of people may not understand what they're seeing, but nonetheless, he wants transparency in that regard. And based on what he has said, he also favors perhaps a greater move into subscription services, perhaps on Twitter, where you can subscribe, pay extra for premium content or additional features. Also, the possibility of an edit button, although that is already drawing a lot of debate for fear that you could have a legitimate site hacked and then the edit button used to change things well after the fact in the interest of deceiving people. So there's a lot to figure out here, and we're going to see which answers he pursues, of course, in the coming months.
Yeah, there is a lot. And one of the things he said, he wants to get rid of these things called spam bots, which of course they do deceive and scam people. So how does he plan to do that? And if there is a way, how come they haven't already done it?
Well, the fact that it hasn't already been done illustrates the challenge in doing it in the first place. Again, that won't be easy. Now, Elon Musk had said the approach would involve better and heightened authentication, more efforts that you have to take as a user to verify that you are a real human being and specifically who you are. In doing that, though, it would come at the cost of sacrificing relative anonymity for some, and that may be one of the reasons why it hasn't been pursued as much as it likely will be later this year.
All right, maybe goodbye to spam bots. Thanks so much, Craig. Elon.
All right, Fox 13 in Tampa. With that breakdown right there, it definitely will be something to watch how things change, not only for Twitter, but other social media platforms as well. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be hitting on some of the other top stories, including Vice President Kamala Harris testing positive for COVID-19 and shocking new video evidence released the moments after the Rust movie set shooting. We'll have more on that reaction and what that's unveiling and what that could do for future litigation against Alec Baldwin and the Rust movie set productions there. So stay with us. We'll be back in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett as we walk you through all of the top stories of the day, including one that really broke yesterday as we're getting brand new video evidence showing the moments after that shooting with Alec Baldwin on the Rust movie set out in New Mexico. Well, we want to show you some of that evidence, and then we'll be bringing on our own legal analyst to kind of decide what comes next in this case and what this video evidence does for Alec Baldwin.
It went across her chest.
And it came out the back and went into the...
You want air flight?
Body camera video shows the frantic scene as first responders raced to try and save cinematographer Helena Hutchins last October on the set of Alec Baldwin's movie Rust. Hutchins was killed. Director Joel Souza was wounded but survived. Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office in New Mexico releasing this video and everything it's collected so far in the investigation, including crime scene pictures, witness interviews, and video of Alec Baldwin after that shooting and before, while he was rehearsing his scene, drawing the gun from his clothing and pointing it at the camera. Eventually, the gun fires a live round. Sheriff's deputies talking to Baldwin afterwards.
Were you in the room when someone was shot? Holding the gun, yeah. Mr. Baldwin, who's the director on scene? The guy that was shot.
Investigators telling Baldwin not to talk to anyone other than law enforcement.
Okay. I'm happy to stay right here and do everything that needs. Well, my lieutenant just wants you to stay away from everybody and not to talk to nobody. So I was right here.
These are pictures of the gun Baldwin used. Hannah Gutierrez, the armorer for the movie, who is responsible for maintaining and supplying weapons on the set, appears to be in shock when questioned by authorities.
I'm the armorer, or at least I was.
Later, during formal questioning, investigators read Baldwin his rights.
If you decide to answer any questions now with or without a lawyer, you have the right to stop questioning at any time or to stop questioning for the purpose of consulting a lawyer.
So my only question is, am I being charged with something?
Baldwin then tells investigators what happened.
We've done this for 2 weeks and we did it the right way every day.
All right, so there you have it. Some of that video evidence being provided there, and that's not it. We couldn't even show all of it. It shows detectives arriving at the scene. There's set videos, crime scene photos, witness interviews, and a 204-page case report summarizing the investigation in full. I want to bring in legal analyst Ken Belkin. Ken, are you surprised that they released all of this?
I mean, it is a little shocking that they're putting this out to the public. I don't know that it serves any legitimate purpose. But there is a lot going on here. And I think Alec Baldwin should be a little worried about whether he gets charged.
So with all of this being shown, I mean, you could hear some of the moments after the shooting itself. You can see he's frazzled. What does this do for his case?
It doesn't do much for his case. And I'm going to take a fairly, radical position here. I know a lot of legal experts have sort of said that Alec Baldwin should not be charged. I disagree. I think he should be charged with involuntary manslaughter under the law of the state of New Mexico, which says that if a killing occurs while someone is acting in a reckless manner, you can be charged with that. Now, it's a class 4 felony in the state of New Mexico and punishable by up to 18 months in jail. But look, the question when charging someone is there probable cause for the charges? Which all that really means is there some evidence that a crime occurred? And there's certainly some evidence. We've got Miss Hutchins is dead. Mr. Baldwin was pointing a gun at her, and by his pointing a gun at her, it went off and resulted in her killing. There's a question here as to his actions.
And you can see the interviews that followed directly after this shooting here, where he immediately said that it was the assistant director who handed him the gun, kind of shifting blame a little bit, which has been kind of the story for Alec Baldwin through this. So do you think that, puts him in a favorable light, or what do you think that does?
If someone hands me a gun and I point it at someone and it goes off and they get shot and are killed, I'm getting charged with involuntary manslaughter. Someone could have told me the gun is empty. That gun is put in my hand. It is reckless of me to point it at someone without verifying for myself that the gun is in fact unloaded. Ask any gun safety expert on this. They'll tell you it's the number one rule of gun safety. You're not even supposed to point an unloaded gun at someone.
Yeah, and that was a photo of the gun itself. This is all just wild to be seeing this evidence. We didn't know that we were going to get anything like this, and now we have. We can't even show all of it because it would take a pretty long time. I want to circle back into New Mexico officials, safety regulators, just in this last week, issued the maximum possible fine of nearly $137,000 against the Rust Film Production Company. This already felt like a step forward in kind of assuming guilt for the production company. And we've talked in the past about the possibility of just settling all of these lawsuits rather than taking any other legal action. What are your thoughts on that, especially with now this new evidence?
Well, look, the New Mexico Bureau of Health and Safety, Occupational Health and Safety, they made an assessment. They gave Rust Productions the maximum fine, $137,000. Their report contradicted what statements Alec Baldwin made to law enforcement shortly after him being taken in for questioning. And he said that they'd been doing it on set. There had been no issues on set. But according to the New Mexico Occupational Health and Safety Bureau, there was a long list of documented gun safety complaints, failures of safety protocols that contradict that. A long list and a narrative that is quite startling.
Yeah, it is startling. And Baldwin visibly startled from this as well, along with other production members. The armor being interviewed directly after that too, and saying that she was the armor. So who do you think this is all going to end up falling on? I think that's the big question now. Is it the production company? Is it Baldwin himself? What do you foresee as the future for these lawsuits?
I mean, I think civilly speaking, the production company has a lot of exposure here, massive liability. And I also think Alec Baldwin has some very great exposure, given the fact he was the one holding the gun when it went off. My thing is, I also think there is some criminal exposure here.
Expand on that. What do you mean?
Well, look, it all comes down to a question. Obviously, we have a woman who was killed by someone's actions that were involuntary, but was he acting in a reckless manner? That's the question. And according to all the gun safety experts, it is reckless to point a gun at someone. You know, even if it's unloaded, it is reckless to point a gun at someone.
Right.
But especially if it's loaded and you don't even bother to check and verify for yourself, I don't care who tells you that a gun is unloaded. You know, before you point it at someone, which you shouldn't do anyway, you are the last arbiter of safety. You are the last line of defense to check and see if that gun is loaded or not.
And Ken, I think that's why this is so substantial, because these are long clips. I mean, it's showing you their rehearsal leading up to him doing that quick draw maneuver and then pulling out the gun. I mean, I'm not positive, but I'm pretty sure this is the same gun that was used when it actually went off. Baldwin has a substantial past in shooting movies like this and using guns. I just think that this was explosive, this release of this evidence for this case.
Yeah, it is explosive to see it. You know, we've all heard the story, but to see it is quite disturbing. You know, even more disturbing, and I hate to harp on it, is, you know, like I said, if someone gave me a gun and I pointed it at someone and it went off, I'm getting charged. Ken Belkin is getting charged with involuntary manslaughter. Why is it that Alec Baldwin does this and Alec Baldwin is not charged with involuntary manslaughter?
Right.
It's a question we might want to ask ourselves.
Yeah, and I don't want to speculate on this, but I also find the release interesting. This is 6 months after the fact. Is this pretty standard for law enforcement to be releasing video evidence like this at this point? Or what are your thoughts on the timeline?
I mean, usually law enforcement releases evidence when they're trying to get the public's help in an investigation. I don't know what this could be about. It could be maybe laying the groundwork for them, you know, introducing charges. I'm not really sure what the purpose of releasing this information to the public is.
And moving forward, we always think that this kind of goes away and then some big development happens, more evidence is released, a new report is released. What are you going to be watching for in the future of this case? Possibly a response from Alec Baldwin?
I think Alec Baldwin would be best served by keeping his responses to a minimum, if at all any. I think what is going to happen is probably these civil lawsuits, you know, or the civil side of things is going to settle quietly. You know, I don't think anyone wants to draw it out. It's clear where the fault lies here. It's just going to be a matter of, you know, and it's sad to say, but reducing this woman's life to a number.
Right. Well, Helena Hutchins, the cinematographer who ultimately died in this case, her legal team even staying quiet. They didn't know that all of this was going to be released either. So definitely got to look through all of it and make their case, their best case for this. And we'll all be watching. Any last thoughts, Ken?
No, I'm just going to be watching with bated breath. And again, I'm very curious why, you know, Alec Baldwin gets the special treatment here. But, you know, these questions are above my pay grade.
All right. Well, we'll keep everyone updated on this as we track it alongside you. Ken Belkin, thank you so much for being with us here on the show.
Thanks for having me.
And we're going to keep it moving here. We're going to take a quick break, but don't worry, we are going to update you on the situation underway with Vice President Kamala Harris. Really one story to the next. Testing positive for COVID-19. The White House now releasing a statement about the contact between President Biden and the Vice President. More on that after the break.
Vice President Kamala Harris testing positive for COVID-19 today. Her office says she's showing no symptoms and plans to isolate. Harris will return to the White House after a negative test. At this time, she is not considered a close contact of President Biden or the First Lady.
We have stringent protocols here that go over and above CDC recommendations, even as it relates to how long you stay at home if you test positive.
Nationwide, we're seeing roughly 49,000 COVID infections per day, up about 50% from 2 weeks ago. The threat of new Omicron strains ramping up has some calling on the FDA to approve COVID vaccines for children under 5 years old.
We need the FDA to get vaccines to our children. That's really what we need right now. We need them to prioritize children.
Meanwhile, there are new efforts to expand access to an effective COVID-19 drug. The Biden administration says it will allow thousands of more pharmacies to directly order Pfizer's antiviral pill Paxlovid. The move will soon increase the number of sites with the drug from 20,000 to 30,000. Paxlovid was first authorized by the FDA in December, but public health officials say the treatment is still not getting to everyone who could benefit from it.
Testing, vaccines, therapeutics, these are the sort of the pillars of how we manage the rest of this pandemic.
The White House has secured the purchase of 20 million treatment courses of Paxlovid. In Atlanta, Jonathan Seri, Fox News.
And I do have a statement from the White House. They're saying the president and the vice president spoke on the phone this afternoon. He wanted to check in and make sure she has everything she needs as she quarantines at home. They say today Vice President Harris tested positive for COVID-19 on rapid and PCR tests. She's exhibited no symptoms, will isolate and continue to work from the vice president's residence. She has not been a close contact to the president or First Lady due to their respective recent travel schedules. She will follow CDC guidelines and the advice of her physicians. The vice president will return to the White House when she tests negative. The vice president's office also telling Fox News, quote, she did not participate in any meetings or events at the White House this morning. The last time that she saw the president was Monday, April 18th. So no close contact between the president and the vice president here. But we do want to stay in Capitol Hill. A live look from D.C. right now, where the Ukrainian parliament is actually at. We'll listen in live as they are speaking.
And of course, the most important issue for us now is to get more weapons. It's of great importance because you understand that Russia has so many weapons that it's difficult for us now. But we are sure that we will win. It is just a question of time and the question of casualties and the question of price. So the more sanctions will be imposed on Russian enterprises, on Russian banks, the sooner their economy will decrease and the sooner our victory is possible. So these two questions, weapons and sanctions, that are crucial questions for us now. We had some meetings today, we will have some meetings tomorrow and the day after tomorrow with members of US Congress, and we are speaking with them, we are telling what is really in fact going on, and especially which weapons we need, which sanctions we need, and we hope that the United States of America will take this leadership and will help us to win this war. To tell the truth, the USA took leadership in the Second World War and helped to stop this war, and that's why we are convinced that with your help we will win this war.
Thank you very much for your answer. How about you, gentlemen?
So really the first what we want to achieve here, to show that we are really thankful for aid what we have till now, and if we want to win not only the first period of this war, or better say first period of this active part of war, because war in Ukraine it's not only about after 24 of February, it's about of 2014. So we won first period with help of American society, with help of Western society, with help of Western weapon and humanitarian aid. But still, we must win in this war together, to save Western values, to show that democracy is working, that freedom of speech, that free election is necessary to development. Because in Ukraine now fighting two types of society, totalitarian, with genocide, what we see in Bucha, Irpin, Stonewall, what happened now in Mariupol, or free democracy society where you have possibility to be others and you will be respected. Yes, we can show the list of our needs, but the main needs what we really need is show that world is together, but world together not only in speeches, but in fighting. And yesterday we see the leaders of three worlds, the leaders of America and Ukraine. A week ago we have visitors from European Union. And it's for our society even sometimes more necessary when humanitarian aid. Why? Because it shows that we are not alone. That democracy in post-Soviet region have friends, and Ukraine, as the most brave country now, have future in the Western world, in Western society. Yes, we have list of weapons what we need, and we can tell more about humanitarian aids that we need. And what we show now for all the world, Ukraine are united. We don't have opposition, we don't have political discussion. Now we're all together, and not only for Ukraine, for freedom in all the world.
Well, this is my first time since the war began when I left Ukraine. And I have a few reasons why I did it, why I agreed to the offer to come to the United States of America. First of all, I believe that Ukraine should remain on the world's. Shall I use mic?
Yeah, it's much better.
Sorry.
Is it? Okay. So, yes, first of all, I believe that Ukraine should remain on the world's agenda. And I'm helping in my hometown with the humanitarian aid. So we launched a warehouse that have already received 700 tons of humanitarian aid from the countries that are neighbors to this region, where the hometown is located. This is Romania, Slovakia, Hungary, and several other countries. And I see the decrease in the level of humanitarian aid. So if we compare to the first weeks of the supplies. And I got an idea that Europeans are, becoming bored because of this war. So they're getting tired. They want to come back to their normal lives. They want to plan their vacation. They want to save money. They don't want to see all those pictures, of Bucha, Irpin in their TVs. And in order to prevent that, I think that these meetings and visits of officials, Ukrainian officials to European countries and the United States of America are important. So that was one reason. Second reason was to find new ways and new options for the new supplies, maybe for raising money, because I have actually raised $500,000 so far, and we spent that on buying night vision equipment, on buying Bodyguard Vest, SUVs, then vans, some pickups for the army, and we're also buying humanitarian aid. So we are buying some food and then bringing that to Ukraine. So that's also like huge and important aim for me to talk to people, to understand whether I can be of any help, because we are small, but we are pretty famous. The Wall Street Journal made an article about us. So although again small, but we don't have any bureaucratic procedures, so we have very straightforward rules, and we are effective in supply of humanitarian aid to the points of Ukraine where they are really needed. And finally, the last maybe aim of my visit here was my movie that I actually produced, and I had an idea to make a movie about the warehouse in order to show people what we are doing, what we have done so far, by showing how destinies and fates of people who work on my warehouse, how they connect there. And it was released just 2 hours ago. It has English subtitles, and there you can also find in the description to this video, you can find our website, so you can switch to the website, you can read about us, what we are doing, how we are helping. And I think that's also important to promote this side of what I'm doing there in Ukraine. So if you type my name and surname, which is written over here in YouTube, you will find my YouTube channel, and then you can maybe later tonight you can watch this movie. And I will be interested in your comments, because that's my very first work as a producer. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you mind if I ask one very brief question, just to follow up, because we were mentioning weapons, and that there is a lot of need in that weapon to be delivered to Ukraine. So Secretary Blinken today testified in the Senate Foreign Affairs Committee, and he was saying that he and his NATO colleagues in NATO and partners in Kyiv, they're all aligned about changing needs of Ukrainian military forces and what exactly Ukraine needs right now. And he provided special statistics about the number of anti-tank and anti-aircraft equipment. So what exactly do you need? Could you be please more specific?
Yes.
You could.
You hear? Yeah. This really very, very important question. Thank you very much for it. First of all, we need fighter jets. We need combat airplanes and helicopters. Of course, we very much need tanks, different tanks to defend ourselves. And a very of great need ammunition. You understand how huge amount we use every day. And by the way, we spent 500 million for 500 million, yes, for $500 million every day cost for us this war. You understand how huge money for Ukraine it is. So taking into account all this, you can be convinced that we are really interested to win this war as soon as possible, and to become this victory closer for us, to make it in the nearest future. We need all this heavy weapon to defend ourselves. We did not start this war, but we want to stop it as soon as possible.
There are a few other representatives of the press here.
Actually, we're done with the press questions. If anyone in the audience has anything else to ask our guests, this is a good time for this.
Any questions? I should mention that we have some people who have been very involved in Ukraine. Of course, former Deputy Assistant Secretary Kansas here.
While you are thinking, maybe I will add some more.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. It is also very important for us to get air defense systems. That air defense systems really help us to protect our children. A lot of cities are now seized, occupied, and a huge amount of women with children are hiding somewhere in bomb shelters. And to defend air is really very, very important. You understand what I mean?
And actually, in the United States, before the war, we heard a lot about, anti-corruption being, when there was Ukraine fatigue setting in the Congress, some reason to criticize Ukraine. Now there's maybe European fatigue with the war. Are you concerned about Europe getting tired of supporting this horrific war? That there's some lagging interest or lagging support? Are you happy with the support you're getting from all of the NATO countries and the European Union? Are you satisfied, or do you think it's getting less over time?
I maybe start about corruption. Now we pay for fighting with corruption because our Western colleagues and partners said that Ukrainian corruption is one of the biggest problem. Yes, it's true. But now we see that the most corruption country in the world, maybe China, but Russia, one of the most, and they try to punish us for fighting with corruption. And yes, we're using Russia corruption. When you want to postpone something for Mariupol, for example, you can pay easily to Russia soldiers, and maybe you will have this possibility. But still, Ukraine done a lot in fighting with corruption, and we began to show real results. It's made more difficult to Russia, said that on post-Soviet region, any big country couldn't live without totalitarian approach, without authoritarian approach,
with using of democracy. Because of that, we need Western help, not only with weapon, but on a level of draft of law and law. First of all, we need that Russia must be claimed as a terroristic country with all responsibility of that. Because it's state terrorism, then without any logical explanation, one country attack other country and do that not less than 8 years, day by day. Second, what we need to claim what happened in Bucha, Hostomel, Vorzel, Mariupol, Chernihiv as a genocide, because Russia shelling and killing not a military guys, not our soldiers, but civilians, raping, shelling, killing with night and hour. It's a disaster, and it's happened in 29th century, when we all really believe that after Second World War it's not happened in general. And we couldn't say that it's like military crime. It's not a military crime. It's not a crime of army. It's genocide, because majority who was killed in Ukraine is civilians who not fight with Russian soldiers. And sanction. Now we have a lot Russia yacht, Russia buildings, Russia money, dirty money in Europe and Western country. And we can talk a long period of time how we return this money to Ukraine. But Russia must pay. Not Western country must pay for this crime. Not Ukrainian citizen must pay for this crime. Russia must pay. Yes, we need help to rebuild our country after the war. And today we talk with congressmen, representatives, and senators whom we're meeting and with whom we will meeting. We're talking about future, about rebuilding totally destroyed cities. And yes, for example, USA urbanists have this experience after tornado or after our disaster to rebuild from shelling. And we need that, but we will need it in future. We can talk about that, we can planning about that. Today what we need on a low level, it's Russia country, terroristic country, Russia soldiers and Russia leaders really do genocide of Ukrainian citizen, and Russia must pay.
Yes, and with respect to your question, whether we feel satisfied with the help that we are receiving, well, first of all, except maybe from Budapest memorandum, any country agreed beforehand that they will help Ukraine, so there are no obligations to help Ukraine, yes. So we are thankful for everyone who is giving us weapons, who is helping us financially. From our perspective, we would say towards about help, not enough, because we would like to have it more, we would like to have it faster. That's true. On the other hand, we are happy we are still having that, and I personally don't think that we would, fight so much time already for 2 months without that level of help. Even the fact that, as the press are now saying, that we were warned about Russia's operation, that they will be coming to Hostomel, they would be trying to seize the airport, so we were ready for that. And that helps to the Western intelligence. However, there was a question whether we are satisfied with the level of supply of weapon, whether we have a list of weapons that we need. Weapon is one thing, but another thing is also to stop Russia, from producing more weapon in their home, from buying weapon from abroad. And how we can do that? We can do that by putting sanctions on Russia, and for instance, by stopping Europe from buying Russian oil and gas. Because maybe you have seen a picture that for the last 2 months, Ukraine got like $4 billion of aid from Western countries, but during the same time, Russia got $30 billion for sold oil and gas. So it's just, you know, ridiculous when you actually finance Russian army, because they use that money to buy, you know, they are buying equipment and weapon in Iran actually right now. You know, so that's also important for us. Not only weapon to us to protect ourselves, that's good, but also, you know, to stop Russia from buying new weapon and put as much pressure on the Russian financial system as we can. We are, I think, doing a good, and the world is generally doing a good job in that direction. But again, more than 300 Western companies decided to work in Russia. So that's also ridiculous, because they are saying that, well, we want to help ordinary people. So we want to help some ordinary Russians to get some food because they will be starving. But 80% of Russians, they support Putin. Right after the war started, maybe in 2-3 weeks after the war, there was a poll in Russia whether they support Putin's actions, and they answered yes. So that's just, you know, doesn't fit my mind how it can be that you are saying that you are Western, from the Western world, you are for the Western values, you have all those like list of politics in your Western companies, that you are so nice, agile, and etc. And then you work in a country that actually just goes and kill ordinary citizens, kids, mothers with kids, and you know, that's just horrible.
Is what will happen tomorrow in Kherson, and what are the next steps, and what does the government think about possible next steps after this referendum, or any other, like, will it happen first, do you think, or and what will
happen? It's not a referendum, and we even don't have possibility to name it referendum. It will be like a game to show only for Russian society that in Ukraine, in occupied part of Ukraine, somebody have a good feeling to Russia, but it's not true. As we know, in Kherson, majority of people, day by day, taking part in streets activity to show that Kherson are still Ukraine, and they all that they need is Ukraine sovereignty. Even when Russian soldiers shooting them, they still are using Ukrainians flags and still fighting for Ukraine. Because of that, it will be like Crimea, not referendum, but something like that. Yeah, semi-referendum or quasi-referendum, it's a better say. Our government first plan is to be prepared to reoccupy this territory and first of all save these people, Ukrainian people, as soon as we can. For that, we need a weapon. We have enough men. We don't need our American colleagues or European colleagues who will fighting for us. We ready. We have many people who want to fight, but they don't have enough weapon to deoccupy Mariupol, to deoccupy Kherson. We have plan, and now on a level of presidential office create special groups to prepare to rebuild all this territory, because not less than 30% of our infrastructure destroyed, not exist anymore. Yes, 30%. So Russia will pretend, will try to show the world what somebody wants to have a good feeling to Russia, but it's not true.
Do you think people will protest?
Yes. What we knew, we have many contacts there, and people said that.
You've been listening in to Ukrainian parliament members talking to some of our U.S. representatives here, explaining the need for continued aid as the war out in Ukraine continues to wage on here. And we'll have more updates for you, not only from Capitol Hill, but also from the State Department and so much more, recapping what the situation is right now with the war. But we want to follow up on a story we brought to you yesterday. A sigh of relief for a family when, of course, their 3-month-old baby was kidnapped from his home in California. San Jose police say baby Brandon has been found safe. We want to bring in Fox 2's Jesse Gary, who's been on this story. And what did police have to say, Jesse, about this?
Well, just within the past 20 to 30 minutes, San Jose police confirmed that that 3-month-old baby is back in his mother's arms. They were reunited here in San Jose a short time ago. Additionally, 3 suspects are now behind bars here at police headquarters. They have not been transferred to the sheriff's station where you have the main county jail, Santa Clara County Jail. They're still here at police headquarters charged with kidnapping. The search for 3-month-old Brandon Cuellar ends on a happy note. The baby found safe and sound. He was whisked away to a nearby hospital for a checkup.
On physical exam, I would be looking for, first of all, the vital signs, making sure the baby is baseline normal temperature, make sure the baby's not dehydrated, that the baby wasn't hungry and had been fed.
News of a safe conclusion to this search comes after multiple officers swarmed the 2300 block of Mather Drive in East San Jose. That's where officers found the baby. Responding officers arrested at least 1 person at this scene, impounded multiple vehicles, and collected evidence. The move culminates a 20-plus hour nonstop search for the infant.
This incident is a parent's worst nightmare. We are fortunate that this resulted in a positive outcome.
Early Monday afternoon, as Brandon's grandmother unloaded groceries, a man seen in surveillance video with a car seat walked into their apartment on Elm Street and walked out with the baby. Local police were joined by county sheriff's deputies and the FBI in the search for the 3-month-old. Neighbors' interviews and surveillance video aided their investigation.
There was a whole bunch of information. The neighborhood was canvassed. We looked for video evidence. We looked for witnesses that saw different things. So it was a variety of factors that helped us.
3 people, including the alleged kidnapper seen in the surveillance video, and a woman who was with the grandmother on the shopping trip, have been arrested.
We know that there's some connection to the family, but we don't know exactly what that connection is, and that's something that will be determined during the course of the investigation.
The efforts by an army of investigators likely hinged on one person who saw something out of the ordinary and was prompted to act.
More people need to get involved when we see things like this happen in our community.
And even though the baby is back in his mother's arms, investigators say trying to unravel exactly what happened and why is an ongoing process. Of course, looking at the trio of people they have in custody here at police headquarters, the first person is the person you see in that surveillance video. The second person is the woman who was with the grandmother out on the grocery shopping trip. The third person, that's the person we don't know too much about. San Jose police say they'll have more about him tomorrow morning.
And they're not releasing any details on if there's any relation between all 3 of them and the family.
They believe there is some type of relationship between the trio and the family, but exactly what that is and how the baby fits into all of this is still unknown. Again, we're supposed to get more information about that third person, that third suspect tomorrow. But right now, all 3 being held for kidnapping at the very least.
Okay, and just so good to know that baby Brandon is safe and in his mother's arms tonight as he was transported first to the hospital just to be checked out. But he looked good, right?
He looks good. I mean, I think the mother looks even better because
Yeah.
obviously this is a traumatic experience for any parent to have your child taken and you don't know where the child is. And that's one of the hurdles that investigators had to overcome in the early phases of this investigation. You see the video of the gentleman walking in with the baby carrier and then walking out with the baby, but they didn't know which vehicle he got in. So there was no way to put out an Amber Alert here in California to let drivers know on the area freeways to be on the lookout for X model vehicle with license plate, blah, blah, blah. No way to do that. Which direction did they go? No way to know that either. It was just fortuitous that a worker at a post-acute care clinic on the east side of San Jose happened to notice a car seat in a vehicle.
Wow.
And thought that's kind of strange. There's a baby taken in a car seat, and that person called police, and the rest is the rest of the story.
Yeah, the rest is history. Well, it's so nice to have some good news. A lot of times these stories don't end well, so a quick investigation and quick results for the family there. Jesse Gary, live for us in San Jose. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And we want to go back out to that investigation as they held a press conference today, giving some more details on what exactly led them to baby Brandon here. We'll listen into it in full here on LiveNOW.
Good morning. Happy to report that 3-month-old Brandon Cuellar was safely located a few hours ago. One of the locations identified by our detectives as part of a 20-plus hour long investigation. Also, detectives have identified several individuals responsible for this incident. This incident is a parent's worst nightmare. We are fortunate that this resulted in a positive outcome. This investigation once again highlights the dedication and commitment of our women and men who go above and beyond every day to keep our community safe. I'd like to thank all the department members involved in this investigation for their tireless efforts and hard work, specifically our patrol unit, investigations unit, our special operations, and members of our communications center. We'd also like to thank our federal partners. This week it's the FBI for providing assistance and supplying members of their child abduction response team, and also the Santa Clara County Search and Rescue team for their assistance and their providing their resources to us in this investigation. Our detectives are continuing to work on this case. We will have more information as this case unfolds. But once again, I'd like to thank everyone involved from the start of the call till now. And this is where the hard work also begins, also putting this case together, working with our district attorney and others to find more information and motives for this incident. But once again, I'd like to thank everyone, and we'll have more information as this case unfolds.
We have some questions. We'll have Assistant Chief Joseph with some Q&A. Yeah, I did a question. Okay. I don't think that'll work.
Sir, who is the person who was arrested this morning?
Only releasing a name at this point.
We're not releasing the names of anybody. We have some people in custody at this point. We're not releasing those names. Some people, so more than one? Yes.
Okay. How many?
Two right now. Two.
Do we know what type of relationship they had with the child?
We know that there's some connection to the family, but we don't know exactly what that connection is, and that's something that will be determined during the course of the investigation.
Is one of the two people that you have in custody the person seen in that video taking the baby from the grandmother's apartment to a car?
We believe we've identified that person and have him in custody, yes. The man? Yes.
And the other person that was apprehended or in custody has a relationship with the grandmother. What is that relationship?
Like I said, we're not releasing all that. We're not entirely certain of all that just yet.
Can you speak to the baby being found today? How that was?
The baby is in good condition, being checked out at a local hospital, but unharmed.
Do you guys find the motivation might have been for
That's something that we'll have to determine during the course of the investigation.
Did you guys find the baby through any tips? Let him change?
I'm sorry, I don't know the answer to that question.
Did you guys find it through any tips given from the community?
There was a whole bunch of information. The neighborhood was canvassed. We looked for video evidence. We looked for witnesses that saw different things. So it was a variety of factors that helped us solve this case.
Was the other person taken into custody the woman who was inconsistent with the grandmother?
I'm not releasing who the people we have in custody are.
We talked to a woman earlier near the hospital who said that she had spotted that van, seen it earlier, and she called police. And is that how you guys found the van, or were you guys already on top of it?
That will come out during the course of the investigation. Like I said, this is still a very active investigation. Even though we've found the child, which of course is the most important thing, and we believe we have people in custody who are responsible, there's still much more for the detectives to do. So I wouldn't want to give any information that could, impede that investigation.
And was the child treated at the scene, and at least the parents were taken and treated at the hospital?
My understanding is the child was transported to the hospital, and I don't know where the child is at this moment, but certainly will be released back to the family as soon as we know he's healthy.
Do you know how the baby spent his last 20 hours?
That's something that we'll have to find out during the course of this investigation.
Has the mother been reunited with the baby?
I don't know that for sure at this point, but certainly they will be reunited as soon as the baby's healthy and we can do that.
Are those two people in custody arrested at this point, or just in custody?
In custody, being interviewed, and we'll determine what the appropriate action is at that point, obviously in coordination with the district attorney's office.
And was the baby treated there regional?
The baby was treated at a hospital. I'm not certain which hospital.
Where was the baby located? Inside a house? Inside a car? Do we know?
I'm not releasing that at this point.
Many people has been wondering why an Amber Alert was an issue. Can you explain why, please?
We did not have information for an Amber Alert. We didn't have initially a suspect vehicle. We didn't have a license plate. We released what we had as soon as we had it, which was the image of the gentleman leaving with a baby carrier we believed was a suspect.
Can you tell us more information about how SJPD as well as FBI was able to locate this baby?
You mean
since yesterday?
No, I'm not releasing that at this point. Other than just say that we followed every lead we had. We used information from witnesses, information from video surveillance that we located, and ultimately were able to find the baby.
The place where the baby was found this morning, is that the residence of one of the two people who are in custody?
I'm not going to get into that at this point.
Obviously, the important news is the baby was found, but is there anything else that the community needs to know about this case?
Well, I think that the community needs to know that, first of all, we appreciate all of the information that was provided by people to help with this investigation and to help to find Brandon, the baby, safely, and that they should also know that these detectives never went home. Nobody ever rested from the moment we got this call until all of us standing here today and far beyond. The detectives here at the San Jose PD and with the FBI have worked this case and will continue to work it to ensure that the investigation is complete, people are held accountable, and that this type of thing doesn't happen again.
What sort of charges are we looking at this?
What do you have the gang unit at the house?
I'm not sure that they are, but if they are, they're probably there to just support our tactical unit. Our merge unit, which is our tactical unit, made contact and was involved in the location of the suspect and the victim.
So that doesn't imply that you think this is going to
I don't have any information to indicate that at this time.
And then also another important thing about this too, this wasn't random.
Well, we have to determine all of the circumstances and the motivation.
Did officers have eyes on that van before that Good Samaritan called you?
I'm not familiar with the tip that you're referring to, and I'm not going to get into specifics at this point about how the last 20 hours transpired for us.
Does the baby go home with mom or with grandma?
I'm not exactly sure. The baby will go home with the rightful guardian, and that's, I guess, probably the mother, but I'm not exactly sure.
Assistant, you said 2 arrested. I think there was a tweet by your department of 3. Just to clarify, is it 2 or 3? 3.
I'm sorry, my area, it would be 3.
And what charges are we looking at?
Again, we'll work with the district attorney's office to determine what all the appropriate charges are. Obviously, kidnapping would certainly be one of them, but again, that's where the collaboration between our investigators and the DA's office comes in.
What Can you tell us about the picture of the car that was tweeted out by CHP and then deleted? There was some back and forth between SJPD and FBI.
I don't have all the information as to how that got released at that point.
Is Sergeant Chief the vehicle that was involved with the case?
Again, I don't want to get into a lot of the specifics because it is still a very active investigation.
Have you spoken with the mother, and if so, is there anything you could say?
I have not personally spoken with the mother. The detectives obviously have, and I don't really have anything to add about her statement.
Even though this seems to be her plan, what will you tell parents if this could happen to anyone?
I beg your pardon?
What will you tell parents since this could happen to anyone?
What would we tell parents? We would tell parents, obviously, to always be careful and be vigilant, and we would also tell them that if an unfortunate tragedy like that were to occur, we would stop at nothing. We would use every resource of the San Jose Police Department and any law enforcement agency to help us get to this kind of resolution.
Has the father of the baby been ruled out as a person of interest or any connection to this?
At this time, I can't say for certain, but like I said, everything is still under investigation and all avenues will be explored.
We have Special Agent Scott Shelby here from the FBI. Anybody have any questions for him?
At the 9 a.m. briefing when you said about the...
One second. So nothing for Mr. Shelby, Agent Shelby, right?
I have a question. Just what you say is a hack.
Hang on 1 second, ma'am. Hang on. She was first.
At the 9 a.m. briefing, you said that one woman was brought in for questioning and her story was inconsistent. Can you at least just confirm that she's one of the 3 arrested?
Yes. Again, there's a lot of questions still yet to be answered with this investigation. Right? Our detectives have been working on this, like you guys heard, since 1 yesterday. All of those questions, we will answer them for you as soon as we can. Again, we still are being very mindful of maintaining the integrity of this investigation. Right? The last thing we want to do is put out some information and then have to take it back, right? And compromise what's going to happen to these folks when they have their day in court. So I know there's a lot of questions. Please give us a little bit of time. I will be putting together a thorough press release explaining, the sequence of events, but we have to be very mindful of the other steps that are still coming today. Okay?
Do you have everybody that is involved in the kidnapping of this child?
We will share. If we identify other suspects, we will certainly let you know.
You're in the area with Special Agent. I mean, you said with missing children, correct?
He is here representing the FBI, Federal Bureau of Investigation, yes.
I mean, how often does something like this occur?
Sorry, the question is, how often does a child abduction occur?
Yeah, how does often this occur, and what can the community and people do to assist in trying to locate these?
I would say on a positive note, a stranger child abduction is extraordinarily a rare occurrence in this country. I think that's something we should all hopefully take comfort in. When it does happen, it's obviously a very high impact threat. Low probability, but high impact. In a sense of what people can do, I think what you saw in the last 24 hours is paramount, and that was an extraordinarily robust and quick response by the San Jose Police Department, and you saw partner agencies jump in and complement that effort. And they worked every lead to the ground until we had a resolution. Thankfully, in this case, baby Brandon's been reunited with Jessica, and I think that's hopefully an.
And we do want to hop into this press conference and update on the 10-year-old Lily Peters, who was murdered out in Chippewa Falls. Let's listen in live.
I am the police chief for the Chippewa Falls Police Department, and I'm providing an update on the homicide investigation. First and most importantly, earlier this evening, we arrested a juvenile suspect in this case. The suspect was not a stranger. The suspect was known to the victim. We do not believe there is any danger to the community at this time. While nothing will bring Lily Peters back or change what happened, we are very grateful to be able to deliver this news for the family and for the community. Driving through town and through our communities, we can see the purple ribbons, and honestly, I would expect nothing less from the Chippewa Falls community, Chippewa Valley, and our surrounding communities. A tremendous amount of work has gone into this investigation by a large team of investigators, including those at the federal, state, county, and local level. Law enforcement has been working on this case 24 hours a day since this call came in less than 48 hours ago. First of all, I want to thank the community for the over 200 tips that we have received. These tips were critical to solving this case. Our security team has and will continue to hold the crime scene, which is the wooded area around the footpath between the north end of Grove Street and the Line of Kugel Brewery parking lot. This is important to the integrity of the investigation, and we would ask that you continue to avoid this area. The Wisconsin Department of Justice Crime Lab processed the crime scene last night. At that time, the body of Lily Peters was removed by the coroner's office. A forensic autopsy is being conducted. Investigators executed a search warrant at 422 North Grove Street. Evidence was collected and additional interviews were conducted. That is all the new information I have at this time. There is still much work to be done. Please contact the tip line if you have information you think we should know. The number is 1-800-263-5906. Again, 1-800-263-5906. The line will remain up until noon tomorrow. After that time, you can contact the police department's non-emergency number. Our thoughts continue to be with the family through this terrible time. We would ask everyone to keep them in your thoughts while respecting their privacy as they grieve. This is still an active investigation. I wanted to note some of the agencies that were involved in this. We had over 70 officers working this case just today. Close to 20 agencies, including the Department of Justice, DCI, FBI, the Wisconsin Crime Lab, Eau Claire Police Department, Menominee Police Department, Altoona Police Department, Lake Hallie Police Department, Cornell Police Department, Ladysmith Police Department, Eau Claire County, Dunn County, Russ County, Chippewa County, the Wisconsin State Patrol, Wisconsin DNR, Wisconsin County Emergency Management, and Wisconsin County Victim Services, as well as support we've had from our community throughout this whole time. The outpouring of support for our first responders throughout this entire investigation and through this incident has been nothing short of amazing. So at this time, as I said, it is an active investigation, but I can take a few questions.
Is the suspect related to Lily?
I can't provide any more information than I already have on the juvenile offender.
Are you able to say age and gender of the suspect?
No.
Whose house was this? You mean the 422 North Grove? Is that where you made the arrest of the juvenile? What was the 422 North Grove?
That's where the search warrant was executed.
Any more information you could share on a cause of death?
Not at this time.
So where was the suspect arrested?
I don't have that information that I can put out at this time. He's been taken into custody.
What was the search warrant for?
Information related to the case.
And where is the suspect now? Is he in the jail? Is there a place for this suspect?
I'm not sure where the suspect is right now, but he is in custody.
What charges are you going to ask Wade to file on this?
I don't have that information.
I only ask because without knowing his age, we don't know if this would be a first-degree murder or if there's, depending on the age. But
can you talk about the limitations when it comes to a juvenile suspect arrested in connection to a murder case? What sort of limitations are in place when it comes to charging?
Yeah, I can't speak to that. I'd have to defer that to the district attorney's office.
Has anyone from you or anyone spoken with Wade at this point? Has he been brought in on this at this point?
The district attorney's office has been part of this the whole time.
Has the family been notified of this arrest?
The family is aware, yes.
Was the suspect found in the city limits?
Found in the city limits.
Was he arrested within the city limits? Was he nearby the scene? Was he?
The suspect was arrested in the city, yeah. So, I'll take one more question.
Is there any reason to believe anyone else is involved, or do you feel like you're confident that it was a single person?
I'm confident that that there's no further danger to the community at this time. So.
Was the arrest made after 422, or that was just
That's
information?
the last question. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt.
Okay, so we learned that now a suspect is in custody, a juvenile male who was known to 10-year-old Lily Peters. Just want to put up some drone footage of the area around where her body was found. And we heard there from that law enforcement official who was saying essentially there's now no longer a threat to the community of Chippewa Falls. But now investigators have found the suspect, have arrested the suspect here in western Wisconsin. But the body of Lily Peters was found yesterday morning near that walking trail that you just saw. And police are investigating her death as a homicide. Chippewa County Sheriff's deputies and Chippewa Falls Police used search dogs. They sent up drones. That's where we're getting this video from, as they looked for her, but they weren't providing more details on the cause of death or on where specifically the suspect was taken into custody. But that's all we know. It was the suspect, this juvenile male, was known to Lily Peters and her family and was not a stranger to them. So right now, we're going to take a quick commercial break. We have a lot more stories left on this Tuesday afternoon. Thanks for being with us. We'll be back in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We just wanted to show you this Live Now look out of Orlando, Florida, I believe, right there, coming to us from WOFL. Welcome back here. I'm Andrew Kraft. We have a lot more stories left to get to on this Tuesday. And you know, we here at Live Now have been covering all the wildfires going on in Arizona. But California uses a pretty interesting tactic in their wildfire prevention efforts because, as you know, fire season is off to a dangerous start this year across the country. And experts are warning that drought conditions are going to get even worse here out west, and that could mean even more devastating wildfires this year. Joining me to discuss one of these preventive tactics, Fox News multimedia reporter Giovanni Ligi, live for us in Sacramento, California, with the latest. Giovanni, this is quite an interesting and creative way, is it not?
Hey, Andrew. Well, that's absolutely right. So I've been to this area a couple of times, and if you take a look right behind me, you can see that the grass is, it looks pretty reasonable at the moment. It's slowly been chomped down and away by goats and sheep here in California. Like you said, it's a unique and sustainable way. And fire season, once again, is off to a dangerous start across the country. Almost 1 million acres have been burned already this year. And just for size comparison, that's an area that is larger than the size of New York City and the city of Los Angeles combined. So clearly, some devastating fires already this year. And we are still not even near the peak of fire season yet. Hundreds of goats and sheep are helping protect parts of California. They are eating away at weeds and tall grass to help prevent wildfires.
The area becomes drier and drier, and this is, again, a fire hazard abatement effort.
The goats can clear a few acres in just a couple of days and get into hard-to-reach places machinery can't.
There's also a potential of a fire being set by the mechanical equipment, which, of course, goats and sheep will not start a fire.
This method of grazing isn't new for farmers and ranchers, and it's slowly spreading to major cities like here in Sacramento.
What we started last year was the idea that what if we did something with goats and sheep?
And they're getting an early start this year because of drought conditions and joining a statewide effort to reduce this year's fire risk.
We've had actually a fairly dry winter, so what that's going to result is as we approach the spring and obviously towards the summer is going to be a more active fire season.
Every state on the West Coast is currently facing extreme drought conditions, and fire officials say this could lead to a potentially dangerous fire season.
As we go into this hot summer months, you know, that dry fuel will be more receptive and have the potential for another busy fire season.
And Andrew, there are currently more than a dozen fires across the country at the moment, and once again, we are still far from the peak of fire season here in the United States. Here in Sacramento, California, Giovanni Ligi, Fox News.
Giovanni, thanks so much for this interesting look at how officials do utilize sheep and goats to prevent some of these fires. We'll talk to you again. Thanks, Giovanni. Okay, and right now we do want to move on to some of these other headlines right now, including out in Washington today, Attorney General Merrick Garland testifying on Capitol Hill. He was grilled by lawmakers, especially about the end of Title 42 and what the Biden administration is going to do with it. There's been some reports that they are reconsidering ending it. That all remains to be seen, but let's get a report out of Washington right now.
In the hot seat on Capitol Hill, Attorney General Merrick Garland as he made his case for the Justice Department's nearly $38 billion budget.
These resources will strengthen the Justice Department's efforts to reduce violent crime and gun violence, to counter the multitude of serious and evolving threats to our country.
Far from defunding the police in President Biden's fiscal year 2023 budget, Garland said there's billions in new investments to support law enforcement and reduce crime, at a time many U.S. cities are seeing an uptick.
Overall, there were 132 gun-related incidents reported to the Philadelphia Police Department last week.
Crime not the only issue on senators' minds. Some Republican senators grilling the Attorney General on the effectiveness of his department.
I think the Justice Department is losing. I think you're losing on crime. I think you're losing on drugs. I think you're losing on immigration.
Garland said he's committed to the independence of his department. Still, a concern for the GOP is whether or not the DOJ can fairly conduct an investigation of the president's son, Hunter Biden.
How can the American people be confident that his administration is conducting a serious investigation?
Because we put the investigation in the hands of a Trump appointee from the previous administration.
The White House also announced the president is using his pardon power for the first time, pardoning 3 and commuting the sentences for dozens of others. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Lauren, thanks so much. We're going to see some of the remarks from Attorney General Garland, taking questions from senators today about the proposed budget for the Department of Justice and what the department is doing to crack down on crime. You're going to see this interaction with Republican Senator John Kennedy of Louisiana and Senator Joe Manchin questioning Merrick Garland.
While history is going to tell us that we've come a long way in ensuring all individuals, regardless of their race, sex, or political affiliation, have the ability to cast their vote, we can all agree that we still have a lot of work to do. I'm particularly concerned about the recent opinions and rulings that seem to undercut decades of established legal precedent under the Voting Rights Act. Specifically in February, a federal district court in Arkansas ruled that only the U.S. Attorney General has standing to enforce Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. The court found that it would be inappropriate to imply a private right of action to enforce Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. So your opinion on that, sir, with that interpretation, or you agree, disagree, and what impact, if any, could this ruling have on voting rights were adopted, if this was adopted across the country?
Yes, very good question, Senator. On the first question, normally I don't sort of opine, but in this case I've already opined, so I don't think it hurts any to do that. We have filed across the country in a number of these cases. We believe there is a private right of action to enforce the Voting Rights Act. It has always been assumed that that was the case since the act was passed in the mid-'60s, and no one has ever questioned it, I think, until this year. To the second point, the consequences of the Justice Department being the only ones who can bring voting rights cases, I'm going to be blunt, you're going to have to give us a lot more money. If the Justice Department has to bring every single case to enforce voting rights, we're going to have to...
You know, the argument about that, sir, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but the argument about that, you hear the pros and cons on that. They're saying, well, there'd be too much litigation, you know, and if you had everybody being able to declare that they've been infringed upon. And we don't see that going any further than that. We're having all these discussions in our committees, but we're trying to get a clarity on that. But it seemed like to me that the person has that right, but it hasn't been exercised if it's been frivolous. I haven't seen it go any further, so I don't know how it's been a strain on the court system.
So I haven't done an analysis of the court system, but this has been the rule that we've had all the way since the mid-'60s. I've never heard any complaints that it is taxing the court system in any particular way.
Sir, if I could switch a little bit on that, that's very helpful. We're working on that. On the price gouging, we hear a lot about price gouging right now, and we saw that with when we first had when we first had COVID brought to our attention. A horrible epidemic back in March of 2020. We saw that with N95 masks, Clorox wipes, toilet paper at the beginning of the pandemic, and now we're seeing it again this time with fuel prices and food prices and things of that sort. Should there be a criminal price gouging statute?
Well, this is a matter of huge debate and antitrust and economics. I'd like to hold off on that, but our staff would be happy to work with.
Right now, what constitutes you all basically taking it under your surveillance, if you will, acceptable prices for scarce products? What constitutes acceptable price for scarce market demands, things of this sort, global pricing?
So for us, the questions are unlawful agreements to fix prices and exclusionary behavior by monopolists and near monopolists. So if we're in either of those circumstances, if it exclude competition, that falls under the antitrust laws, and likewise agreements on prices between competitors.
And I want to follow up also on Senator Collins concerning on the opioid epidemic. Myself and Senator Capito in the state of West Virginia, we've been #1 as far as getting slammed with this. Can you speak to the status of DOJ's current efforts to curtail the opioid crisis, including the Appalachian Regional Prescription Opioid, or what we call the ARPO Strike Force?
Yeah, so I think that's and I hope you agree, I think that's a very effective task force. That money is included in our Our requests for funds, I'm not sure whether that's the one that comes under the Office of Justice Programs or under the Criminal Division, but those task forces, both the meth and heroin ones that Senator Collins was concerned about the last time we spoke, and the opioid one that you're talking about.
We need your support for that, sir.
We support expanding those, and if we get the money requested in the budget.
Very quickly, I want to follow up with, I introduced the DEA Enforcement and Authority Act that would amend the immediate suspension order standard of review from a substantial likelihood of an immediate threat standard to a probable cause standard. That's again, or standard of review from a substantial likelihood of an immediate threat to a probable cause standard. So what additional authorities do you believe DOJ or FBI need in order to effectively stop the flow of prescription opiates and other illegal drugs? Because the substantial likelihood is pretty darn broad, and probable cause, we know exactly what their intent are.
So I haven't been directly involved in the question of this standard here. Our Consumer Protection branch does the work on.
If you could look, we have that piece of legislation. I think all of us have been, our states have been ravaged by this horrible addiction that we have, and drugs continue to flow. It might give us a better chance to fight this opiate onslaught or drug onslaught. But if you could look into the language, if you all could support, and that's the DEA, it's the Enforcement and Authority Act.
All right.
Senator Manchin, thank you.
We'll be happy to do that, Senator.
Senator Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, General, for being here. Could you pull that mic closer to you, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. Is that better? Yeah.
Yes, sir. General, I think the Justice Department is losing. I think you're losing on crime. I think you're losing on drugs. I think you're losing on immigration. I think you're losing on Chinese espionage. Let me start with crime. What percentage of cops in America do you think are bad cops?
Very small percentage.
Like how small?
I don't have a number. I think most police
the country's chief, one of the country's chief law enforcement officers. Is it less than 10%?
Yes. Let me just be clear. We believe that most police officers follow the Constitution in their practices. Most police departments do, and all police officers, I believe, want to work in police departments that follow constitutional policing requirements.
Is it less than 5%?
I don't have the numbers. I think it probably is, but I don't have any numbers for you.
Okay. Do you think most cops are racist?
No, I do not.
What percentage of cops do you think, in your judgment, I know you can't give me an exact figure, do you think are racist?
I'm sorry, I'm not resisting because I have a number that I can't give you. I just really, I don't have any way of making that evaluation.
What's your gut tell you? Less than 5%?
One thing I've learned is to not give answers from my gut.
Right. Well, you think it's less than 5%?
I don't know the answer. I'm sorry.
Okay. You don't know?
I don't know, no.
Okay. Why doesn't the Justice Department support stop, question, and frisk?
I'm not sure what stop, you mean stop and frisk? Is that what you mean?
Some call it stop and frisk.
Look,
Tyree v. Ohio.
Yeah, I don't know that the Justice Department has a position. This is a state and local role normally. Look,
do you think it works?
I'm sorry?
Do you think stop, question, and frisk works?
I think in some circumstances it can work, but of course it can be abused.
Right.
Yeah.
But why doesn't the Justice Department aggressively encourage law enforcement officials to use that technique? It's been declared constitutional, as you know.
Yeah, the Supreme Court has affirmed the constitutionality of stop and frisk. That's in the Tyree case. That's exactly right. But we don't do that. The federal government doesn't do patrolling. This is work for patrolling.
I know you don't, but you're one of the country's chief law enforcement officials, maybe the chief, and what you say matters.
Well,
suppose here's what I'm asking. Let's take Chicago, where we haven't made any inroads in stopping the killing. I mean, Chicago is now the world's largest outdoor shooting range. We know that a lot of the shootings come from gangs. Why wouldn't you want to call the police chief and the mayor in Chicago and say, look, you know who these gang members are. When you have reasonable suspicion under Tyree v. Ohio, an objective standard, more than just a hunch, why don't you aggressively stop, question, and frisk these gang members? You'll get guns off the street, you'll get drugs off the street, and you'll get a lot of gang members off the street, and you'll stop people killing each other. Why won't you do that?
Look, the best way for the federal government to stop violent crime is to work at each local level and determine and let the state and locals determine what the best use of their own
Judge,
resources
I'm sorry for interrupting you, but I'm trying to get some answers.
I'm sorry.
Why won't you do that? Just tell me why you won't do that. Your opinion matters.
Because there is no one solution fits all that the federal government can suggest to state and local law enforcement. We believe state and local law enforcement knows best as to what to do there. We provide.
It's not working.
We provide our technical expertise. We put lots of resources into joint task forces. We pick
General,
up.
is that, I know I've got to shut this down. I've only got 15 seconds. Is that why you're asking in the middle of a raging inflation for 7% more money, $2.63 billion to provide technical increase, technical advice? I mean, we're going backwards here on crime, General. You're the state's or the country's chief law enforcement officer. And you won't even answer my question about how you feel about stop, question, and frisk. Why should we give you more money?
It's a resource allocation issue for each local police department. I believe that the Justice Department does the best by putting the money that we're asking for is increase in law enforcement that can be assisting the state and locals.
But General, is that what we're supposed to tell the mothers of those kids getting killed in Chicago? You don't understand. It's a resource allocation issue.
No, what you're supposed to tell the mothers in Chicago, and what I told them when I was there, was the Justice Department was there to provide all the resources that this subcommittee will give us to stop violent crime.
But yet
the more resources you can give us.
Stop, question, and frisk.
That is a question for the state and the local, for the state and the local law enforcement.
I didn't go over as much as Manchin did, Madam Chairman.
That's not the standard by which we judge behavior.
Thank you, General.
You're welcome.
Now, Senator Van Hollen.
So I just wanted to show you some of these exchanges today on Capitol Hill in this committee hearing with Attorney General Merrick Garland, who is basically defending the budget proposal put forth for the Department of Justice for next fiscal year, getting a lot of questions about some of these Department of Justice programs that are intended to combat crime. He also got some questions on border security as well. That's going to be our next topic in 2 minutes. We'll see you after the break. That is a LiveNOW look, I believe, in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, top of the hour here. 5 o'clock on the West Coast, 7 o'clock there in the Lone Star State, where so much of this immigration policy, the southern border crisis, of course, is focused there in Texas. Well, all of that policy happens in Washington, D.C. We're going to get an update on some of these key immigration proposals like Title 42, like the Remain in Mexico policy. Here's Fox correspondent Madeline Rivera from Washington with the latest.
Protesters outside of the Supreme Court calling for an end to a Trump-era policy that's forced thousands of migrants to wait in Mexico while their asylum cases are processed.
Immigrants should be safe, not stranded.
On Tuesday, the Biden administration faced several hours of tough questions from conservative justices over its efforts to terminate the Remain in Mexico program. The Department of Homeland Security formally ended the policy in June, but was pushed to reinstate it after lower federal courts sided with Republican-led states Texas and Missouri in a lawsuit challenging the repeal.
This administration, as district and appellate courts have found repeatedly, is all too cavalier about the ways by which it engages in executive action.
The case could have wider consequences for the White House's ability to set its immigration policies. On Monday, a federal judge temporarily blocked officials from lifting Title 42, a separate Trump-era public health order preventing some migrants from entering the U.S. because of COVID. Senior Biden administration officials defer to the CDC for its decision to end Title 42 on May 23rd, but they admit doing so would mean even more people trying to cross into the U.S.
I think, as you rightly pointed out, there's going to be a lot, intelligence suggests there'll be a lot of people, a lot more people migrating to the border.
The temporary restraining order issued on Monday prevents the Biden administration from taking any action on Title 42 before a court hearing on May 13. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
Madeline, thanks so much. And like she said there, remember, the Biden administration had sunset this policy May the 23rd after 2 years of being in place. But now that judge temporarily blocking that until this hearing that's going to be happening, like Madeline said, on May the 13th. Well, earlier today, 3 states' attorneys general who brought that suit speaking in front of the Supreme Court about their success. We're going to hear from Texan Attorney General Ken Paxton, Missouri Attorney General Eric Schmidt as well. As they sought this injunctive relief, they got it temporarily. Here's some of their remarks from earlier.
It's always a great day when you have the opportunity to take your controversy to the U.S. Supreme Court, particularly when you're dealing with the United States government. I want to thank particularly Eric Schmidt, wherever he is, not hard to find, the Attorney General of Missouri for co-leading this case. We couldn't have done it without him. He's done an amazing job, and he's doing an amazing job as Attorney General. In a few minutes, you'll get to hear from him. And of course, I also want to thank our Solicitor General, Judge Stone, who did a really amazing job today, and we're going to give him a chance to say something as well. You know, this is a really important case. It's an important case not just because it deals with immigration that affects my state every day, and in my opinion, we've all become border states because of the transportation from the cartels to Border Patrol and then into the country. We're all border states. It affects all of us. And the consequences of this loophole of asylum where everybody knows and they're trained to show up at the border and actually turn themselves in to Border Patrol. They're not running from Border Patrol, they're turning themselves in, because that's how it works now. Cartels deliver, the Biden administration transports them, and we're arguing that the Biden administration, just like the rest of us, have to follow federal law. They either have to detain them or send them back to their country of origin. It's a very simple argument that Judd made so well today. I really trust that we did the best we could today, and I really believe that we're going to get a good result from this. And hopefully we can begin to protect the American people from the consequences of this huge loophole that everyone knows is a loophole that has dramatic consequences for the safety of our country, from the importation of drugs to the importation of other crime. So thank you all very much, and now I'd like to have Eric Schmidt, the Attorney General of Missouri, say a few words, and then we'll have Judge Stone step up and say a few words.
Thanks, Ken.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I want to thank Ken and his whole team. They do a great job, and John Sauer, my solicitor, also for the work that they've done in conjunction here with Texas. every state is a border state. And I view Missouri as a proxy for all the other states that are impacted by the crisis we have at the border, a man-made crisis created by Joe Biden, who reflexively, on day one, tried to undo all of the successes under President Trump. And we had a secure border. And the migrant protection protocols and the Remain in Mexico policy was a big part of that. So was, by the way, Title 42, which is another issue that we got a positive result at a district court on yesterday. But today, this is a central question about the rule of law and about border security. And the Biden administration's level of lawlessness and how they've handled these issues is staggering. And that's why we've been victorious before at the lower court, why we're back here today. The Supreme Court obviously issued that injunction months ago. Now we're back here on the merits. We're very hopeful for a positive decision and result here, because ultimately the fentanyl, the human trafficking, the drug trafficking, it doesn't stop in El Paso. It doesn't stop in McAllen. It ends up in Kansas City and in St. Louis and Columbia and in Columbus, Ohio and in Denver and all points across these United States. So this case, as we're talking about an open border policy, is central to getting control of our southern border. And so I want to thank again Ken and his team in Missouri and Texas, really working together on a number of different fronts here, not just for those states that are on the border, but for all the other states in this country who have effectively become border states. Thank you.
One other quick note, I wanted to thank Indiana. Todd Rokita, the Attorney General there, led a coalition of other, I think it was 19 states total, behind Missouri and Texas on this issue. And I wanted to thank him for his good work supporting our work. And it does go to show that this is an issue that doesn't just affect border states, it's affecting the entire country. And now I want Judge Stone to give you just a few words on his impressions of being in front of the court today. Judge?
Having already given about an hour's worth of words, I'll try and keep this brief. I'm very grateful to Generals Paxton and Schmidt and to my counterpart, John Sauer, Solicitor General of Missouri, for the opportunity to represent the states in this case. This represents another lawsuit by the state of Texas, thanks to the leadership of General Paxton, in this case also of General Schmidt, reflecting a common theme, which is, though the Biden administration may have viewed itself as elected to pursue a variety of substantive priorities to the administration, they nonetheless have to comply both with substantive immigration law as well as the Administrative Procedure Act's procedures for actually enacting the policies that they'd like. This administration, as district and appellate courts have found repeatedly, is all too cavalier about the ways by which it engages in executive action, and it's all credit to Generals Paxton and Schmidt that they devoted the resources and the attorneys to be able to prosecute as many of these cases as possible, because there's a number of different things the administration does. There are many different priorities in the world that an attorney general has to choose among, and it's because of their leadership that we've had the opportunity to argue this case today. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Judge. And so now, if you have questions, I would encourage you to direct all the easy questions to me and all the hard questions to General Schmidt. So any questions about today? Yes.
It seems to be unclear what the Biden administration's stated mission is behind lifting Title 42 and also the Remain in Mexico policy. What do you believe is the real motivation behind the administration's actions to just let the illegals in?
Yeah, and as you said, they don't seem to have a stated mission, so we can only surmise what the consequences are. And, you know, I think they want to get as many people here, and they've advertised it to the cartels. Cartels have a tacit agreement with the Biden administration. We'll get as many people there to the border as possible. We'll deliver them to you, to federal agents, and then we will transport them around the country, presumably to vote someday, to give amnesty to. And that, I mean, look, if that's not the right answer, I don't know what the right answer is.
Yeah, and let me address that too. I think it's obvious at this point. This administration is trying to pack the United States Supreme Court. They're trying to add states to the union. They're trying to federalize our elections, and they have an open border policy. This administration now is trying to fundamentally change this country forever. And they know a reckoning is coming in November, and they're doing everything they can before November to do that. That's the truth.
Yes.
Yeah.
Specifically of Missouri, I'm going to start.
Yeah.
How is this affecting the day-to-day lives of Missouri? Why, you mentioned that, you know, everybody's a border state. What does that mean specifically?
So overdose deaths now are the #1 cause of deaths for adults 18 to 45. The amount of fentanyl that's coming across the border, the drug cartels are running the show. They're in charge. I've been down to the border twice. They control not just the border, but zones of influence in the interior of the United States. So the amount of drug trafficking. We were down at the border, a law enforcement official indicated there was $100 million a week in human smuggling happening. Missouri's taken the lead on taking on human trafficking. We led a multi-state raid just a few months ago that was one of the biggest in the history of the country. We've seen an increase in human trafficking. And so the level of lawlessness that's taking place because the cartels are running the border affects everybody, including Missouri.
Yeah, but so you seem to be conflating kind of, the drug problem that's going on at the border with the immigration problem that's going on at the border. How are you kind of relating those two in terms of the
Because the cartels are controlling the border.
Isn't it also a people issue? Like,
Human trafficking. Well, I would also argue, too, that there's a tax burden on Missouri citizens that's increased because of the level of human trafficking, too. So there's a financial burden, there's a crime burden, there's a human toll. And by the way,
Okay, so we have the Attorney Generals of Missouri and Texas outside of the Supreme Court today talking about one of their wins, this judge's ruling from yesterday, temporarily not going to end Title 42, the Biden administration's migrant pandemic order that's been in place for 2 years. There's going to be a hearing May the 13th about what the fate of Title 42 is going to be. We're going to move on to some of these other major headlines, especially out of the Los Angeles area, especially regarding LA County Sheriff Alex Villanueva. He held a press conference earlier today talking about this LA Times report, this former LA employee who is alleging that he is corrupt, alleging that he covered up some misconduct of an officer. Joining me now to discuss that even further, Fox 11 reporter Phil Schuman there live for us. Phil, there were quite some damning revelations in this LA Times report, and Villanueva going on the offensive. What do we know?
Nobody died in this incident, fortunately, but it's reminiscent of the George Floyd case and that video that no one will ever forget of Derek Chauvin kneeling on his neck, which ultimately caused his death and ultimately led to a murder conviction. So with that in the background, the allegation is when this video you're about to see came to light that Sheriff Villanueva here in the LA County Sheriff's Department didn't want it investigated because he didn't want this video to come out. So we orchestrated this big cover-up, and then the LA Times broke the story. But when it comes to that allegation, Villanueva called a news conference this morning to strongly deny it.
We don't have time for this internal, let me see if we can blow up the sheriff somehow nonsense.
A defiant LA County sheriff insisting he did not cover up this incident to avoid bad publicity. An inmate subdued by a deputy kneeling on his head after that inmate started a fight in a courthouse lockup.
Fearing bad publicity, LASD covered a case of a deputy who knelt on inmate's head. Well, this is a false headline right there. No, there was individual within a division that engaged in something that was of concern, but they were not definitely acting on behalf of the department.
It happened in March of last year. The question is, when did Villanueva see it? 8 months later, as he claimed?
There is no notification, hey, let's call the top guy on the department.
Or just days later, as the attorney for a longtime sheriff's commander, Alan Castellano, claimed.
We know he saw the video in March 2021.
Attorney Vincent Miller, who represents Castellano, says the sheriff is just lying.
I mean, can you prove that he saw it in March, right after the incident?
Yes, we have witnesses that he saw it, and there's a whole sequence of events that happened that we have that all laid out.
So if he says he didn't see it, then he's lying.
Yes, absolutely.
Today, at a multimedia presentation to reporters, complete with graphics and photos, including the LA Times reporter who broke the story, he says his rivals, the Inspector General, the Times, are conspiring against his re-election and are being investigated for the leak of the video. A Times spokesperson told Fox 11 his attempt to criminalize news reporting goes against well-established constitutional law. But the sheriff isn't backing down.
There was a lot of people working in concert and coordination. That includes the LA Times. That includes people that obviously want to defeat me electorally. That includes the board-appointed Inspector General and the Civilian Oversight Commission. A lot of people working overtime.
So while these people are supposedly working overtime to defeat him, is something Villanueva did not go into. If you're familiar with him, he's a first-time sheriff. A sheriff is elected in Los Angeles County. It was considered a big upset back in 2018 when he defeated the incumbent. He's running for re-election now and says that the Times is part of this orchestrated campaign to discredit him, that story broke literally on the eve of the re-election campaign kickoff. So this commander that we talked about in there, he describes himself and his attorney describes him as a whistleblower, Andrew, but the Sheriff's Department today simply describes him as a disgruntled employee who has an axe to grind, if you will, against Alex Villanueva, going back years when they worked together in the Sheriff's Department.
Yeah, Phil, that was my other question, too. You know, aren't there whistleblower protections within the force? Because the filing that the LA Times reported on is alleging Villanueva blocked a criminal investigation into the deputy for using excessive force and also stopped assault charges from being filed against the inmate, all in an effort to shield this from public view. And so this is really painting Villanueva, I think, in a pretty poor light.
Well, there's no question, but that's why he had this news conference this morning here inside the Hall of Justice in downtown Los Angeles, and he went through this very detailed timeline from when the incident happened to how it was reported internally and how it went up the chain of command, eventually to him, which he said is standard protocol for all what's termed Category 2 uses of force, which was a type of force where there was no handguns or knives or anything like that used. And he said he didn't try to cover up anything. In fact, he blames the so-called whistleblower for not handling this correctly from the beginning. So a lot of charges and counter-charges going back and forth. The inmate who was a murder suspect who was not hurt, he's filed a lawsuit against the department. The alleged whistleblower or the disgruntled employee, depending on your point of view, he's filed a claim which is a precursor to a lawsuit. So there's going to be a lot more to come out on this one.
And Phil, just last question, you know, from journalist to journalist, I was kind of struck by the fact that you saw Villanueva really going line by line in this LA Times piece. He even put a photo up of the reporter on that piece.
Yeah.
So that kind of left me with a bad taste in my mouth about, you know, the First Amendment, you know, reporting on somewhat alleged misdeeds in a police department. And you were in the room. Did they, you know, engage with the LA Times? I believe they were also there for the press conference.
Yeah, in fact, the reporter, Eileen Chekmadian, she's written quite a bit about the Sheriff's Department. And at first, the sheriff said he wasn't going to take any questions from the Times. And then myself and a couple of other reporters objected to that and said, you know, that's really not the way it works. You really should take questions from everybody here. So he did engage with the LA Times reporter, and he certainly understands freedom of the press. In fact, one of his key strategic advisors is a former news reporter. He's got an extensive Department of Public Information officers who deal with the news media every day. You know, he's been in Los Angeles his whole life in the Southern California area, so he knows what he's getting into. But he's been very controversial since the very beginning. He's taken on the Board of Supervisors. He's taken on the city, even the LAPD, his colleagues, for lack of enforcement of laws concerning the homeless. So he seems to attract controversy wherever he goes. Now, some people like him for that because they say that he's a straight shooter and doesn't couch his opinions like a lot of elected officials might be accused of. But taking on a reporter by name and saying that she's part of an investigation into leaked material is really unprecedented. But he didn't view it as a leak. He described it as a theft of sheriff property, and that's what he says he's investigating.
Interesting to follow all of this. We're going to be showing the press conference here on Live Now from Fox in just a moment. Phil Schuman, we appreciate your time. We'll talk to you again.
Okay.
All right, and before we do that, we do want to go to a quick commercial break. We'll be showing some of Alex Villanueva's press conference today. We'll also be getting another story, another report out of Los Angeles as well. If you've been following this other defamation trial going on in Los Angeles, that has to do with the Kardashians and the former significant other of Rob Kardashian, Blac Chyna, filing a defamation lawsuit against the Kardashian family. We'll have an update from Los Angeles on that in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. This is Andrew Kraft here. We're going to take our next story to Los Angeles as well. Of course, if you've been following the Blac Chyna Kardashian defamation lawsuit in Los Angeles, well, it is moving forward. And joining me now to get an update on exactly what has been taking place in the courtroom, who's been testifying, and what is a likely outcome of this, Fox 11 reporter Haley Winslow. Good to see you, Haley. You've been following this all week. Update our viewers on what we need to know.
Yeah, keeping up with the Kardashians, it is a tough task, Andrew. Yes, good evening to you. This is day 7 of the trial, and yes, we have been here every single day of it. A lot of drama, a lot of twists and turns, and today there was really 3 big testimonies that we've been waiting for, including Kim Kardashian and Ryan Seacrest. Now, first, Kim, she was a good friend of Blac Chyna, the reality star and model that basically came from fast food to fame, and she was on that Rob and Chyna show with her then fiance, Rob. So she was a good friend of Kim's until Kylie stole her fiance and father of their baby, rapper Tyga, excuse me. And then Chyna went on to date Rob, another fiance and another baby's father. That relationship also blew up the night the couple was celebrating, in Chyna's eyes, a greenlit 2nd season of that Kardashian spinoff, Rob and Chyna. So with their love pretty much turned toxic, Chyna's attorney was alluding today to Kim that Kim helped convince producers to cancel the spinoff and threatened if she also wasn't kicked off Keeping Up with the Kardashians, Kim would stop filming it. Kim was pretty firm on the stand, though, today, saying that just proves that the network holds the power, and she has the right to remove herself from a work environment that she thinks is unhealthy for both her brother and her family. Chyna is suing Kim, Khloe, Kris, and Kylie for $100 million for defamation, claiming that they damaged her reputation and her career. So Ryan Seacrest, he was also a big testimony today, and it was actually a video deposition from 2019. So he co-created Keeping Up with the Kardashians with matriarch Kris, and he served as the executive producer on both that show and the Rob and Chyna show. And this was his first deposition, and you could tell he was definitely a bit uncomfortable. despite not remembering most of the details that are crucial to this case, he did acknowledge that season 2 was a go, and that was in a congratulatory tweet to the couple, which ended up being hours before the apparent assault. Which brings me to the last big witness today, which was Corey Gamble. That's Chris's boyfriend, and he apparently saw the assault. He testified to it. He's the one who responded to Kylie's house after the fight happened and says that he actually saw China hitting Rob in the back of the head, whipping him with a phone cord, and throwing a chair at his car. So it has been very dramatic in this case that is expected to wrap up probably on Friday. Andrew?
Haley, thanks so much. That's so interesting. So a $100 million defamation suit. Blac Chyna is essentially saying that she was prohibited from further work, from all of this, fame and riches that she presumably would have gotten if she could have stayed with the franchise. From what I was reading, though, the Kardashians wanted to dismiss. They had their lawyers file a motion to dismiss. Did that go anywhere? Probably not.
No. They offered an undisclosed amount, but they didn't take it, And there's been some kind of interesting things on this case, Andrew, that would be kind of cool to highlight. One thing that this judge does differently, Gregory Alarcon, he actually has 16 jurors, which it took a couple days and 100 potential jurors to get down to 16. And he doesn't tell you who the alternates are. They're selected randomly right before deliberations start. And the other kind of interesting thing that he allows is for the jurors to ask questions to the witnesses if they want, because he wants to make sure that everybody is very clear. And if one juror has a question, then probably all of them do. But yeah, so far we have been in this for 7 days, and it's been a lot of drama. But no, there's no resolution so far.
Yeah, and Haley, just last question too, because are we expecting 4 of the Kardashian members to get up on the stand themselves? Kris, Kourtney, Khloe, Kim. Are they going to be testifying, taking questions?
Yeah, so Kim was on the stand today. Kris and Kylie have also already taken the stand. The only person who hasn't so far is Khloe. And another question is Rob going to take the stand? Because after this trial is done, there's another case that's going to be tried about a week later. It's actually a porn claim. Chyna says that Rob put nude photos of her on Instagram. He's since taken some of them down. So that's going to be tried separately. So it might be the Kardashians' attorney's strategy to not put him on the stand. That's kind of a big question. And I also don't know if Khloe will take the stand, but kind of the big one today was definitely Kim. So we will see. It's been interesting. They've been in court every single day. Kylie wasn't there one day. Kim wasn't there for half a day yesterday. But other than that, they've been in there with their very beefy security guards. It's pretty interesting. The judge is very strict on no cell phones, no pictures. But it's been an interesting case, to say the least.
Yeah, we've been showing some of the footage of really their entourage kind of going through the back entrance there. And I can imagine there must be, a lot of fans who just want to catch a glimpse of all this. And one of the things that did surprise me is how long the Kardashians, were in the courtroom. They were hearing the testimony. They're deeply, deeply invested in seeing how this turns out. And that shows in their commitment to showing up every day.
Yeah, it sure does. I lost you for a second, but I think I got what you were saying. And yes, they have been very committed. This is also their reputation on the line. They've got a new show coming out. China's got a new show coming out. And obviously it directly impacts their family and their brother. And a lot of other people are saying, this is a big publicity stunt for all of them. We're all giving it a lot of attention. And that's probably what they want, because attention equals money in their eyes. So.
No, yeah, it'll be interesting as well to see if this will become kind of content material fodder for the next season of Keeping Up with the Kardashians. Fox 11's Haley Winslow live for us in Los Angeles. We'll definitely speak to you again. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Andrew.
Okay, we do want to, like I said, show you, we're going to go back to our last story that we were just talking to Fox 11's Phil Schuman about. Of course, Sheriff Alex Villanueva going on the offensive today in this press conference, talking about this altercation that took place with an inmate and a former police officer with LA County in one of these jails. And we saw that surveillance video with one of these officers with their knee on the neck of this inmate. Now, the accusation goes from this former officer filing suit against the force that Villanueva wanted to keep this hidden, keep this under wraps, and so a cover-up is being alleged here. But let's hear from Sheriff Alex Villanueva in his own words, from his own mouth, about what exactly went on.
Which you're probably already familiar with, you've seen the video. And then we'll work our way forward and bring you all the way up to the present. And then we'll pause along the way. Okay. Okay, March 10th, use of force incident involving the deputy of the San Fernando Court. You already know that. Video viewed by the area lieutenant, by the unit commander, and viewed by County-wide Operations Assistant Sheriff and Court Service Division Chief and Commander Castellano, who was the one who filed the complaint. So we know that happened on March 10th. March 19th, IAB received a notification 9 days later. And this is standard protocol in a use of force investigation. And this use of force was classified as a Category 2. To be Category 3 needs to be use of firearm, deadly weapons, broken bones, hospitalization, those categories. But this is classified as a Category 2. And Category 2 incidents really actually never rise past the level of division chief as per our reporting procedures. So March 24th, 14 days later, 2 weeks later, the use of force package is approved by the lieutenant. Then a day later, use of force package is approved by the captain. Okay? And then April 13th, the IAB case was open. This is internal affairs. Investigation was open. That's on April 13th. So it doesn't sound much like a cover-up here, as alleged. Okay, then we go. Now here's where there's a big gap in time. From the time it was approved by the captain to the next person up on the chain of command as a commander, there's about a 3-month gap. All right, and that is subject to why did it take that long. Then, from there, July 12th, use of force package approved by Court Service Division Chief, who has since retired. Okay? And then use of force package sent to Discovery Unit. This is a normal chain of events, notwithstanding the delay right here. But this is for all Category 2 uses of force. This is standard procedure for the entire department's operations. Custody, patrol, court services, the entire department. That is how it works. So the last authority in the signature line is the division chief. It doesn't go above the division chief in standard protocol. Now, moving on our timeline, I know we've kind of flipped it. We can't keep it going that way. But September 5th, Commander Eli Vera assigned to Court Services Bureau. November 18th, yes, this is the important date. This is the date that I was shown the video. The internal criminal investigation was opened. This is a very important date. So the question was, why was it not launched at any point prior to November 18th? And to launch this investigation, typically it has to occur with the authority of division chief. It should never go above the division chief, because if it's above the division chief, the question automatically is going to be, what happened to the division chief? Then of course, typically it's a memo from the unit commander to the division chief recommending that a criminal investigation be initiated, or at least a consultation. So the criminal investigation unit can then make their determination, kick it up to the Justice System Integrity Division of the District Attorney's Office. That is how it happens by protocol. And this is well established. So this is where it gets weird, because it never happened prior to November 18th. And there's no memorandum, there's no documentation at all in the entire case file of a lieutenant, captain, commander, or division chief signing a memo until after this date. And what happened on this date, Kelly Porowski, who has since retired, she actually was notified in person by the undersheriff to write, to make that happen. She was in charge of Professional Standards Division, and she knew exactly what was missing. Where was a memorandum from the concerned division chief? So on November 22nd, right here, actually they opened up two things. But let's go here. Before we get into that point, on this same day, order was given to relieve the deputy of duty. The very next day, the individual involved, the deputy, takes a leave of absence. And he's gone all the way till December 6th. So the first day he returned to work, he was relieved of duty, which was on December 7th. All right. So now, when we're at this point forward, we're becoming aware of the entire situation and what was handled at the division level, and we have a lot of concerns. And that prompted us to open another IA investigation, which has since concluded. And that was about the handling of this and the failure to open the ICIB. And there was two individuals, notwithstanding the complaint or the lawsuit filed by the commander, there was actually two people, not just one, okay? And this is supposed to be, actually it's a captain, not commander. They repeated that. That's a captain right there. So there's two individuals that are subject to this investigation. Okay, so as we're going through this, you can see that the complaint filed by the commander is not really lining up, but there's a lot more. Okay, now, as I said here, relieved of duty on December 7th. And then, mysteriously, when we want to start talking to people, then people start going on vacation and they're gone. Okay? So he has not returned to work since. Second subject, notification, this is the captain. And also the division chief takes a leave of absence and has since retired. Okay, now let's go to the next timeline. Now, Commander Vera also takes his leave of absence and then retires. So these are the people that we want to speak to, but now we can't speak to. Okay, March 8th, that second IA was concluded, with the appropriate action was taken with the commander and with the captain. All right, and that is documented. Now, he waived his, there's a Peace Officer Bill of Rights that has a lot of privacy issues built in to protection of personnel records of peace officers. However, when he filed his lawsuit and made it all a public document, he pretty much waived his right to privacy to this particular case. Okay. Now, this is where it gets really fun. Because right here, somewhere around here, in March 25th, March 26th was my campaign kickoff. But this entire week, it was one after another. It was a hit parade from the LA Times. And let's see here. Then we have here, and that was the first article. Actually, this is the third article in 1 week. Countywide Operations Assistant Sheriff appointed the rank of captain. Court Service Chief announces retirement, 3/31. April 14th, original use of force case presented to the District Attorney, the Justice System Integrity Division. So when it comes to cover-ups or whistleblowers, I don't exactly see what was covered up or what whistle was blown, because that's a mystery. All right, so now, April 27th, which is obviously, today's the 26th, right? 27th, tomorrow, this case is going to be represented to a third-party law enforcement agency with investigative authority. And they will be presenting all these facts that we have to date. So now let's go. That was that week of March 25th. Inspector General identifies 41 sheriff's deputies that allegedly belong to gang-like groups. This information is a year old. It's stale. They were sitting on it. And there's absolutely no actionable information on here for anybody. But it made for a good clickbait for the LA Times. Go to the next one. Here's another one. LA County panel launches investigation deputy gang. More clickbait. No authority to appoint anyone to give their subpoena power to, and they got pro bono attorneys. So more clickbait. Go to the third one. And here's the one. Right before, this is on Friday. Fearing bad publicity, LASD covered a case of deputy who knelt on inmate's head. Well, this is a false headline right there. No, there was individual within a division that engaged in something that was of concern, but they were not definitely acting on behalf of the department. That's for sure. Go to the next one. But watch how many bites at the apple our El Segundo Times is going to get. Oh, did I say that? LA Times. Okay, go to the next one. Oh, I backed up one. Back up one more. Okay, we got that one. Notice here, actually back up again to that one. And some of the big highlights of that article. Eli Vera, commander of overseas court service where the incident occurred, said Villanueva viewed the video at an aide's desk within days of the incident. Vera is running against sheriff of Villanueva and is retiring next week. Okay, and then of course, here's our dear friend Max Huntsman. Under ordinary circumstances, I would expect the sheriff's department to have prosecuted this case. And good question. Keep going. Sheriff Villanueva launches criminal investigation into the leak. Okay? And right away, the Times is trying to paint this somehow retaliation against whistleblowers, a chilling effect. Actually, quite the opposite. Keep going. Then we have, now if you count, this is the fourth article. Files lawsuit. See? Then go to the fifth one. And then, and this is our claim from Commander Castellano. Directed cover-up of deputy kneeling on inmate. Okay, and apparently I read through the entire lawsuit, and let's see here. Let's go to the next slide. Okay, when we launched our criminal investigation, these are the crimes that we're looking at, because remember, what was taken from the department was an active criminal case. All right, so when two or more people conspire to engage in any of the conduct described below, that's a conspiracy. Burglary, entering a building to commit grand or petite larceny, or any felony. 502, unauthorized access of a database. 503, fraudulent appropriation of property by a person to whom it has been entrusted. Like case files, videos that belong to active criminal and admin investigations. Breach of public duty, this is California, and then the federal one, Title 18 U.S. Code, Section 1030, prohibits the unlawful access of a computer database in the excess of one's previously granted authority. So we have all these things that are obviously the subject of the criminal investigation, and this is not a leak, this is actually obstruction of justice. Go on to the next slide. So here are the three individuals that we want to know a lot about. This person said he gave it to this person. This person is actually authorized to receive the completed investigation, but somehow it landed in the hands of the third person, the reporter from the LA Times. So now the question is, when did this happen? That's a very important question. So these three people have some important questions to answer. When did they do this? So the three standard questions in any corruption cases: what did you know, when did you know it, and what did you do about it? So since everything was being investigated, what exactly was the whistleblowing? So, and then again, remember that LA Times explosion of things right up to when I launched my campaign in that March? That was a pièce de résistance right there, the day before. Okay, go on to the next slide. Okay, now this is Mr. Castellanos' own report. This is his writing, and we highlighted this. According to Lieutenant Hernandez, Captain Jacqueline consulted with Custody Investigative Service, and it was determined. That is not the testimony of Lieutenant Hernandez, and that not his report either. This whole third person, it was determined the case should not be filed given the misconduct, unreasonable force allegation, and the potential for the incident to shed negative light on the department. That is entirely authored by Commander Castellano, who then elected not to initiate a criminal investigation. And he had three different captains went through that Court Services West Bureau, and all three of them did not produce it, and he never required or asked for a criminal investigation to be initiated. It's done in writing. Neither did the division chief. So this entire thing, you never write something and it was third person. This is never heard of before, especially on the use of force. Go to the next slide. Again, we get this famous, a decision was made by an executive above the division chief. Who writes something like that? Again, talking to Lieutenant Hernandez, his testimony in the interview, he did not say that. That was a product of Mr. Castellano.
Chef, I'm sorry, when is this from and what document is
This is the use of force on the case from the San Fernando court, which is the subject of now the lawsuit. Okay, go to the third one. And this is Mr. Castellano's signature, where he says the admin investigation was ordered and completed for this incident, referencing this number. This is not true. That admin investigation has not been completed, yet he signed it. Okay? We cannot complete this admin investigation until we complete the criminal investigation. Once we know the results of the criminal, then we can go back and we can get compelled statements from the subject on the administrative investigation. That's the proper order of events. So what he was signing for here is a mystery to me. All right, and the fact is, this would have remained within the division and gone for filing at Art Records Risk Management Bureau. It never would have seen the light of day again. All right, go further. Now, Mr. Castellano and I actually was his subordinate when I was a lieutenant at Pico Rivera Station. And if you recall this incident, Top LA County Sheriff's official, that was Mike Rothen right there, was driving around in a stolen car, a 2012 Audi. Okay, what does it have to do with Mr. Castellano? Actually quite a bit, because the vehicle was purchased from someone for owner of Vernola's Tow from Pico Rivera, which is a contracted towing firm. And Mr. Castellano was a captain of Pico Rivera at this time. When this case came to light, he was never criminally prosecuted. Never. And the main reason why he wasn't prosecuted criminally, because they could not establish the value of the vehicle. He alleged it was all banged up and beat up. So he bought a vehicle that was 2 years old for $3,000, an Audi. And of course, there's a document called a CHP 180, which is what you fill out when you tow or impound a vehicle or store a vehicle. And part of that, the person who's doing the towing or the impounding fills out a description of the vehicle, the value of the vehicle, and any major damage or anything like that. Mysteriously, under the command of Mr. Castellano and Pico Rivera, that document disappeared. I could pull 1,000 other CHP 180s during that time period and find every single one, but that one in particular could not be found. So he was, he retired overnight, Mr. Rothens, so there was no criminal prosecution, no attempt to do a criminal prosecution. Go on. Yep, that's him right here. And he was promoted subsequently to the rank of commander. Don't know why. And this gentleman right here, Mr. Huntsman, wrote a 7-page report and filed it as confidential. It was not made public. Unlike all of the documents he produces during my time as sheriff, for some strange reason, this one was made confidential. We dug it up, and it was a whitewash like no other. So the question is why? So what's the relationship between these three people? That's of concern. So when it comes down to credibility, well, you be the judge of that. Go one further. And this is the favorite part. I'm going to the lawsuit on page 4. And remember, according to his big theory of this attorney, that I had a seething rage about Commander Castellano, and I conspired to basically retaliate against him. But this is pretty funny, actually. As a lieutenant, Villanueva mishandled an incident with an inmate and violated department policy. Villanueva failed to get needed medical aid for an inmate who had been tased by a deputy. And he goes on and on about this, and then the fun part is Villanueva, in late 2016, Villanueva was provided with a notice of intent for discipline with a 5-day suspension. And then, that I lied in this case, by the way. He claimed that I had said that I had given him permission to violate, he had given me permission to violate department policy. What happened was an inmate in the booking cage at Pico Rivera Station, just out of the blue, just started wailing on another inmate and assaulted him. So the people work in the jail, I think they ended up pepper spraying. They tried to tase him once. It didn't work. One of the barbs didn't stick, and so the tasing was ineffective at all. The inmate pulled the barb out himself and said, basically, come get me, if I recall the incident. So he was subsequently subdued, handcuffed. Paramedics came, they checked him out, all his vitals, and the question was, and he really wanted to have his handcuffs removed. We could have taken him to a local hospital and then have a fight at the local hospital, or we could safely take him to the jail and have him seen at the jail. I chose the obvious choice, which is take him to the jail, which is a secure location, so he could be treated there for any potential injury from the barb. And policy says you have to have him cleared medically. But I was not going to take this gentleman in that state of prone to violence to a local hospital, then have to fight him in a hospital. So I did the obvious thing, made a command decision to say, hey, we're going to take him straight to jail where he can be treated there. He's already been screened by the paramedics. And we have a policy that says you have to try to avoid force. So I had two competing policies here. One that says take him to the hospital. The other one says avoid force. So I went with a common sense approach. Let's avoid force. Let's get him the care he needs in a jail setting, hospital setting, not in an open hospital where there's a lot of problems that can go very bad.
LA County Sheriff Alex Villanueva today holding this press conference with reporters, getting on the record, explaining his thought processes behind this incident that happened last year in one of these jails, and we saw that altercation with that inmate and another officer who had his knee on the neck of that inmate during this altercation. Now, one of these former employees of Villanueva is alleging that he covered this all up, and the LA Times wrote about it. And so Villanueva going on the offensive there today, trying to get on the record about what he was thinking and what his decision-making was like at the time. Of course, Villanueva, though, says that this is essentially a hit job on his re-election chances. He just filed for re-election for another term as sheriff in LA County, and he thinks and is chalking all of this up to that. So this will be interesting to watch in the next couple of days and weeks going forward. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us here. We're going to take a quick commercial break, though. When we come back, we'll be speaking to a firearms expert and journalist, Stephen Gutowski, friend of the program, into these new videos that we have seen from the Rust movie set back in New Mexico last October, in which the actor Alec Baldwin inadvertently and tragically shot and killed the cinematographer on that set. We'll be breaking down what these new videos tell us in just a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Earlier yesterday, we saw these new videos released from the New Mexico sheriff in Santa Fe, the fatal film set shooting of cinematographer Helena Hutchins by the actor Alec Baldwin. Well, the New Mexico sheriff investigating that described complacency, disorganization, and neglected safety measures in the making of the low-budget movie Rust. Santa Fe County Sheriff Adon Mendoza said today he's waiting on a forensic analysis of the weapon, projectile, fingerprints, and more from the FBI and state medical examiners before turning the 6-month-old case over to prosecutors to decide whether criminal charges will be filed. But these new videos offering yet more glimpses into what exactly went on the film set, and also shedding light on whether or not Alec Baldwin might be held culpable. Joining me now to discuss this even further, Stephen Gutowski, founding editor of The Reload, who's been really following this story ever since it happened. You joined us the night that this story broke, that the world got news of this, and there have been so many pieces to go through ever since that, back in October. Stephen, though, when we see these new videos, what strikes out to you?
Well, to me, the most important video in this collection that was released by the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office was the one of Alec Baldwin actually rehearsing the scene where Helena Hutchins was later fatally shot. And in that video, it shows him with his finger on the trigger of that revolver and manipulating the hammer, which can easily result in a round being fired.
Yeah, and I think you are referencing the video in question here from the film set. We can just kind of watch this as we talk over it, because one of my questions, and we've heard from Alec Baldwin since this all took place, either via his attorneys or himself, and I want to get your opinion on, with what Alec Baldwin has said publicly to what these new videos suggest actually took place. Are they reconcilable, or are there some discrepancies?
Well, the only thing that I would note before I get into that is that I talked to the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Department, Sheriff's Office today, and they said that this video that we're watching now does not include the actual moment where the round was fired. So that there's some possibility that something different happened at that exact moment, because obviously Alec Baldwin has claimed that his finger that he never pulled the trigger of the gun. However, if you watch this video, you will see that when he draws this gun, and this is the same scene that they were rehearsing when the fatal shot occurred, you'll see that his finger is clearly depressing the trigger. Now, he may not have considered himself to be pulling the trigger, I guess, in a sort of semantic sense, but on a single action revolver like the one he's using in this scene, just having your finger holding that trigger down as you manipulate the hammer, if you pull it back and release it, that hammer won't catch on anything because the trigger's depressed, and it'll fire a round if there's a round inside of the gun, which clearly there was another area of negligence that is still unexplained for how the round got into the gun and was live, but you'll see here in a second as he pulls the gun from the holster that his finger is very clearly inside of the trigger guard and on that trigger. And there it is, you can see it very clearly. And when he does it again, the second time here, he actually will not only have his finger on the trigger, but you'll see him briefly pull that hammer back on the gun, which, again, if you pull that hammer back far enough with your finger depressing the trigger, it'll fire a round off. There you go. You could see how he pulled the trigger, or he's got his finger on the trigger and he pulled the hammer back and released it with a round in the chamber underneath that hammer. That's going to result in, detonation of that round.
Yeah, and Stephen, you were kind of going to do somewhat of a demonstration for us. I know it was dark in that rehearsal video. For our viewers, though, as we just walked them through what you were essentially saying, give us a sense of what that exactly means and why, if there is a live round in the weapon, that it could go off based on how Baldwin was was manipulating the weapon.
Yeah, so this is a single action revolver. It's the same style of gun that Baldwin was using on set that you could see in that video. And I have cleared the gun, make sure it's unloaded physically and visually, and there's no one behind my camera as well. But you could see that Baldwin was holding the gun with his finger on this trigger, and then you can see him from the angle that the video is taken of Baldwin. You have to look closely, but essentially he's pulling back this hammer and then releasing it. And as you can see there, if my finger's on that trigger, and I don't have to be putting all that much weight on it, and I pull this hammer back, it's going to release. And if there were a round in this gun, it would fire because of that.
And Stephen, that was video from one of the takes, one of the rehearsals from that specific scene. Now, when Alec Baldwin was being interviewed by ABC's George Stephanopoulos, he claimed to George Stephanopoulos that he did not have his finger on the gun when the shooting occurred. So either, he is misremembering this or not being truthful, or the rehearsal showed something different from the actual take that fired the fatal bullet.
Yeah, I believe the exact words he used, if I remember correctly, was that he never pulled the trigger. He may have said that he never had his finger on the trigger as well, but I thought he said never pulled it. Now, pulling the trigger and having your finger on the trigger may be slightly, different things in his mind. But the reality is, with a gun like this, if you're touching that trigger when you're pulling back that hammer, it doesn't take a lot of force. It doesn't require you to, strongly pull that trigger for it to go off. And there certainly is the possibility, as I said earlier, that during the actual fatal shot, that he did something different than what we saw on that video. But clearly, I think the most likely thing is that the trigger was depressed when he pulled that hammer back. He talked about pulling the hammer back for effect for the shot. And, unless the gun itself had some sort of severe damage to the internal parts, the sears on the firearm, it would not fire without that trigger being depressed in the way that, Alec Baldwin had described.
Yeah, and of course, the culpability question comes into play as well on whether or not charges will be filed on whether, who is at fault here? Is Alec Baldwin at fault here, or is the person who mishandled the weapon with a live round in the weapon, are they at fault? We know from a civil standpoint and a regulatory standpoint, the New Mexico State Office of OSHA has already fined the production, the maximum fine that it could, almost $137,000. And so that is still all playing out. But from the weapons standpoint, from how the gun was handled and this new material, this new video that we have gotten, just your final thoughts, Stephen, because we really hadn't seen much from the very, very immediate aftermath on set when police, when EMS were there. So this is going to be helping investigators, no doubt.
Certainly. I mean, I think at the end of the day, it's not just Alec Baldwin's fault that this had happened. This was multiple levels of negligence for something like this to occur on a movie set. There should not have been live rounds on that set at all, certainly. And then everyone who touched that gun along the way honestly has a responsibility to ensure that it really is unloaded. And I think complacency got the better of everyone involved, in addition to perhaps rushing on a low budget movie that was trying to, finish filming as soon as possible to save some money. There were obviously, as you just mentioned, a lot of other safety concerns on that set. But clearly, if you are not diligent in the way that you handle firearms, it can result in somebody's death, and it did in this case, and it's terrible.
It is so tragic, and it's a story we'll be following here on Live Now from Fox. As always, Stephen Gutowski, we appreciate your insight into all of these matters. We'll talk to you again.
Thank you.
Just a fascinating discussion there, and even with Stephen bringing a prop weapon as well to kind of give you a better sense of what exactly transpired on the Rust film set. We're going to be taking a quick commercial break. When we come back, everyone's still talking about it. Elon Musk buying Twitter. What are the financial implications? What are the implications for social media writ large? More on that in 2 minutes.
And it is official. Twitter will now have a new owner by the name of Elon Musk. The world's richest person just entered into a definitive agreement to buy the social media company for $54.20 a share in a deal valued at approximately $44 billion. And to provide us a little bit more insight into this massive deal, we do have financial expert Bill Dendy here with us. Bill, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. This is a huge cash deal. What does this mean exactly for stockholders?
Well, you know, a lot of stockholders are going to be very pleased. They've been pleased since Elon Musk entered the mix. It's pushed stock prices up in the short term here. And we've seen 5 to 10% gains since this first started a week ago. And so you have some stockholders who are very, very happy. However, those who purchased the shares back when it was over $70 a share, realizing that when this deal happens, it will no longer be a publicly traded company, it will be privately traded, feel like they might not have a chance to recoup what they have put into that investment. So you do have some shareholders who are late to the party who are not as happy with this deal as it stands. But regardless of which side the shareholders are at the moment, we do have to have shareholder approval, which from where the price was prior to this week's events, the likelihood is we'll get the approvals necessary, and it's unlikely we'll have any problems with the SEC or regulatory bodies blocking this type of transaction. So the transaction's probably going to move ahead as planned.
And Bill, I did want to ask, you know, once this deal is done, Twitter will officially become a privately held company. What will that mean exactly for the future of Twitter?
Well, I think it's interesting that Twitter did offer Elon Musk a seat on the board of directors, and he didn't want to be on the board. he wanted to have more ability to control some of the policies of Twitter. And he's stating that his interests are to allow for freer speech and to have Twitter be that town hall where they're able to allow all parties to be heard without as much moderation or censorship. And that's caused some people to be very concerned that it may create a bigger platform for those that may not be as politically correct or as always nice to the opposing parties. But it's not just the free speech. He also would like to let us know how the algorithms work and the content that we're able to see. What is on your Twitter feed and how does that all come together? Make those algorithms more public knowledge, and also let you edit back what you want to receive perhaps. And also if you tweet, be able to pull a tweet back, to edit a tweet, which is a function that like 70% of Twitter users had been in favor of in the past. And so there are some very positive changes that a lot of users are going to appreciate. And a lot of it's being more freeing and getting rid of some of the commercialization that happened with Twitter, with the spam bots hitting Twitter so hard. He'd like to eliminate some of that, launch an army, launch a, what as he said, a full assault against the army of spam bots that are out there working on Twitter. So make sure that you're actually human posting will be another benefit that he'd like to bring us on the forefront.
And he does join a growing list of billionaires who are buying up and controlling social media platforms and media companies as well. What do you think that will mean for users?
I think for users, it means that we are subject to being a little bit manipulated in the data that we receive, and the data may be beneficial to those who are the owners. And that may be a benefit on the short term, as Elon Musk points out, but this is nothing new. Jay Gould in the 1880s, who ran the railroads, then went and got the telegraph system, wanted to have control of the entire telegraph system because that's how news got put out, like the AP Newswire, having control of what the nation saw and how much information they received. A lot of people are getting their news from Twitter and other online sources. So having control on what you receive in your Twitter feed and what's important and what is the topic of discussion creates a nice power structure for those who have everything else. And so for a lot of billionaires, I think having that media control or that outlet control allows them to further expand not their finances necessarily, but the power. And keep in mind, this isn't a small investment for Elon Musk. This is 10 to 20% of his net worth. So it's a major undertaking. It's probably not just for free speech. There's probably looking for some sort of a return in the long run. And that's probably what we're seeing today.
And Bill, that leads me to my next question. You know, about 15 to 20% of his total net worth in this deal. What exactly are the motives that you think are behind this deal?
Part of the deal, I think, is just because you can do it. Why do we go to space? Well, there may be economic benefits, but it's because we can. And I think for a lot of successful people, such as Sir Richard Branson, who did his space race with the Virgin Atlantic, to Elon Musk, it's to do it. Because you can do it, it's a new frontier. But in controlling media outlets, I think he was also had spats with Twitter in the past and has had spats openly with politicians and the SEC about sometimes he would release with Tesla information that was not public knowledge on a tweet. And so I think it's interesting. It's a kind of back at you type of a deal personally. And then finally, for the returns of the potential consolidation of power and media outlets, there is a potential return for Elon Musk. And keep in mind that it wasn't that long ago that Twitter was valued at 50% more than what he's paying for it. So there is a potential if he can realize the actualization of some of the promises that people thought were already in this company, there's a 50% return. And if you're taking it private, you get to keep all of that.
Yeah, and Bill, final question for me is that, you pretty much just covered it, but this is now going to be $54.20 a share to those stockholders, again, valued at approximately $44 billion. So a lot of money, a huge cash deal, and closing at a premium to Twitter users. So any final thoughts on just how massive of a deal that this is?
Well, this in total, I mean, Twitter's only about 1/10 the size of Facebook. So it's a big deal in the social media platforms space, but it's not the biggest deal out there. But for Elon Musk to take a position like this and going to take it totally private, that is a big deal. And I think that we're going to see many investors excited at first, and a lot of the users excited at first, but it depends on which direction Elon Musk takes it from here as to the relevancy of Twitter long term. He believes that if we're totally open to all voices being heard, that his Twitter resource may be one of the few resources where you get both sides of the story. However, if there is the influence from the outside of his own making, it may just be another platform and not the investment or the high returns that Elon Musk could have provided had he lived up to his ideals.
All right, Bill Dendy, an attorney, CPA, and of course a financial expert here on Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us.
God bless you.
Had to put my mic back on there. Everyone is still talking about it, of course, Elon Musk buying Twitter, and it remains to be seen on what changes will come for the social media platform affecting users day by day. Of course, that's kind of in the long-term view now. The deal has to go through, and if we do hear from, any Twitter employees, any board members about what they're thinking about this, we'll bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us here. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be showing you parts of the Johnny Depp Amber Heard defamation trial at that courtroom in Fairfax, Virginia. More people, more witnesses testifying today about this case. We'll have it in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Tuesday night. We're going to be now hearing parts of the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard defamation trial. A police officer testifying today, and this is the same officer who responded to an alleged domestic incident between Heard and Depp. He testified today that no abuse was reported, and it did not appear that Amber Heard was injured. So we'll be breaking this down with a legal expert on what this exactly means for Heard's testimony, for Heard's defense. But that was kind of the key takeaway from this witness, saying that we did not identify a crime. That officer who responded to that alleged domestic incident testified that Amber Heard reported no abuse and did not appear injured. So let's go out to the courtroom in Fairfax, Virginia from earlier today.
For the first hour or so, what you'll hear is questioning by Ms. Heard's counsel. It will then shift to questioning by Mr. Depp's counsel.
All right, thank you.
Please state your name and your business address.
Yes, Officer Melissa Sines, 1546 West Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, Los Angeles, California.
And what is your occupation?
I am a police officer.
Okay. And how long have you been a police officer?
Going on 12 years.
What year did you begin as a police officer?
2009.
And was that with the LAPD?
Yes, it was.
Did you have any law enforcement experience prior to coming to the LAPD in July of 2009?
No, I did not.
As of May 21, 2016, what was your rank?
Can you repeat the date?
May 21st, 2016.
I was a training officer.
And was that a P3?
Correct.
And as a training officer, were you considered a field training officer?
Correct.
And for how long a period of time had you been a training officer as of May 21, 2016?
Approximately, I believe, 4 months.
And who was the first officer you trained once you became a training officer at the LAPD?
I don't recall.
When did you start training Officer Haddon?
I don't recall the exact month.
Do you have an approximate?
If the incident was in May, then it's going to be within 2 months of May, before or after.
So are you suggesting that you may not have started training Officer Haddon until 2 months after the May 21, 2016 incident, so he wasn't there?
No, I'm not.
Was it 2 months or less from the time you started training Officer Haddon before the May 21, 2016 incident?
Yes, so I have a probationer for 2 months. So May could have been the second month I had him or the first month I had him.
But you don't recall, as you sit here today, how long you had been training Officer Haddon as of the May 21st, 2016 incident?
Correct.
What does Central Division include?
It encompassed downtown Los Angeles.
In May of 2016, what shift were you on?
I was working nights.
And what would the night shift entail? What was the time from when to when?
It is approximately 6:45 p.m. to 6:45 a.m.
And how many days a week would you work the shift?
Usually 3 days a week.
Typically, what was the range of the number of units that were working on your shift in May 2016 in Central Division?
I don't recall.
I mean, are we talking less than 5, more than 10, more than 25?
There would be at least 5 units. How high over that, I wouldn't know that. Every night is different. The city pulls from different divisions if there's special events going on. So it's constantly changing.
Okay. But it's usually at least 5 and maybe somewhere between 5 and 10 if there's not a special event. Would that be a fair estimate?
Correct.
What was the process for checking out equipment in May 2016 after roll call?
We would walk to the window and give them our name and serial number, and they would present us with equipment for the shift.
And what equipment were you given in May 2016 after roll call?
I don't recall.
You don't recall any of the equipment you checked out in May of 2016 after roll call?
I don't remember that specific day that I checked out equipment. I can tell you what I typically check out, if that's what you'd like.
All right, let's start there.
I usually check out a police vehicle, a taser, a less lethal beanbag shotgun, and a regular shotgun.
Anything else?
No, nothing else.
Do you check out body-worn video equipment?
Yes, if you were trained in body-worn video, then yes, you would check that out.
All right. Were you trained in body-worn video equipment?
I was not.
Have you ever been assigned body-worn video equipment?
Yes, I have.
When?
I don't remember the specific date.
What is your best estimate?
If I had to guess, it would probably be June of 2016.
Why do you think it was June of 2016 that you first were assigned body-worn video equipment?
Because that's the time frame that I remember having to use it. It was new to me. I never used body-worn before.
When did the LAPD start issuing body-worn equipment for Central Division?
I don't know that date.
When approximately?
I don't know. I couldn't give you a date.
Can you name any other officer that did not have body-worn equipment that was on your shift at any time between November 2015 and June 2016, other than you?
I cannot.
Have you had more than one body-worn video equipment?
Body-worn camera, is that what you're asking?
Yes.
I have had two. One in Central Division, and now a new one at Southwest Division where I currently am. The camera stays at their respective divisions.
While you were at Central Division, did you ever get assigned more than one body-worn video camera?
Not to my knowledge.
So to the best of your knowledge, you had the same body-worn video camera throughout the time that you were at Central Division, is that correct?
Correct.
Do you have a recollection of at any time while you were at Central Division, your body-worn video camera not working so you couldn't turn it on during an incident?
I do not recall that.
What tools were available to you in May of 2016 for investigating calls, answering and investigating calls?
Can you specify what you mean by tools?
Well, did you have a notebook, for example?
Yes, we carry field officers' notebooks.
Okay. And did you have your own field officer notebook?
Yes.
Can you describe what your field officer notebook looked like in May of 2016?
It's a small, just paper pad that we keep in our pockets to write on.
And do you carry a pencil or a pen with it so that you can take them out during a call and take notes?
I do.
What do you do with your notebooks once you have filled them?
You can turn them into the kit room and they can store them.
Is that what you have done?
I have my same officer's field officer's notebook in my locker.
Since you started?
No, I've had several different ones, but I usually keep them in my locker.
So for the field officer's notebook that you had in May of 2016, that would be in your locker?
It should be, yes.
How many field officer notebooks have you filled since you've been a police officer?
Not many, probably less than 5.
And do you recall roughly how many pages are in each field officer notebook?
No, I don't recall.
Did you have access to DART?
I don't recall what hours they worked at Central Division.
And what did DART stand for?
I don't know the specific acronym, but I know it's the domestic violence card.
Did you also have access to types of reports, incident reports, various forms, diagrams, things of that nature in case you needed them?
Yes, I did.
And where were those kept while you were on a shift? I'm talking about May 2016.
I usually keep extra spare reports in my bag, and I also keep them in my vest.
So when you answered calls in May of 2016, you had reports material in your vest as you answered calls? Is that correct?
Yes.
It's deposition exhibit number 14. It's a multiple page document. I'm just asking her if she recognizes this document.
Yes, I do.
Okay. When is the last time you reviewed this document?
About a week ago.
All right. And what were the circumstances under which you reviewed this document a week ago?
For this testimony.
Now, I asked you some questions about the body-worn video. Are you aware of any other officer being assigned your body-worn video under your serial number?
I'm not aware.
Is there any chance that you could be mistaken about when you were assigned body-worn video?
No, there's not.
And why do you say that?
Because everything is recorded and documented on evidence.com under my serial number. So if a supervisor wanted to enter the database under my serial number, they could watch my videos and see the specific date and time my videos started to record and when the date of my last video was to this date.
All right. And did you go back and look to see what date you started?
I did.
What was the date that you were assigned body-worn video equipment in Central Division?
So the first day that I took out body-worn video was June 16th of 2016.
I'm going to show you this second page of what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 1. It has you summoned to attend and give testimony at a deposition and also to produce certain documents. Do you recall this being issued?
Yes, I do.
And here we go. The documents to be produced. The first of those was all video footage recorded by you relating to any incident at 849 South Broadway, Los Angeles, California, 90014 on May 21, 2016, including all video footage relating to incident number, and it has the number on May 21, 2016. Did you conduct any type of search or any kind of effort to see if you had any video footage on May 21, 2016 relating to this incident?
The answer is no.
I'm going to ask you, did anyone at the LAPD at any point, supervisors, watch commanders, anyone connected with the LAPD, ever ask you whether you had any video footage from the incident of May 21, 2016?
No.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at number 2 here. It says all documents and or communications, including without limitation any notes, memoranda, reports, filings, and or summaries relating to any incident at 849 South Broadway, Los Angeles, California, 90014 on May 21, 2016. Are you aware of any documents or communications that would fit this description?
No.
Now, Officer Sines, you've had training on domestic violence, correct?
Correct.
Could you tell me what that consists of?
We received training in the police academy.
Anywhere else? Did you have any other type of domestic violence training other than when you were in the police academy?
Other than my experience in the field dealing with domestic violence, no, not that I can recall.
And as of May of 2016, would you agree that you had answered over 100 domestic violence calls?
I go to a lot of domestic violence calls every day.
Okay. And you consider yourself to be a specialist in domestic violence, is that accurate?
I don't understand the title specialist. I don't consider myself specialist.
In May of 2016, what was the police officer supposed to do when the victim of a domestic violence would not respond to questions or cooperate with pursuing charges after a call was placed and the police officers had arrived?
If an individual is uncooperative, we are to check the location to make sure that the suspect is in hiding for the safety of the potential victim, and offer a business card if they decide to speak to us later.
In May of 2016, was it your understanding that if you saw evidence of injury or property damage in disarray, that you were to file a report even if the victim was not cooperating?
Correct.
I'm going to show you what is remarked as exhibit number 8. And this is something that was dated November 24, 2018. It's to all department personnel from the Chief of Police, Domestic Violence Supplemental Report Form. And it starts out with the Domestic Violence Supplement Report Form, and it has the number of it, has been revised to provide a more concise picture of the history and needs of the victim for the purpose of investigating the crime of domestic violence. Was this a document that you recall receiving at some point?
Yes.
Okay. And do you understand, do you have any understanding of why this was supplemented in November 24, 2014?
I do not.
I'm going to ask you, officer, to take a look at what has been marked as exhibit number 9, and it's called Los Angeles Police Department Domestic Violence Supplemental Report. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Okay. And what is your understanding of what this document is?
It's a supplemental document that we add to a police report for domestic violence.
All right. And is this one of the reports that you would carry in your vest when you answered calls?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to take a look, if you can, at the very left-hand column where it has a number of different categories here, and it has victim shaking, unresponsive, crying, scared, angry, fearful, of why these are included on this supplemental domestic violence report.
To identify somebody's emotional state during an investigation.
And this is specifically with respect to domestic violence, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then if you can turn over to the crime scene section on the right-hand side, you'll notice that there are some categories that include location vandalized / ransacked, personal property damage, furniture disarray, broken. What is your understanding of why those categories are included in there for making notations for domestic violence supplemental report?
to identify the crime scene at the time of the incident.
Okay. And was it your understanding that these items that they have on here may be significant in assisting in determining whether there was in fact domestic violence and improving the case?
Correct.
And I direct your attention specifically to the evidence section. And it indicates witnesses present during domestic violence, statements taken, evidence collected, photos taken on there. What is your understanding of the significance of this collecting this information?
It's significant to tell a story about what happened at the domestic violence incident.
Okay. And then if we can scroll down a little bit further to additional questions, there's a series of those, including, has suspect threatened to kill you? Do they possess firearms? Have they ever attempted to smother, strangle, or suffocate you? And things of that nature. What is your understanding of why you're supposed to ask those questions?
Give you a background on the relationship, an idea of what the victim and the suspect have been through.
Okay, thank you. Just let me ask you the question, Officer Science. You did not fill out that supplemental report when you responded on May 21, 2016 to the Broadway call, correct, with Amber Heard?
Correct, it did not meet criteria.
The question I asked was, did you fill out one of those forms?
No, I did not. I did not meet criteria.
Officer Science, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as exhibit number 10, and if I can direct your attention to the top, it says domestic violence standards of review, and it has field notebook divider, domestic violence laws, LAPD form number 18.30.02. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
It has case preparation. It says, note the complainant's emotional and physical condition. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And then ensure all evidence is gathered and preserved, e.g. bloodied clothing, damaged phones, property. You see that?
Yes, I do.
And it also says ensure photographs are taken of injuries or lack of injury to complainant and accused, and then suggest both a day or two after. What is your understanding of the reasons for collecting this evidence?
Because these are fruits of a crime.
I'm sorry, I didn't...
Because these are fruits of a crime. If there's a crime, this is important to prove that a crime was committed.
And what do you mean by fruits of a crime?
If we're talking domestic violence, the location would be evidence. So if there's, a house is ransacked, and that should be noted in the report, that would be considered evidence.
All right, and then we're going to go to the second page here, and it has ensure photographs are taken of scene and damaged property, e.g. broken furniture, holes in wall, damaged phones, phone card, evidence of alcohol consumption, general disarray. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And what is your understanding of why that would be important?
Same thing, proof of a crime.
Okay. And then it also says canvass location and interview all witnesses, including children, fresh complaint witnesses, neighbors, and local law enforcement. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And what would be the reason for canvassing the location and interviewing all witnesses?
That would be further evidence.
All right. And what is your understanding of what fresh complaint means?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay. And then if we go down a little bit further, it also has complainant questions, and it has questions such as length and nature of relationship, but also prior incidents of domestic violence reported and unreported, and what form of violence or abuse has taken. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And what is your understanding of why that would be important?
Because it gives us an idea and background of the relationship.
Okay. And then we go to the next page, and we have a little bit more here. We have the, not too far. And that says how long the abuse has been occurring, any logs or diaries, is there a pattern of alcohol or substance abuse? What is your understanding of why those would be relevant?
Again, because it gives us background on what we're dealing with, what type of relationship this is.
And may help with the proof of the crime?
Correct.
Okay. And then we have identify the person who first saw the complainant after the incident. And it says in parentheses, fresh complaint witness. So I'm kind of guessing that must be the definition. But why would it be important to interview or identify the person who first saw the complainant after the incident?
They probably have the best recollection.
Okay. And also has identify the person with whom the complainant first spoke about the incident. Fresh complaint witness. What is your understanding of why that would be important?
Same thing, the best recollection.
Okay. And then we have what have neighbors seen or heard. Why would that be important?
Because it would prove to us that there was an incident if there was other people with the same story as the victim.
Okay. And then we also have, did witness observe how physical injury occurred? Why would that be important?
Because that would tell us that there was a crime, that somebody got injured.
Okay. And then we have statements by the complainant and or accused after the incident. Why would that be important?
Because we're getting our story from the complainant, so what they say is everything with the crime.
All right, let's look at 12 for a moment. This is exhibit number 12. It's Office of the Chief of Police, April 9, 2002. And it's a domestic violence victims memo. And it says, purpose, the department is legislatively mandated to provide specific information to victims of domestic violence crimes. And then they go in to describe that. What is your understanding of, well, let me go a little bit further because I'm going to try to move through this a little bit quicker. So it says, to mitigate this issue, the department has begun to use the Victim Information Notification Every Day, VINE, pamphlet to accomplish not only the domestic violence information requirements under Section 13701 of the California Penal Code, but also to provide information regarding the VINE program. Did you have a copy of that pamphlet? Was that something that was given to you?
Yes.
Okay. And was that something that you typically provided then, as it says you should, to victims of domestic violence?
Yes.
What is your understanding of why you were to provide the pamphlet? You understand the question?
Yes, because it gives resources to the victims, domestic violent resources, like shelters and phone numbers to provide help.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as exhibit number 11. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do. This is the VINE.
Okay, when you say VINE, is this the pamphlet that was being referred to? Okay. And it's your understanding that you were supposed to be giving that pamphlet to victims of domestic violence on calls, is that correct?
Correct.
Did you provide a copy of this pamphlet to Amber Heard?
I did not identify her as a victim of domestic violence.
Is that the sole reason why you did not give that to Amber Heard?
Yes, we want to give them to victims of domestic violence.
I'm going to ask you to take a
At this point, Your Honor, Ms. Heard's counsel is asking to move into evidence and publish to the jury Defendant's Exhibit 730, and Mr. Depp has no objection.
All right, 730 in evidence and can be published.
Okay, and then
Right.
we can
Okay.
keep going.
First page of exhibit number 3. It's an incident recall from specifically May 21st, 2016. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
And please explain to me what it is.
It's a summary of our radio call.
All right. And how is this recorded?
By dispatch.
And how is it communicated to you?
A computer in our car.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you to take a look at the very beginning of this. It starts out, it obviously has an incident number. Is this your understanding of the incident recall for the report to 849 South Broadway involving Amber Heard?
Yes.
It starts out with 5/21/16 at 20:30:58, which is 8:30:58 or almost 8:31, and it says incident initiated by such and such. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And the next thing that's communicated is Penthouse 3, PR received call from victim's friend Amber, assaulted by boyfriend. PR refused to give further. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Now, when you were out on the road, did you see that right away, or did you have to look this up later when it was you that was going to respond?
We review the calls as we're driving to the call.
Okay. Then we have at 5/21/2037, which is 8:37, a duplicate call. Do you see that?
I do.
All right, let's go down to 5/21/16. Officer Sines, can you go where I just highlighted here? And it's 20:57, which would be what time?
8:57.
All right. And it has STAT:AS. What does that mean? So would that be when you and Officer Haddon arrived at 849 South Broadway?
Correct.
And then it has, the next entry is 5/21/2016. It has 21:22:57. So that would be 9:22.
Correct.
Okay. And it says, go ahead. I'll have you read this. What does it say after that?
Met with Vic, Chuck Lope, verified husband left Lope, Vic advised verbal.
Okay, go ahead and go into the next page or next line. Go ahead.
Dispute and refuse to give any further info. Issued business card.
Who wrote those two lines?
I don't recall.
And what did that mean to you? Those two lines that you just read.
It's a disposition of what happened at the call.
Okay, can you tell me what that means? I mean, just tell me in real person's words what those words are.
Yeah, that we met with the victim. We checked the location. The husband wasn't there, and that the victim advised us that she just had an argument and that she wasn't going to give us any further information. And because we didn't identify a crime, we issued her a business card letting her know that she could reach out to us later if she changed her mind and wanted to cooperate.
Okay. And at what point did you close this incident?
Whatever it says on the screen, let's see, 9/22/57.
Okay. And what did incident closed mean?
That we cleared from the location. We were complete. Done.
Okay. Now, if we could go to page Bates stamp number 12. And do you recognize this document?
I do. It's a summary of all of our calls from that day.
All right. And I believe you testified earlier that you reviewed this document in preparation for this deposition. Is that correct?
Yes, I did. Correct.
Okay. And if we can go down to right here, that's 922, correct? At the end of that?
Right.
All right. And it says 242D domestic violence. What is that?
It's a code for domestic violence.
And what does the 242D mean?
That's battery.
Officer Science, when we broke before the lunch break, I had just asked you about whether you had believed that you were at the penthouse on May 21st, 2016 for 30 to 60 minutes. Do you recall me asking that?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall testifying that that's what you thought was the time that you and Officer Haddon spent at the penthouse on May 21st, 2016?
Yes, I recall.
Okay. And in fact, it was significantly less, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in fact, it was, you entered from the elevator at 9:04 p.m. and went back into the elevator at 9:19 for a total of 15 total minutes, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And we've seen the video clips of you getting on the elevator and getting off, and that's where those timestamps come from. Now, once you got off the elevator at 9:04 p.m., the first thing you did was listen for some noise, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then you went around and checked out the outdoor courtyard to see if anyone was outside. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And you saw that there was a woman in the gym who was not related to the incident. Do you recall that?
Correct.
How did you know the woman was not related to the incident?
Because she seemed unfazed. She was just working out.
Did you speak with her?
No, I didn't.
Do you recall what she looked like?
I don't.
Now, did you take any notes during the entire 15 minutes from when you got off the elevator till when you got back on the elevator from the penthouse?
I did not.
Did Officer Haddon, to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. Did you take pictures or record anything?
I did not.
So after you saw the woman in the gym and looked at the perimeter, you went back to the hallway and you met with what you called a white male who was generic. Do you recall using that term?
They asked me to describe him, yes.
And you said generic, correct? And what do you mean by generic?
He didn't have any identifying, I don't know, nothing that I could remember. I just remember a male white, nothing out of the ordinary.
What color was his hair?
I don't even remember now.
Did he have facial hair, a beard, or a mustache?
I don't remember.
Do you recall how tall he was, roughly?
I don't remember anything about him.
Did you ask him his name?
I don't recall.
Okay. Now, the generic white male talked with you. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And when you first saw Amber Heard, she was crying, red-eyed, and was not making eye contact with you, correct?
Correct.
And you asked her a few questions, and it was quite clear that she did not want to speak to the police. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, Amber Heard was visibly upset, so she would look down. Sometimes she would look up at you when she spoke, but was back and forth, correct?
Correct.
What was Amber Heard wearing that night?
I don't recall.
What hairstyle did Amber Heard have that night?
I don't recall.
Now, when was the first time you were asked to provide details of the events of May 21, 2016?
I don't recall.
Do you recall providing your testimony at a deposition in July of 2016?
Correct.
is that the first time you were asked to provide any details of what your recollection was of the events of May 21, 2016?
Correct.
Okay. And that was roughly 2 months later, is that correct?
Correct.
And how many shifts had you worked in that 2-month period?
I'm not aware. I don't know.
How many calls had you answered in those 2 months?
I don't know that number.
How many of those calls were domestic violence calls in those 2 months?
I don't know that number.
And if you saw any signs of injury on Amber Heard, or even just damage to property, would you have been duty bound to make a report?
Correct.
Now, your recollection is that there was no damage to the flat. You searched the entire flat and there was no damage, broken glass, or anything out of the ordinary. Would you agree?
Correct.
Did you see anything, did you observe anything out of the ordinary during this particular call that you answered at the penthouse on May 21, 2016?
I did not.
When you left that call, when you got back into that elevator, do you recall what you were thinking?
I remember being impressed by the penthouse, how big and beautiful it was, yes.
But anything else?
No, nothing.
And just so we can stay on that for a minute, you had not heard of Amber Heard at the time of this report, right, on May 21st, 2016?
Correct.
But you did know that Johnny Depp was an actor, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you didn't know that that was Johnny Depp's penthouse when you reported there, correct?
Correct.
But you, as you just said, were impressed with the penthouse. Would it be fair to say you thought probably somebody with some wealth lived there?
Correct.
Can you bring up plaintiff's exhibit number 23? Officer Science, do you recognize this elevator at all?
Yes, I do.
What do you recall?
That's the elevator from the location.
Okay. Alex, I'm going to ask you to go to 211940. And as you're moving that, Officer Science, I'm going to ask you to take a look at this and see if you can tell me what you are saying to Officer Haddon in this video clip. That's you, is that correct?
Correct.
And Officer Haddon, do you recognize? Correct. Officer Science, can you tell what you were saying to Officer Haddon?
I cannot.
Does it look like you might have said at the beginning that was crazy?
I can't tell what I was saying.
Would you agree, though, that you were quite animated in your discussion with Officer Haddon?
No, I wouldn't agree.
How would you describe your demeanor?
Comfortably talking to my partner.
All right, I'm going to ask you to take a look at plaintiff's exhibit number 17. And while Alex is bringing that up, so your best recollection is that you saw no injuries on Amber Heard, correct?
Correct.
And your best recollection is you saw no property damage, nothing in disarray, nothing out of the ordinary, correct?
Correct.
And if you had seen either of those, you would have had to file a report, correct?
Correct.
Officer Science, let me ask you this question. So we've established that you got off the elevator on the penthouse level at 9:04 p.m. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize the person here?
Yes, I do. Amber Heard.
Okay. And do you see any signs of injury on Amber Heard's face in this picture?
I do not.
Is it your testimony that you do not perceive this cheek to be reflecting an injury on Amber Heard?
Correct, no injury.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at this section here above the eyelid, and now I think with the, I'm going to ask you to take a look at that eyelid. Is it your perception that that eyelid does not reflect an injury? I'm sorry, what was your answer?
Correct, no injury.
Okay, and then up above on the forehead level where the redness is and it looks like there's a couple of bumps, is it your perception that does not reflect an injury?
Correct.
Officer Science, I'm going to ask you to look at what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 18, close to the time that you alighted from the elevator, correct?
Correct.
Please describe for me what you see in this photograph.
I see a striped carpet with discoloration on the right-hand side of the photo, and what I perceive as, I don't know if that's a reflection, some sort of mark.
Now, you believed and testified, in fact, that you considered the hallways to be very well lit that night, correct?
Correct.
Did you see this, these stains?
No, not that I recall.
Right. Would you agree that those are reddish stains on the right side?
Correct.
What does it look like from your experience?
Like a stain, like from a liquid.
Red wine, possibly?
It could be, yes.
Okay. But you don't recall seeing that in the hallway after you got off the elevator?
I do not.
And you did not investigate this or take any pictures or record anything about it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now let's go to number 19. Do you recognize what is depicted in exhibit number 19?
Yes, it's our business card.
And it has 1A1 on the front of it. What is that?
That's our unit designation.
Okay. And then it has Haddon and a badge number. Is that his badge number?
That is his serial number.
Okay, serial number, thank you. And it has your name, and is that your serial number?
Correct.
Who wrote this on the card?
I don't recall.
Would it have been either you or Officer Haddon?
Correct.
Do you recognize your handwriting?
I can't tell from this.
Now, I think you indicated when you were looking at the incident recall and the CAD summary that a business card had been left. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And why did you leave a business card?
I advised Amber Heard that she could contact us at any time if she changed her mind and decided that she wanted to speak to us and cooperate.
All right. Let's go to number 20. Do you recognize this? What's been depicted in this picture?
Yes, I do. It's the back of the business card.
All right. And it says 5/21/2016, and the time is 9:16 p.m. Is that the time that it was written?
Correct.
Okay. And do you recognize the handwriting on this side?
It looks like my handwriting.
Okay. Now it says radio call of dispute. Do you see that?
I do.
Why didn't you put verbal dispute?
It didn't. Verbal dispute. It's the same thing to me.
And you have refused report on here, correct?
Correct.
Could you just read this next part that you wrote on here?
Sure. Advice can call at later time if changes mind, because she was uncooperative and didn't want to speak to us.
Okay. Now, why did you say if changes mind?
Because I was giving her the opportunity to have a resource if she changed her mind.
But if Amber Heard had no injuries and there was no evidence of any type of physical property issues, disarray, breakage, etc., then why would it matter if she changed her mind?
It's a courtesy that I I choose to give people when I go to calls.
Now, if Amber Heard had called you later, you had already closed this out and had not written a report and had taken no notes, correct?
Correct.
But if I'm understanding your earlier testimony, that if you saw evidence of injury, or if you saw injury of evidence of property damage, even if the victim did not cooperate, you would write a report, correct?
Correct.
And we'll go to number 21. Officer Sines, this is just a picture. Do you recognize you and Officer Haddon here?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Officer Sines, is the timestamp on here of 9:19 p.m., 49 p.m., does that comport with your recollection of when you left?
I don't recall what time I left. I'm just going based on the video that is in front of me.
Okay. Do you have any reason to believe that's incorrect?
I don't.
Officer Steins, I'm going to ask you to take a look at exhibit number 24. Okay. Do you recognize the person in this photo?
Yes, Amber Heard.
Okay. Do you perceive there to be an injury or evidence of injury on Amber's face in this photo?
No, I do not.
What is your perception of the redness on the cheek and the eyelid and above the eyebrow?
It's consistent with observed. Her crying, she's fair skinned, her face is flushed.
I'm going to ask you to look at what has been marked as exhibit number 25. Do you recognize this as Amber Heard?
Yes, I do.
Do you see a red mark on Amber Heard's cheek and above her eyelid and above her eyebrow on this picture?
Her face looks flushed, yes, redness.
Okay. And what is your perception of what that is caused by?
Like I said earlier, it's consistent with what I see in her crying.
Right. But you don't think it's consistent with a cell phone being thrown at her?
Correct. It does not look like an injury caused from a cell phone.
Okay. And why not?
Because it's consistent with somebody crying. Her face is flushed.
This was taken on May 21st. I'm going to ask you to look at what has been marked as exhibit number 26. Do you recognize this as Amber Heard?
Yes, I do.
Officer Steins, do you see any redness on Amber Heard's cheek and above her eyelid? And we'll go with those.
I do.
And what is your perception of what the cause of those is, those red marks?
It's consistent with her crying. Her face is flushed.
And is it fair to say that you do not believe that this reflects an injury?
Correct.
And would it also be fair to say that you would not consider it sufficient to investigate further, whether it's an injury?
There's nothing that would stop me from investigating. I would continue to ask her questions, and it's up to the victim if they want to cooperate.
But just so that we're clear here, even if the victim doesn't cooperate, if you see signs of injury, you still, and I believe you testified to this, believe yourself duty-bound to write a report, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But in your mind, you don't perceive this as to be reflective of an injury. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I'm going to ask you to take a look at exhibit number 27. Again, do you recognize this as Amber Heard?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you see redness on the cheek of Amber Heard on this one?
Yes, I do.
All right. And then you had testified on a number of these other pictures and on this one as well that this is consistent with crying. Do you see any redness on Amber's other cheek?
Yes, I do.
Is it the same or similar to the redness on the cheek, on the right cheek?
Based on this photo, it looks like one cheek is redder than the other.
But you also don't see any swelling with that?
Correct.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as exhibit number 28. Do you recognize this as Amber Heard?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And do you see redness on the right cheek and above the eye?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And is it your perception that this reflects any type of, or could reflect any type of injury?
No.
Why not?
Because my perception is it was consistent with her crying.
All right, let's take this down, go to 29. I'm going to ask you the same questions. Do you recognize this as Amber Heard?
Yes.
And do you see any redness in the right cheek and above the eyelid?
Yes.
Okay. And is it your perception that these are not indicative of injury?
Yes.
And what is your reasoning?
It's consistent with her crying.
Let's take this one down. Let's go to number 30. Now, you testified earlier that you thoroughly searched the penthouse. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And Josh Drew, the gentleman that you called the generic male, actually took you through, escorted you through the penthouse and the series of penthouses, correct?
Correct.
Officer Science, did you or did you not thoroughly search the penthouses on May 21st, 2016?
We did search the penthouse.
Okay. And you used the term thoroughly, did you not?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you feel like you conducted a thorough search of the penthouses that night?
Yes, I did. I did a sweep of the location for the suspect.
Okay. And when you're talking about a sweep of the location, did you go through every room?
Yes, every room.
Okay. And was there anyone escorting you through those rooms?
Yes, the same male that we were met with at the beginning of the call.
That you called the generic male, correct?
Correct.
Now, you also testified a little earlier that this was a very nice series of penthouses, right?
Yes.
Did you interview the woman that was sitting with Amber Heard?
I attempted to. All parties were uncooperative.
What did you say to the woman that was with Miss Heard?
I don't recall the exact words, but I introduced myself to everyone and asked if they seen what happened or know what happened, and they all refused to speak to me.
Did you ask for their names?
I recall, yes, I did ask for their names. Nobody would give me their names.
Now, that's a little unusual, isn't it?
No, it's not. A lot of people don't like us.
Well, is it that they don't like you, or is it potentially that they don't want to, with a domestic violence situation, are reluctant to press charges?
Every situation is different. Based on my training experience where I work, it's usually that people do not like us.
Do you have a recollection of what the woman who was with Amber Heard looks like?
No recollection.
Do you know what color hair she had?
I have zero recollection.
So you don't recall how old she was, how tall she was, what her hairstyle was, what she was wearing, anything about her?
Zero recollection.
But somehow you're sure you tried to interview her and she refused to answer questions.
Yes, it's common practice. I try to interview everyone during my investigation.
So did you pull out your notebook at any time while you were in the penthouse?
I did not. I had nothing to write. No one would speak to me.
Well, how did you know that when you started asking the questions that they weren't going to give an answer?
Because they just looked at me.
But wouldn't you pull out your notebook first and then ask the questions? Then write down the answers as they're giving them to you?
No, I don't put anything in my hands for officer safety issues until I'm sure that I have something to write.
I'm sorry, officer. Can you repeat your answer?
I don't put anything in my hands for officer safety reasons. If I'm not sure I'm going to write, I keep my hands free. When I ask the questions, I got no answers. Therefore, I didn't take out any notebooks or pens.
Did you have any reason to fear for your safety at the time that you were talking with Amber Heard and the woman with her?
I always fear for my safety. A potential suspect could have been in the house. So yes, my guard was not down, if that's what you're asking.
What did you do first? Did you look at throughout the house to ensure that the person wasn't there, or did you ask the questions first and then look at the house?
I attempted to ask questions first. I can't just go into a house and start checking it without asking questions.
So what questions did you ask first?
I don't recall specific questions.
Do you recall any of your questions?
I don't.
Do you recall any of the answers that you were given?
I don't recall.
Now, we went through the domestic violence supplemental report and some of the guidelines for officers on domestic violence. Do you recall that the crime scene, a number of the items reflected location ransacked, location vandalized, furniture in disarray, personal property damage? Do you remember those being items as the checklist for crime scene for domestic violence?
As they pertain to domestic violence reports, yes, I do.
Right. Now, did you ever speak with the two officers who answered the second call to the townhouse that night?
I did not.
Did you ever communicate in any manner with the two officers who answered the second call to the penthouse?
I did not.
Did you communicate through a third party to the second set of officers relating to the domestic violence call and your determination?
I did not.
Did you know the two officers who responded to the second call?
Did not.
Do you know who they are to this day?
I do not.
Have you ever spoken to the other two officers about the responding to this call on May 21st, 2016?
I have not.
Have you ever spoken with anyone else about your response and their response to this call on May 21st, 2016?
I have not.
And just so everybody's aware, up until now, you've been listening to questioning from Ms. Heard's counsel. At this point, I believe we're going to shift over to questioning from Mr. Depp's counsel.
I want you to focus on the date of the incident that we have been talking about during this deposition, and that is May 21st, 2016. I'll refer to that as the date of the incident. You understand what I mean when I say date of the incident?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So as of the date of the incident, for how long had you been a training officer?
Since, I believe, the end of November of 2015.
So between 6 to 8 months?
Yes.
Prior to the date of the incident, for how long had you been a training officer?
4 to 6 months.
Okay. And as of the date of the incident, approximately how many incidents of domestic violence had you come across?
I couldn't tell you. I believe you said hundreds.
Yes, that's how I understood it from testimony I read in previous depositions of yours. So it's in the hundreds?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you and you indicated that you proceeded to the incident at the Eastern Columbia building due to what you heard from dispatch, is that correct?
Correct.
And do you recall, as you sit here today, what you were told from dispatch that led you to the Eastern Columbia building on the date of the incident?
I don't have an independent recollection.
Okay. as you sit here today, do you recall that it had something to do with a dispute at that location?
Correct.
And when you first arrived at the scene of the incident, what did you first do on entering the building?
We met with a security guard in the lobby who escorted us to the elevator.
Did you ask that security guard any questions about the building? Sorry, did you ask that security guard any questions?
Not that I recall.
Did the security guard escort you up to the penthouse?
They gave us access through the elevator. I do not believe that they came up to the penthouse with us. I believe they just accessed the elevator.
Okay. And when you arrived at the penthouse and exited the elevator, was it just you and your partner, Mr. Haddon, Officer Haddon?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do next?
We tried to listen for any kind of sounds of domestic violence. We checked the hallways. We didn't observe anyone. We went out to a courtyard, didn't observe anyone. And based on what I was just reminded of, there was a woman in the gym who didn't seem involved, was working out, looked fine, nothing out of the ordinary. And then we responded to a door in the hallway, and I knocked and was met by a male.
Okay. Up until that point in time, from exiting the elevator to knocking on that door, did you see anything that indicated a crime?
I did not.
Well, you've been listening in to testimony from a Los Angeles police officer, Melissa Sains. She is kind of recounting the moment that she went to one of the penthouses that Johnny Depp owned in Los Angeles. This is just days before Amber Heard filed for divorce and showed up to a courthouse seeking a restraining order, saying that she had a large mark on her face that came from allegedly a fight with Johnny Depp that night. Now the legal team of Johnny Depp saying that she faked that injury, and this is just one of the reasons why she is defaming him. This is the defamation suit that everyone is watching right now, and we have definitely been watching it here on Live Now from Fox. We're also going to continue covering it. Stay with us. Coming up after the break, we have a legal analyst who's going to come on to talk about the testimony today, not only from that officer, but also from a forensic psychologist who testified about an alleged personality disorder on Amber Heard's part. Don't go away. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. Another day of the defamation trial between Amber Heard and Johnny Depp. And today, a big announcement. A forensic psychologist testifying that Amber Heard suffers from borderline personality disorder and goes on to say that she reached her diagnosis during 12 hours of interviews with Heard and for reviewing her mental health records. This is a big announcement because it really goes up against much of what Amber Heard has been saying. To dive into this a little bit deeper, I want to bring in legal analyst Nicole DeBoard. Nicole, this might not look good for the legal team of Amber Heard here because she is saying a lot. She's coming up against a lot for Johnny Depp in accusing him of a lot of the abuse that she's endured. And now with this psychologist going on the stand and saying this, what does this do for her case?
I think it's incredibly damaging for Heard's case because borderline personality disorder comes with a variety of complications. Most experts would testify that one of those complications could be delusions and essentially lying, therefore, about the things that they've experienced. They will also oftentimes testify that someone with borderline personality disorder has the tendency to become angry, have violent mood swings, and potentially become physically violent. So this is incredibly damaging testimony for Amber Heard's team.
So we're taking a look at Shannon Curry. She's a psychologist that was hired by Johnny Depp's legal team. And all those things you just outlined, Nicole, are things that Johnny Depp has been saying that during his testimony, he said she was actually the aggressor.
Exactly, and that would be consistent with the type of thing that we heard from this expert on the stand. And this diagnosis, again, bolsters Johnny Depp's side and really damages Heard's side in just a sweeping blow, in my opinion.
And I thought one of the interesting quotes from Curry today, she said that personality disorder seems to be a predictive factor for women who implement violence against their partner. You'll remember testimony in the past from Johnny Depp saying that she had a fear of abandonment. Is that a correct analysis of personality disorder? I know you're not a psychologist, but you've dealt with cases of domestic abuse in the past, of sexual abuse.
We have seen experts in our practice testify about this very topic on many occasions, and it is not surprising at all to hear this expert talk about the fact that a person who has been diagnosed, or in her opinion diagnosed, with borderline personality disorder would be the one who initiates violence. And, you know, it may be for all kinds of reasons, but it is definitely something that I have heard experts testify about in the past for people with this diagnosis.
Do you think it's possible that Amber Heard's legal team kind of takes the same strategy and brings on their own psychologists, their own experts to kind of counteract what has been said on the stand against her?
I think they're definitely going to need to. I think that they did all they could to try to discredit this expert and make her seem not believable based on the way that she prepared for her testimony. But really, there was nothing wrong with the way that she prepared for her testimony. They're going to need to bring their own experts in to try to discredit that testimony with a new expert to say that they have a different opinion. So I think they're going to have to do something.
Obviously, Curry was hired on by Johnny Depp's legal team, which I have questions about how that selection process goes, because now Amber Heard's team saying, is it even right? Are you able to make an assessment that is not biased because you were seen going to dinner with Johnny Depp's team ahead of the trial? What does that selection process typically look like when bringing on experts such as this forensic psychologist?
So both sides are going to be looking for experts who are qualified, who have the necessary training and background to do the examination and ultimately render an opinion in their case. And so it's not abnormal at all for a qualified, competent, zealous legal team to do what they can to interview experts, to find someone who is competent to give the kinds of interviews necessary like they did in this case. I don't have any problem with them meeting with this expert to ask her questions in advance about her qualifications and testimony. That would be something that good lawyers would do to prepare for trial.
Well, there was one person who took the stand. We were just hearing from a Los Angeles police officer, Melissa Saines. She went to one of the penthouses that Depp owned back in May of 2016. This was just days before Amber Heard filed for that divorce and actually showed up to the courthouse seeking a restraining order against Depp. She says that she had a mark on her face. She had injuries. Well, the officer testifying that she didn't see any injuries at this time, just another mark against Amber Heard on this day of testimony here. What were your thoughts on that?
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. And you have an officer who was called out to the scene, and her own independent observations do not support that there was any kind of violence in the home on that day. She didn't see any injuries, and she didn't believe that a crime had been committed, and she left.
They're even going as far, I guess, Depp's team going as far as to say that Amber Heard faked her injury. Is that, I mean, those are pretty extreme words.
They're absolutely extreme words, but they're supported now by this officer's testimony and, quite frankly, the testimony of the expert that we also heard who gives this diagnosis of borderline personality disorder, because one of the complications, again, is delusional symptoms, that she could have delusions.
Right. And I guess I'm just curious, you know, with all of these witnesses, all these people taking the stand, what do you believe the strategy from Amber Heard's side is going to be? What do we have to look forward to? Because we're going to hear directly from her, of course, but we'll also have their own experts to testify.
I think you're exactly right. I think that we can expect to hear their own experts say that they do not agree that she has borderline personality disorder. And in fact, I think that we'll likely hear some attacks on Johnny Depp through the experts that we hear from Heard's side. So they're going to have to do what they can to repair the damage, and extensive damage to their legal case has been done. And after they do what they can to repair that damage, they're going to go on to try to strike their own blows against Depp's case.
All right, Nicole DeBoard, any last thoughts on this case moving here through the rest of the week?
You know, I believe days ago that we would likely see redundant testimony, but as this case has unfolded, each witness we've heard has offered something new and important to this case. So I really can't wait to see what the next witnesses have to offer in this matter.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, we'll be watching alongside you. Thank you so much for being with us here on the show. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks for having me.
We're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, we are touching on some of the other main stories of the day. Yet another case, this one about that Rust movie set shooting. New video evidence. We brought on experts. We'll be playing out some of those interviews for you. Don't go away.
across her chest. And it came out the back and went into the...
You want air flight?
Body camera video shows the frantic scene as first responders race to try and save cinematographer Helena Hutchins last October on the set of Alec Baldwin's movie Rust. Hutchins was killed. Director Joel Souza was wounded but survived. Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office in New Mexico releasing this video and everything it's collected so far in the investigation, including crime scene pictures, witness interviews, and video of Alec Baldwin after that shooting and before, while he was rehearsing his scene, drawing the gun from his clothing and pointing it at the camera. Eventually, the gun fires a live round. Sheriff's deputies talking to Baldwin afterwards.
Were you in the room when the lady, when someone was shot?
holding the gun, yeah.
Mr. Baldwin, who's the director on scene?
The guy that was shot.
Investigators telling Baldwin not to talk to anyone other than law enforcement.
Okay. I'm happy to stay right here and do everything that needs to.
Well, my lieutenant just wants you to stay away from everybody and not to talk to nobody, so I was...
Wait right here.
These are pictures of the gun Baldwin used. Hannah Gutierrez, the armorer for the movie, who is responsible for maintaining and supplying weapons on the set, appears to be in shock when questioned by authorities.
I'm the armorer, or at least I was.
Later, during formal questioning, investigators read Baldwin his rights.
If you decide to answer any questions now with or without a lawyer, you have the right to stop questioning at any time or to stop questioning for the purpose of consulting a lawyer.
So my only question is, am I being charged with something?
Baldwin then tells investigators what happened.
We've done this for 2 weeks and we did it the right way every day.
And we want to move out to Orlando now, where the mother of a 14-year-old boy who died when he fell from a ride at an amusement park speaking publicly for the first time. The father also speaking out as they are pressing charges against the company. Here's the latest from Fox 35 in Orlando.
I looked at the video. I'm like, ooh, I turned my head instantly because I didn't just want to look at it. She was like, you really don't know? I'm like, I know. She's like, that's Tyree. I'm like, stop playing, stop kidding me. Instantly, I threw up. I'm gonna be honest with you. I threw up. It took the breath out of me.
Yarnell Sampson standing at the foot of the Orlando freefall for the first time, recalling the moment he learned his son fell from the 400-foot amusement ride to his death. Until now, he just wasn't ready to see it for himself.
It's sickening. It's days I can't get out the bed.
He and Tyree's mom filed a wrongful death suit against the ride's owners, manufacturer, and 9 other corporations. Bob Hilliard and Ben Crump are part of their legal team.
When your child comes to an amusement park, they are not supposed to fall out of the ride over 100 feet and crash to the earth to their death. That is not supposed to happen.
The attorney representing the Orlando Slingshot releasing a statement yesterday saying in part, quote, we reiterate all protocols, procedures, and safety measures provided by the manufacturer were followed.
We have evidence that that is false, and we're going to present it in court.
You're saying this could have been someone else?
I'm saying that the guy it almost was will be a witness, and the bruises he had on his arm when he was trying to save his own life, he's got a story to tell.
That was Fox 35's Holly Bristow reporting. Going out to Los Angeles now, where an internal complaint against the Los Angeles Sheriff, Alex Villanueva, is really sparking a lot of interest nationwide. Here's why.
Especially regarding LA County Sheriff Alex Villanueva. He held a press conference earlier today talking about this LA Times report, this former LA employee who is alleging that he is corrupt, alleging that he covered up some misconduct of an officer. Joining me now to discuss that even further, Fox 11 reporter Phil Schuman there live for us. Phil, there were quite some damning revelations in this LA Times report, and Villanueva going on the offensive. What do we know?
Nobody died in this incident, fortunately, but it's reminiscent of the George Floyd case and that video that no one will ever forget of Derek Chauvin kneeling on his neck, which ultimately caused his death and ultimately led to a murder conviction. So with that in the background, the allegation is when this video you're about to see came to light that Sheriff Villanueva here in the LA County Sheriff's Department didn't want it investigated because he didn't want this video to come out. So we orchestrated this big cover-up, and then the LA Times broke the story. But when it comes to that allegation, Villanueva called a news conference this morning to strongly deny it.
We don't have time for this internal, let me see if we can blow up the sheriff somehow nonsense.
A defiant LA County sheriff insisting he did not cover up this incident to avoid bad publicity. An inmate subdued by a deputy kneeling on his head after that inmate started a fight in a courthouse lockup.
Fearing bad publicity, LASD covered up case of a deputy who knelt on inmate's head. Well, this is a false headline right there. No, there was individual within a division that engaged in something that was of concern, but they were not definitely acting on behalf of the department.
It happened in March of last year. The question is, when did Villanueva see it? 8 months later, as he claimed?
There is no notification, hey, let's call the top guy on the department.
Or just days later, as the attorney for a longtime sheriff's commander, Alan Castellano, claimed.
We know he saw the video in March 2021.
Attorney Vincent Miller, who represents Castellano, says the sheriff is just lying.
I mean, can you prove that he saw it in March, right after the incident?
Yes, we have witnesses that he saw it. And there's a whole sequence of events that happened that we have that all laid out.
So if he says he didn't see it, then he's lying.
Yes, absolutely.
Today, at a multimedia presentation to reporters, complete with graphics and photos, including the LA Times reporter who broke the story, he says his rivals, the Inspector General, the Times, are conspiring against his re-election and are being investigated for the leak of the video. A Times spokesperson told Fox 11 his attempt to criminalize news reporting goes against well-established constitutional law. But the sheriff isn't backing down.
There was a lot of people working in concert and coordination. That includes the LA Times. That includes people that obviously want to defeat me electorally. That includes the board-appointed Inspector General and the Civilian Oversight Commission. A lot of people working overtime.
So while these people are supposedly working overtime to defeat him, is something Villanueva did not go into. If you're familiar with him, he's a first-time sheriff. A sheriff is elected in Los Angeles County. It was considered a big upset back in 2018 when he defeated the incumbent. He's running for re-election now and says that the Times is part of this orchestrated campaign to discredit him, that story broke literally on the eve of the re-election campaign kickoff. So this commander that we talked about in there, he describes himself and his attorney describes him as a whistleblower, Andrew, but the Sheriff's Department today simply describes him as a disgruntled employee who has an axe to grind, if you will, against Alex Villanueva, going back years when they worked together in the Sheriff's Department.
Yeah, Phil, that was my other question, too. You know, aren't there whistleblower protections within the force? Because the filing that the LA Times reported on is alleging Villanueva blocked a criminal investigation into the deputy for using excessive force and also stopped assault charges from being filed against the inmate, all in an effort to shield this from public view. And so this is really painting Villanueva, I think, in a pretty poor light.
Well, there's no question, but that's why he had this news conference this morning here inside the Hall of Justice in downtown Los Angeles, and he went through this very detailed timeline from when the incident happened to how it was reported internally and how it went up the chain of command, eventually to him, which he said is standard protocol for all what's termed Category 2 uses of force, which was a type of force where there was no handguns or knives or anything like that used. And he said he didn't try to cover up anything. In fact, he blames the so-called whistleblower for not handling this correctly from the beginning. So a lot of charges and countercharges going back and forth. The inmate who was a murder suspect who was not hurt, he's filed a lawsuit against the department. The alleged whistleblower or the disgruntled employee, depending on your point of view, he's filed a claim which is a precursor to a lawsuit. So there's going to be a lot more to come out on this one.
And Phil, just last question, you know, from journalist to journalist, I was kind of struck by the fact that you saw Villanueva really going line by line in this LA Times piece. He even put a photo up of the reporter on that piece.
Yeah.
So that kind of left me with a bad taste in my mouth about, you know, the First Amendment, you know, reporting on somewhat alleged misdeeds in a police department. And you were in the room. Did they, engage with the LA Times? I believe they were also there for the press conference.
Yeah, in fact, the reporter Eileen Chekmadian, she's written quite a bit about the sheriff's department. And at first, the sheriff said he wasn't going to take any questions from the Times. And then myself and a couple of other reporters objected to that and said, that's really not the way it works. You really should take questions from everybody here. So he did engage with the LA Times reporter, and he certainly understands freedom of the press. In fact, one of his key strategic advisors is a former news reporter. He's got an extensive Department of Public Information officers who deal with the news media every day. He's been in Los Angeles his whole life in the Southern California area, so he knows what he's getting into. But he's been very controversial since the very beginning. He's taken on the Board of Supervisors. He's taken on the city, even the LAPD, his colleagues, for a lack of enforcement of laws concerning the homeless. So he seems to attract controversy wherever he goes. Now, some people like him for that because they say that he's a straight shooter and doesn't couch his opinions like a lot of elected officials might be accused of. But taking on a reporter by name and saying that she's part of an investigation into leaked material is really unprecedented. But he didn't view it as a leak. He described it as a theft of sheriff property, and that's what he says he's investigating.
Interesting to follow all of this. We're going to be showing the press conference here on Live Now from Fox in just a moment. Phil Schuman, we appreciate your time. We'll talk to you again.
Okay.
Well, just a great conversation right there from earlier, and we'll be playing out that press conference. But want to take you around the country here. We've got some really great shots as this is Fairfax, Virginia. We just took you out to Fairfax, Virginia for the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial. So many of you following along with us here on Live Now from Fox as we get to stream the whole thing. Check it out on our YouTube page. You can always find it there. Also, really beautiful shot coming out of New Orleans, Louisiana. The skyline there as we are heading into the 8 o'clock hour here in Phoenix, Arizona, 11 o'clock out on the East Coast. Another shot here in Dallas, Texas. Seems like some nice weather. Just got back from there this past weekend. And last but not least, Orlando, Florida, for that other lawsuit, Ben Crump, representing the family of Tyree Sampson, that 14-year-old who tragically fell to his death on a free fall ride. Some more to come out of that. But we want to stay in California for this next story where baby Brandon, a 4-month-old baby, kidnapped yesterday, now safe back at home. Here's more from Fox 2 in the Bay Area. A sigh of relief for a family when, of course, their 3-month-old baby was kidnapped from his home in California. San Jose police say baby Brandon has been found safe. We want to bring in Fox 2's Jesse Gary, who's been on this story. And what did police have to say, Jesse, about this?
Well, just within the past 20 to 30 minutes, San Jose police confirmed that that 3-month-old baby is back in his mother's arms. They were reunited here in San Jose a short time ago. Additionally, 3 suspects are now behind bars here at police headquarters. They have not been transferred to the sheriff's station where you have the main county jail, Santa Clara County Jail. They're still here at police headquarters charged with kidnapping. The search for 3-month-old Brandon Cuellar ends on a happy note. The baby found safe and sound. He was whisked away to a nearby hospital for a checkup.
On physical exam, I would be looking for, first of all, the vital signs, making sure the baby is baseline normal temperature, make sure the baby is not dehydrated, that the baby wasn't hungry and had been fed.
News of a safe conclusion to this search comes after multiple officers swarmed the 2300 block of Mather Drive in East San Jose. That's where officers found the baby. Responding officers arrested at least 1 person at this scene, impounded multiple vehicles, and collected evidence. The move culminates a 20-plus hour nonstop search for the infant.
This incident is a parent's worst nightmare. We are fortunate that this resulted in a positive outcome.
Early Monday afternoon, as Brandon's grandmother unloaded groceries, a man seen in surveillance video with a car seat walked into their apartment on Elm Street and walked out with the baby. Local police were joined by county sheriff's deputies and the FBI in the search for the 3-month-old.
Neighbors' interviews and surveillance video aided their investigation.
There was a whole bunch of information. The neighborhood was canvassed. We looked for video evidence. We looked for witnesses that saw different things. So it was a variety of factors that helped us.
3 people, including the alleged kidnapper seen in the surveillance video, and a woman who was with the grandmother on the shopping trip, have been arrested.
We know that there's some connection to the family, but we don't know exactly what that connection is, and that's something that will be determined during the course of the investigation.
The efforts by an army of investigators likely hinged on one person who saw something out of the ordinary and was prompted to act.
More people need to get involved when we see things like this happen in our community.
And even though the baby is back in his mother's arms, investigators say trying to unravel exactly what happened and why is an ongoing process. Of course, looking at the trio of people they have in custody here at police headquarters, the first person is the person you see in that surveillance video. The second person is the woman who was with the grandmother out on the grocery shopping trip. The third person, that's the person we don't know too much about. San Jose police say they'll have more about him tomorrow morning.
And they're not releasing any details on if there's any relation between all 3 of them and the family.
They believe there is some type of relationship between the trio and the family, but exactly what that is and how the baby fits into all of this is still unknown. Again, we're supposed to get more information about that third person, that third suspect tomorrow. But right now, all 3 being held for kidnapping at the very least.
Okay, and just so good to know that baby Brandon is safe and in his mother's arms tonight as he was transported first to the hospital just to be checked out. But he looked good, right?
He looks good. I mean, I think the mother looks even better because obviously this is a traumatic experience for any parent to have your child taken and you don't know where the child is. And that's one of the hurdles that investigators had to overcome in the early phases of this investigation. You see the video of the gentleman walking in with the baby carrier and then walking out with the baby, but they didn't know which vehicle he got in. So there was no way to put out an Amber Alert here in California to let drivers know on the area freeways to be on the lookout for X model vehicle with license plate, blah, blah, blah. No way to do that. Which direction did they go? No way to know that either. It was just fortuitous that a worker at a post-acute care clinic on the east side of San Jose happened to notice a car seat in a vehicle.
Wow.
And thought that's kind of strange. There's a baby taken in a car seat, and that person called police, and the rest is the rest of the story.
Yeah, the rest is history. Well, it's so nice to have some good news. A lot of times these stories don't end well, so a quick investigation and quick results for the family there. Jesse Gary, live for us in San Jose. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
and our allies around the world are making new commitments to Ukraine as Russia's invasion continues to sputter, and Russia is responding with more threats of nuclear war. Our political editor, Craig Patrick, is tracking some significant developments this afternoon in Russia's war in Ukraine. Craig.
Yeah, there are quite a few. We'll start with the United States leading this summit today of more than 40 nations in Germany, all to step up military support for Ukraine. And several nations answered that call with additional support. For example, Canada committed more howitzers, an unspecified number, just one of several examples we can give you. And while that is playing out, the United Nations also is rallying humanitarian support for the refugees who are leaving Ukraine by the millions. The United Nations is calling for another $1.8 billion to help home and care for those millions of refugees, many of whom are women and children.
The human impact and suffering already caused by this war are staggering.
Just before the invasion, the United Nations warned it could lead to up to 4 million refugees, but now it's already 5 million and rapidly rising.
Projected 8.3 million refugees in neighboring countries.
Plus more than 7 million others who've lost their homes but are still trapped in Ukraine. Plus 13 million who still have homes but are now surrounded by the invaders and are now at risk of being uprooted, wounded, tortured, and or killed.
And you should know that all of us have your back.
U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin led more than 40 of our allies in rounding up more weapons to help Ukraine fight off the invaders. Germany, which to this point has been a bit more hesitant than other allies, stepped up with a significant new commitment. Germany is now sending Ukraine 50 air defense tanks, which can also strike ground targets.
To strengthen the arsenal of Ukrainian democracy.
In doing this, Russia's foreign minister accused the United States of running a proxy war. And that accusation is true in the sense that the U.S. is funding the resistance to the Russian invasion. But unlike a commonly defined proxy war, the U.S. did not instigate the conflict. Russia did. And Russia is not running a proxy war because it is doing the fighting and killing itself. But Russia's broader point in accusing the U.S. of running a proxy war is to threaten us with nukes if we don't stop supporting Ukraine. Russia's foreign minister said the threat of nuclear war is real and should not be underestimated. Of course, while Russia threatens nukes, it has bombarded Ukraine with conventional missiles for the past 62 days. And according to the latest assessments from Bellingcat and the Institute for the Study of War, Russia has now used 70% of its stockpile of precision missiles. And this suggests Russia could soon try something different to try to break the Ukrainian resistance. And putting aside the nuclear risk, something different could include opening another front in the war and expanding the war beyond Ukraine. And that brings us to the unexplained explosions in Transnistria, which is internationally recognized as part of Moldova, but where pro-Russian separatists have gained control. U.S. intelligence and intelligence leaders in Congress have warned us to keep an eye on this. Back in March, Senator Rubio tweeted, growing probability that Russia will expand the Ukraine invasion to involve the separatist Moldovan region of Transnistria. And get familiar with Transnistria, you'll soon be hearing a lot more about it. That was in March, which seems to take us to right now. And it's a mystery. We don't know exactly what's going on other than some sort of reported attacks and explosions now playing out over the course of 2 days. While we cannot yet draw conclusions, Ukraine is expressing concerns, as are other intelligence agencies, that Russia may be in the midst of staging some sort of false flag operation, claiming there to be some sort of an attack in which Russian troops have to move in to defend the pro-Russian separatists, and then once they do that, further seize it, and then track also to the east, opening up another front in the war. That's the concern that bears so much watching as we speak.
So, Craig, the UN Secretary General traveled to Russia to try to broker a ceasefire. Are we seeing any signs of progress in those discussions?
Well, certainly no progress with respect to a ceasefire, unfortunately. There may be some progress in opening humanitarian corridors and evacuation corridors, particularly for those who have been trapped in Mariupol and also other parts of southern Ukraine, because Vladimir Putin said in that summit that he would be open to do that and is willing to cooperate. That's the good news. The not so good news is that we've heard that before from Russia and it didn't pan out, so we'll see.
All right. Craig Patrick, thank you.
And we thank Fox 13 in Tampa there always for really great summaries of what is happening in this war. Well, earlier today, Fox News national security correspondent Jennifer Griffin had an exclusive sit-down interview at Ramstein Air Base in Germany with the Secretary of Defense, Lloyd Austin. This, of course, coming after that meeting of military leaders from over 40 countries who later announced the formation of the Ukraine Contact Group, talking about military support for Ukraine. Here is Jennifer Griffin's conversation from earlier.
An hour after you left Kyiv with Secretary Blinken, there were Russian missiles that struck the rail lines, 5 spots along the rail line. You traveled out by rail. Were they targeting the U.S. delegation?
The railway writ large is a target that you'd expect for them to go after, but hard to say, and I doubt that they had specific knowledge of where we were at any one point in time.
Russia's foreign minister, Sergei Lavrov, said that the potential for a nuclear war is real. Do you consider this hyperbole, or is this a threat?
Saber rattling and rhetoric like that is just unhelpful. Hard to say what's motivating Mr. Lavrov, but again, I think that kind of talk should be avoided.
How would you respond if Russia used a tactical nuclear weapon?
I don't want to speculate on any kind of response that we would make. What my job, Jen, is to offer the president a range of options for anything that happens, and I feel confident that I can do that no matter what happens.
Yesterday, you said the goal is to weaken Russia at the end of this conflict. Why not say defeat Russia?
We're not in a fight with Russia. Ukraine is in a current struggle with Russia, and what Ukraine desperately wants is to make sure that it can protect its sovereign territory. And we want to make sure that we're helping Ukraine do that.
Was there anything you could have done to deter Putin?
The Ukrainians had the types of things that they needed. They were successful in stopping the advance of the Russians in a number of places around the country, and defeating the Russians in the north around Kyiv.
Are you worried that this might turn into a proxy war between the U.S. and Russia?
No, it's not. This is clearly Ukraine's fight, and Ukraine's neighbors and allies and partners are stepping up to make sure that they have what they need in order to be successful.
How important is the next few weeks in the fight on the ground in Ukraine?
It's absolutely important. Every day is important in a fight like this.
But you don't believe that this will end in a nuclear war?
I do not. Everyone that's in this neighborhood, that's a part of the international community, is going to do everything that's necessary to make sure that that doesn't happen.
Great conversation there between Fox's Jennifer Griffin and the Secretary of Defense, Lloyd Austin. Joining me now to discuss all the latest developments on day 62 in Russia's war inside of Ukraine, Hal Kempfer, national security expert. Hal, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. We heard there from Secretary Austin today at this meeting at Ramstein Air Base in Germany. He says essentially that Ukraine clearly believes it can win, and so does everyone here. Ukraine needs our help to win today, and they will still need our help when the war is over. What did you make of the Secretary's comments in that interview, but also this formation of these military leaders from over 40 countries getting together today, forming this group, and they're going to meet monthly, talking about what aid Ukraine needs?
Well, Andrew, what I heard was some very forthright language. Frankly, now I'm really kind of understanding why he went to Kyiv. There's a message there, certainly from a military perspective. It's a message I've seen many times. I've seen that sort of messaging during Desert Storm. I saw it in Iraqi Freedom. I've seen it in a number of other situations over the many years where we get very plain spoken. The other thing I saw, which makes a lot of sense, is President Zelensky has, so far there's been, the allies have been sending a lot of, the U.S. and our NATO allies have been sending a lot of resources into Ukraine. But it's not been a coordinated thing, except maybe on the Ukrainian end, they will sit there and ask for things, but they don't have a whole lot of control on what comes to them. So what's happening now is you have this body of all these ministers, the defense ministers, defense or senior defense officials, who will have a chance to come together, They're going to look at the requirements, and they're going to be able to divvy this out in a coordinated fashion. And frankly, this sort of thing that we do, we being the United States, NATO, our allies, this sort of resource management, military resource management, logistics piece is something we do better than anyone else in the world. This is something I've seen us coordinate this sort of stuff before. And when we do it really well. And this will very much simplify the Ukrainians' end. They will state a requirement. Actually, that's one of the things in this. You want them to state what they need, not the system itself, but what is the need, and then let NATO work out all the issues of what they're going to send, all these 40 different countries, work out the issues of what they're going to get them and how they're going to get it there. I think this is going to be a really streamlined moving in the resources that they need. And I think that Secretary Austin's words about that Ukraine can win this thing, or they can defeat. I keep hearing the term destroy pops up in other quarters, which is beyond defeat. That means actually destruction of the Russian military forces' capability to do anything in Ukraine. I hear this language, and I'm starting to see some of the stuff in there, but it's still a pitched fight. The Russians have a lot of stuff in there. And now's a good time for strong rhetoric, because we have to be very determined, very forthright. We don't want the Russians to miscalculate. If Putin senses weakness, he will seize on it. If he keeps seeing what he's seeing, and they keep taking tremendous defeats on the battlefield and setbacks, that's going to set the stage for what comes afterwards.
Yeah, and Hal, you noticed from Secretary Austin's kind of reluctance to entertain some of those questions by Jennifer Griffin about, fully kind of circumscribing the role of the United States when it comes to this. But we've heard that from Putin time and time again, essentially saying that Ukraine is just a patron of the West, is a patron of the United States, especially when it comes to these military supplies and shipments. But he was very careful there in going even further, saying, the United States is not at war with Russia. Ukraine is at war with Russia. We also heard that today on Capitol Hill. Secretary of State Antony Blinken testifying, taking questions from senators today, saying that, the United States is not fighting this war with Russia. Any possible talk, and that was the conversation with Senator Rand Paul and the back and forth there with Secretary Blinken about possible NATO membership and Ukraine, and if that was one of the main causes, the prime movers of what got this war going. And we heard from Secretary Blinken say essentially that is Ukraine's decision. That is a sovereign decision made by a sovereign country, and that will be theirs to make. So interesting to hear how U.S. officials are kind of threading that needle about our role.
Well, they're listening to the information operations, the propaganda putting out by Russia, and what we're trying to avoid doing is to walk into that buzzsaw, if you will, and give them any ammunition that they can use, any way they can twist the words. When yesterday, for example, or day before yesterday, when Secretary Austin used the term weaken Russia, certainly that was used by the Russians and twisted around to make it sound like, see, this is a proxy war. This is NATO against Russia. And you're hearing that from senior Russian officials. That's a talking point, is that they are up against NATO. Frankly, one of the reasons that I think you're hearing that from Lavrov and elsewhere is because their military situation on the ground is so bad. I think they're trying to reach for anything they can as some explanation as to why the Russian military has performed so badly. I mean, the Russian military is a central pillar to Russian society. I mean, there's a lot of things in Russia that just don't work well. It was the same thing with the Soviet Union. They had a lot of stuff that didn't work well, but their military, their great military, or how they perceived as a great military, was this foundation upon which things were set. Same thing today with Russia. This is something that Putin has said is this foundation of strength and power, and why Russia is a great nation. And then they go down there to fight a country that's much smaller than they are, and frankly, they're not doing well. They've been defeated in the biggest battle so far, the Battle of Kyiv.
Yeah,
they're just not doing well across the board. So they're trying to frame this as this is NATO, this is a proxy war. it also opens up the door to expand it. They want to go into Moldova, and so they're trying to do that. But I think what we're going to see is the other thing Secretary Austin said today, which really came clear, was he reiterated. I use the word attrition. I will tell you, military guys, when we talk about reducing the enemy forces, we talk about they have been attrited or they're being we're attriting them. Okay, that's probably not in Webster's dictionary. That's just a military term we use. But what it means is it's an active, it's a verb, if you will. It means we're reducing their forces, and their forces are being very seriously reduced. I mean, I looked at the numbers today. They're getting close to 23,000 KIA, according to the Ukrainians, over 900 tanks, getting close to 2,400 armored personnel carriers destroyed. A lot of UAVs, Russian UAVs being taken out. That's not something they have a lot of, so I thought that was interesting. And a lot of fixed-wing aircraft. So frankly, the Russians are being attrited, and Secretary Austin used that term in the same conversations he was saying everything else. But he understands this is a war of attrition. And if you're going to weaken them, that's how you weaken them, is you destroy their warfighting capability.
Hal, to that point, this is an interesting factoid from the Wall Street Journal. They said Russia in recent years has produced around 250 tanks and 150 aircraft annually. Ukrainian forces in 2 months have destroyed the equivalent of at least 2 years of Russian tank production. That's stunning.
That's more than that, depending on which numbers you look at.
Okay.
Oh yeah, they're setting them back a lot. And by the way, they've got the same problem. I heard an interesting statistic today, and it got me looking up stuff. They said 40% of Russian tanks and armor have been destroyed. And I'm not sure if they were talking about total Russian tanks and armor. And if so, I know the total numbers, that doesn't fit. But if they're talking about Russian tanks and armor that's operational, in other words, if they start the engine, the vehicle will move, that might not be that far off. They've got huge maintenance problems, across the board, all that corruption where they deferred maintenance, didn't do maintenance, didn't buy new tires, didn't do all these other things. It may be that the impact operationally, not in total numbers, but the number of vehicles that can get underway may be more substantial than we realize.
Hal, let's move on to another diplomatic, we could use the word breakthrough today, but UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres meeting with Sergei Lavrov, Russia's foreign minister, meeting with Vladimir Putin today, and we were kind of treated yet again to this very choreographed, large table between Putin and Guterres. Yep. Here's just some of the video from this meeting today. In your view, if you kind of saw maybe a readout from this, was anything gleaned, any progress made? Do you think this was all for naught? What say you on this pretty highly watched meeting today?
Well, I thought Putin was very combative, and I could really just the tone of it, and Secretary General Guterres was very diplomatic. When Putin was basically yelling at him, not yelling at him, but making some very strong things. And he says, you don't know what's actually going on and things like that. He started looking down and taking notes, and I thought he was being very diplomatic about that. But you could kind of tell he was really starting to get under the Secretary General's skin, and it was what I thought might happen, which is he would get bombastic, and then he would manage to truly irritate the Secretary General far beyond where he is now.
Yeah, I mean, he was scolding and kind of castigating Guterres a little bit, and then,
I thought that was for a career intelligence officer, I thought that was, tactically a very bad move on his end. But I think he's feeling such pressure because of the failure of Russia to perform that he's kind of lashing out in all directions. And that's kind of what I saw. The other thing I thought was interesting was we didn't see that, gripping of the table like we saw. I know this is going to sound probably wrong, but I don't know what's going on with him with his health, but one could say he was definitely on his meds or something, because his demeanor in this today was so different than what we saw a couple days ago. It was, to me, that was kind of almost shocking. The change. He looked different.
You're right.
And
You're right.
I don't know if they pumped him up or whatever they did, but he did not look well. He looked like somebody. There's been speculation of Parkinson's and all sorts of stuff from that earlier appearance. Today, before he met Gutierrez, he met with a bunch of athletes, and he actually went up there and shook their hands, and he's standing right next to him and stuff. And then he goes meet Secretary Gutierrez, and they got to maintain 30 or 40 feet distance in this choreographed thing that they do. And, it's ridiculous on the one end what he does, but he did manage to irritate the UN. And I'm kind of wondering where he plans to go with this. There's another part of this whole thing, which is the CTSO. That's their version. That's like the little mini Russian NATO. This is Russia's side, where they've got countries like Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan and other countries that are part of this thing. Belarus has been part of this thing. And I'm kind of wondering if he obviously he has no support. I mean, he's got nothing going with EU. He's got nothing going with, NATO is, fierce opposition there. Other countries around the world are pulling back. And at some point, I'm wondering if the CTSO support may start to crumble. And one of the things I've been watching over the last 6 weeks is the rather lackluster or non-supportive statements, and certainly no contribution from CTSO members other than Belarus. And even Belarus is kind of holding back a lot to what Russia's doing. And I'm just watching that periphery. As they put so many resources into Ukraine, their ability to maintain control in the periphery will diminish over time. And I'm wondering if that's going to survive, particularly when you're doing something like he did today with the Secretary General of the UN. A lot of these countries are going to start looking for their own interests first. And I'm wondering what will happen there over the next month or two.
No, definitely have to be watching out for those peripheral nations, mostly members of the former Soviet Union there, in that kind of NATO equivalent in Asia. Hal, last part I want to bring up, because I thought this was pretty interesting. You and I have been talking about what these European countries are going to do to wean themselves off of Russian oil and natural gas. Well, Russia seemed to take the upper hand today. Earlier today, Russia's state gas company, Gazprom, announced the complete suspension of natural gas deliveries to both Poland and Bulgaria through a major pipeline. What are we to make of this, and why did Russia move first?
Well, they're frustrated. Part of it is there's nothing supporting the ruble. The ruble's a free-floating currency. Russia has a pegged price that they say this is what a ruble's worth, and it's pegged on vapor. And the ruble rate, really, when you see some of the stuff where they go, oh, the ruble's rebounding, the ruble's doing this, based on what? I always wonder, because that's a sort of an artificial thing. One of the things they wanted to do is with oil and gas prices was peg that to say, okay, you'll pay us back in rubles. That does two things. It creates demand for rubles. It also pegs the rate of the ruble to an actual commodity or asset like natural gas or oil. And if you go back to the Bretton Woods era, at one time the US dollar was actually pegged to the price of gold. That's how the value of the dollar was determined. So it was interesting that none of the European countries, particularly Poland, for that matter, any country over in Europe, has said they're going to allow this to happen. They're not going to do this. And it's frustrating to Russia because this is part of that second front, which is what's happening in Moscow. If they can't do this, they can't get reimbursed. They can continue sending oil and gas, but the revenue flow is difficult with all the SWIFT sanctions and everything else. So it puts them in a real bind in terms of being reimbursed and getting an influx of revenue to support their war effort. So he retaliated by shutting off the gas. I thought that was interesting. I thought Poland's response was really interesting. He said, well, we've actually been storing up a lot of gas, so we're probably okay for a while. I thought that was an interesting response from Poland. Certainly not panic, that was for sure. The other thing was yesterday you saw where there was a strike or a series of strikes that hit oil facilities and may have hit the major artery for shipping oil or for sending oil, the pipeline, the remaining artery, I should say, that sends oil to Europe. And that may have been hit. So there's a possibility, I've not heard it confirmed today, that that oil artery may have been put offline for not because Russia turned it off, but because it got turned off due to military action. So there could be a little bit of a dual effect here with both oil and gas. One is a Russian action, and the other it could be due to Ukrainian military action, although Ukraine hasn't claimed responsibility for it. So it's kind of interesting. And what it's going to do is it's going to make a real impact on Russian revenues and their ability to pay for the war and their ability over time to pay for Russian government, to include military pay and allowances and salaries and things like that. So it was interesting. It's a double-edged sword, and I think Russia may have done as much harm to themselves today as they did to anybody else. And over the long term, it's just accelerating that movement away from Russian natural gas and oil. So that's really gonna be catastrophic for them.
Yeah, just so many developments today, and as always, Hal, thank you so much for breaking those down for us in what is a very, very complex, horrific war that still rages on. Hal, we'll talk to you again. Thanks so much.
Okay, thank you, Andrew. Have a good night.
Okay, right now, we do want to show you a press conference that Secretary of Defense Austin had after this meeting with defense ministers and military leaders from over 40 countries who have now formed what is being called the Ukraine Contact Group in order to more speedily and readily available provide military assistance to Ukraine as it fights Russia. So we're going to hear from Secretary Austin. He took a few questions. Here's that from Ramstein Air Base earlier in Germany.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for coming this afternoon. In a moment, I'm going to turn the microphone over to Secretary Austin, but just a couple of administrative remarks. The Secretary will have some opening comments, and then we'll have time for a few questions. I will moderate those questions from here. I will call on the journalists, and if you could limit your follow-ups if possible. So we've got a bit of a tight timeline this afternoon. So with that, Mr. Secretary.
Well, thanks, John. Good afternoon, everybody. It's been an important day and a highly constructive one. We've had some great discussions in the hall and a lot of rich interactions among leaders throughout the day. So let me again thank all of the ministers and the chiefs of defense and your teams for joining us today, especially my good friend, Ukraine's Minister of Defense, Minister Reznikov, and his delegation. It's great to see you. We're all coming away with a transparent and shared understanding of the challenge that the Ukrainians face. And I know that we're all determined to help Ukraine win today and build strength for tomorrow. The work that we've done together in record time has made a huge difference on the battlefield. President Zelensky made that clear when we met Sunday in Kyiv. And countries all around the world have been stepping up to meet Ukraine's urgent needs. And I wanted to especially welcome a major decision by our German host, as Minister Lambrecht announced just today that Germany will send Ukraine some 50 Cheetah anti-aircraft systems. And yesterday, of course, the British government announced that it would provide Ukraine with additional anti-aircraft capabilities as well. Today, Canada announced that it will send Ukraine 8 armored vehicles. And so that's important progress. We're seeing more every day. I applaud all the countries that have risen and are rising to meet this demand. But we don't have any time to waste. The briefings today laid out clearly why the coming weeks will be so crucial for Ukraine. So we've got to move at the speed of war. And I know that all the leaders leave today more resolved than ever to support Ukraine in its fight against Russian aggression and atrocities. And I know that to do even more to better coordinate our efforts. So I was especially glad to hear General Walters encourage us all to make more determined use of UCOM's coordination mechanism. Now, to ensure that we continue to build on our progress, we're going to extend this forum beyond today. I'm proud to announce that today's gathering will become a monthly contact group on Ukraine's self-defense. The contact group will be a vehicle for nations of goodwill to intensify our efforts, coordinate our assistance, and focus on winning today's fight and the struggles to come. The monthly meetings may be in person, virtual, or mixed, and they'll extend the transparency, the integration, and the dialogue that we saw today. And let me underscore another key point. We have an important session today on the long-term support for Ukraine's defenses, including what that will take from our defense industrial bases. And that means dealing with the tremendous demand that we're facing for munitions and weapons platforms. And giving our staunch support to Ukraine while also meeting our own requirements and those of our allies and partners. But it also means redoubling our common efforts to strengthen Ukraine's military for the long haul. And I look forward to our discussions in the contact group and elsewhere about how to get that done right. Let me again thank all of the countries who came together today. They've done crucial work, and they sent a powerful signal. We're going to build on today's progress and continue to reach out to nations of goodwill to help Ukraine defend itself. And we'll continue working transparently and urgently with our allies and partners. And we'll continue pushing to support and strengthen the Ukrainian military for the battles ahead. So we leave tonight strengthened, and so does Ukraine. Thank you, and I'll be glad to take your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Our first question today will come from Sylvia Tone, AFP. Microphone.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary, actually, I have a double question for you. Moldova is stepping up its security measures after a series of explosions in the separatist region of Transnistria. Do you think there is a risk of spillover of the conflict to Moldova? And my second question is, after this big meeting about arming Ukraine, are you concerned that Putin may become restless and threaten again to use a nuclear weapon?
Well, on the issue of spillover to Moldova, because of what we've seen here, reporting of recent violence, we're still looking to the cause of that. It's still, still doing an analysis there, so not really sure what that's all about, but that's something that we'll stay focused on. And certainly, we don't want to see any spillover, and again, it's important to make sure that we do everything that we can to ensure that Ukraine is successful, and that's the best way to address that. And your second part of the question there, Sylvia, was
about the risk for to threaten to use nuclear arms.
You've heard us say a number of times that that kind of rhetoric is very dangerous and unhelpful. Nobody wants to see a nuclear war happen. It's a war that where all sides lose, and so rattling of sabers and dangerous rhetoric is clearly unhelpful and something that we won't engage in.
Our next question goes to Suzanne Gerber from ZDF.
Mr. Secretary, what military aid do you now
Secretary, what military aid do you now expect from the German government? And do you think the delivery of Leopard tanks is sufficient, in your opinion?
You mean cheetahs, which is what yeah. Let me just say that, and I think you probably heard me say this before as I visited Germany, I consider Germany to be a great friend and an ally. You know, we've served, I've served in Germany as an officer and worked with German forces, and it's always been a real pleasure to work alongside our German partners there. Now, I think it's significant that, you know, Germany announced that it was going to provide 50 cheetah systems. I think those systems will provide real capability for Ukraine. And in terms of what else Germany will do going forward, again, that's a sovereign decision, one that the German leadership will make. And I don't want to speculate on that. I just believe that just based upon everything that I've seen in my interaction with the Minister of Defense and how intently she's been focused on making sure that she can do everything that she can to help and work alongside her partners and allies, that she'll continue to look for ways to be relevant and provide good capability to the Ukrainians as they continue to prosecute this fight.
Next question goes to John Espany, New York Times.
Mr. Secretary, yesterday you mentioned that one of the United States' goals in Ukraine now was to see Russia weakened. Can you explain more fully what that means, and specifically what do you want to weaken and how you would measure success in that regard?
Yeah, John, so I think we've been pretty clear from the outset. We do want to make it harder for Russia to threaten its neighbors and leave them less able to do that. Now, if you look at what's transpired here in this 62 days or so that Ukraine and Russia have been involved in this struggle here, Russia has, in terms of its land forces, the land forces have been attrited in a very significant way. Casualties are pretty substantial. They've lost a lot of equipment. They've used a lot of precision-guided munitions. They've lost a major surface combatant. And so they are, in fact, in terms of military capability, weaker than when it started. And you know, John, it'll be harder for them to replace some of this capability as they go forward because of the sanctions and the trade restrictions that have been placed on them. And so we would like to make sure, again, that they don't have the same type of capability to bully their neighbors that we saw at the outset of this conflict.
Next question goes to Boots Sprangenberger from ARD.
Hello. How can we guarantee a safe and secure Ukraine in the future? Is it possible that Ukraine becomes a member of NATO?
That's, again, that'll be a sovereign decision. I think that NATO will always stand by its principles of maintaining an open door. So I don't want to speculate on what could come. I do believe that you know, in the future, if the possibility exists, I think Ukraine will seek to once again apply to become a member of NATO. But again, that's probably a bit down the road, and speculation at this point is not very helpful. I think the first step is to end this conflict, and I think you know, what needs to happen to cause the conflict to come to an end is Mr. Putin needs to make a decision to end this conflict. He's the person that started it. It was unjustified, and of course, it'll be his decision to de-escalate and then go back to the negotiating table. And we really all would like to see that happen.
Okay, the last question today, mindful of our time, goes to Uwe Driesen from TV2 Denmark.
Thanks. Mr. Secretary, the Russian foreign minister has warned that there's a danger of
of a third world war, and there's a real danger of nuclear weapons being used in the present situation. Are you not afraid that the conflict will somehow spin out of control and we'll have this nuclear confrontation?
Well, we certainly will do everything within our power and within Ukraine. Ukraine will have the same approach, do everything within their power to make sure it doesn't spin out of control. International community is focused on that as well. Again, I think this any bluster about the use of possibility of use of nuclear weapons is very dangerous and unhelpful. Nobody wants to see a nuclear war. Nobody can win it. And as we do things and as we take actions, we're always mindful of making sure that we have the right balance and that we're taking the right approach. So there's always a possibility that a number of things can happen, but again, I think it's unhelpful and dangerous to rattle sabers and speculate about the use of nuclear weapons. Thanks.
Thank you all. That's all the time we have for today's press conference. We really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin today with Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby, who traveled to Ramstein Air Base in Germany for this meeting of over 30 military leaders from so many different countries. And there you heard he was asked about the prospect of nuclear war. Will Putin even think of doing that? And Lloyd Austin said nuclear war is unthinkable. It's a war no side can win. So interesting to hear from the Secretary of Defense at length there, taking questions from reporters and talking about that meeting there in Germany. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us on your Tuesday night. We're going to continue with some more of these Ukraine and Russia related stories after the break. We're going to be hearing from Secretary of State Antony Blinken. He was on Capitol Hill today in front of a Senate hearing taking questions about the war in Ukraine. More on that in 2 minutes.
For all the carnage that Russia's brutal invasion continues to inflict, Ukraine was and will continue to be a free and independent country.
That was Secretary of State Antony Blinken's message to senators during a hearing on Capitol Hill Tuesday, just back from his secret trip to the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv.
We've seen no sign to date that President Putin is serious about meaningful negotiations.
In a meeting with the United Nations Secretary General, Russian President Vladimir Putin blamed Ukraine for a breakdown in negotiations.
However negotiations take place, they are being held in an online format. I hope this will lead us to some positive result.
Blinken said the U.S. will continue to aid Ukraine and encourage other allies to do so as well.
We need aircraft to defend our sky, but we can do nothing with this. Anyway, we are happy to get anything.
But not all think enough is being done to stop Putin's army.
We need to bear in mind that the goal here is for the Ukrainians to win.
In Congress, it's expected the White House will ask for more funding to help Ukraine, but its swift passage is less certain now, with immigration and additional COVID funding on senators' plates.
I expect both sides to work in the same bipartisan way we did the first time to get a Ukraine supplemental done.
President Biden's nomination for ambassador to Ukraine, Bridget Brink, has officially been sent to the Senate. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Lauren, thanks so much for that update. What we want to do now, though, is show you the Senate Foreign Relations Committee meeting today and the star witness, Secretary of State Antony Blinken, taking questions from senators. Right now, we're going to start off with a pretty contentious exchange between Senator Rand Paul, the Republican of Kentucky, with Secretary Blinken talking about Ukraine. Here's this.
Well, there's no justification for Putin's war on Ukraine. It does not follow that there's no explanation for the invasion. John Mearsheimer writes that the trouble over Ukraine actually started at NATO's Bucharest summit in 2008 when George W. Bush administration pushed the alliance to announce that Ukraine and Georgia will become members. Even with this 2008 announcement, though, most analysts acknowledge that it was unlikely that either country would ever be admitted to NATO because of opposition from France and Germany. Nevertheless, the U.S., including the Biden administration, insisted on beating the drums to admit Ukraine to NATO. Just last fall, you signed the U.S.-Ukraine Charter on Strategic Partnership, which renewed a commitment to the 2008 Bucharest Declaration supporting Ukrainian admission to NATO. Knowing full well that Ukraine was unlikely to ever join NATO since it had already been 14 years since they said they were going to become members, why was it so important last fall, before this invasion, to continue agitating for Ukraine's admission to NATO?
Thank you, Senator. Not a question of agitating for Ukraine's admission. It's a question of standing up for the basic principle that we strongly adhere to, that there should be and will be an open-door policy when it comes to NATO membership. These are sovereign decisions for European countries to make, and of course a decision for the NATO alliance to make in terms of making sure that a country that wishes to join actually adds value to NATO. But this goes to the heart of the international system and the international order, and part of that is a basic principle that one country can't dictate to another the choices it makes about with whom it allies. Its foreign policies, its decision or not to try to engage with the European Union, with NATO. The other thing I'd say,
yet, as we speak and we see the destruction in Ukraine, we also hear pronouncements from President Zelensky saying, well, you know what, maybe we might consider neutrality as a possibility. There could have been voices before this invasion, instead of agitating for something that we knew our adversary absolutely hated and said was a red line as recently as last September, before you signed the agreement, once again agitating for NATO. Russia said that it was a red line. Now, there is no justification for the invasion. I'm not saying that, but there are reasons for the invasion, and I think it's added nothing. In fact, had Ukraine been in NATO, as you've advocated for and many others have advocated for, we would now have troops in Ukraine. We may still have the destruction, but we would also have troops in Ukraine. If you were to put them in now, if it's still your policy that you want them in now, that means American troops go. The one good thing about them not being in is the most bellicose of our members here are not advocating for U.S. troops right now. That's a good thing. We have not had advocacy for U.S. troops because they're not part of NATO. Had they been, or are they to become part of NATO, that means U.S. soldiers will be fighting in Ukraine, and that's something I very much oppose.
Senator, could I just say to that, because look, these are important conversations and arguments. My judgment is different. If you look at the countries that Russia has attacked over the last years, Georgia, leaving forces in Transnistria and Moldova, and then repeatedly Ukraine, these were countries that were not part of NATO. It has not attacked NATO countries for probably a very good reason.
You could also argue the countries they've attacked were part of Russia.
Well,
we're part of the Soviet Union.
Yes, and I firmly disagree with that proposition. It is the fundamental right of these countries to decide their own future and their own destiny. And
I'm not saying it's not, but I'm saying that the countries that have been attacked, Georgia and Ukraine, were part of the Soviet Union.
And that does not give Russia
were part of
right
the
to attack
Soviet
them.
Union since the 1920s.
But that does not give Russia the right to attack them. On the contrary,
no one's saying it does, but it really has nothing to do
from being part of this empire by force. Let me just say this, because I do think it's important. If you look at why President Putin went into Ukraine this time, we took very seriously the arguments that some Russians were putting forward back last fall, that they had concerns about Ukraine's eventual membership in NATO in terms of their security posture, Russia's security posture. What would this mean in terms of the placement of forces near Russia, weapon systems, et cetera? We sought to engage them on those issues in real seriousness, as well as engage them on deep concerns we have about many of the things we do that undermine our security. But when everything came to a head, it is abundantly clear, in President Putin's own words, that this was never about Ukraine being potentially part of NATO, and it was always about his belief that Ukraine does not deserve to be a sovereign, independent country, that it must be reassumed into Russia in one form or another.
And yet
that is not something
yet the
that we can let go with
and yet the discussions between Zelensky and the Russians have included discussions of them assuming an unaligned or neutral posture. So that has been part of the discussion.
And this is a sovereign decision for Ukraine to make.
Yeah, but at the same time, we're all over the place, thinking we're coming to the rescue, and then maybe sometimes we're not. Maybe sometimes we're agitating for something like admission to NATO that makes it worse. Maybe Ukraine has more of an ability to make this decision if they're not being pushed and goaded by half the members of the Senate who want them in NATO. So perhaps it is not useful to be pushing them into NATO, and perhaps they will come to an agreement. But the other thing to remember about war is war very rarely ends in complete victory by either side. I'm proud of how well the Ukrainians have fought. I'm supportive of their cause. But I would say it's very unlikely they're going to now invade, take over Russia, and depose Putin. I think the most likely and the best outcome would be some sort of stalemate, perhaps pushing them completely out of Ukraine. But even pushing out of Ukraine is still a great step from where we are now. So there may well be a negotiated peace. Would the U.S., would President Biden be open to accepting Ukraine as an unaligned, neutral nation?
We, Senator, are not going to be more Ukrainian than the Ukrainians. These are decisions for them to make. Our purpose is to make sure that they have within their hands the ability to repel the Russian aggression and, indeed, to strengthen their hand at an eventual negotiating table. We've seen no sign to date that President Putin is serious about meaningful negotiations. If he is, and if the Ukrainians engage, we'll support that.
Thank you. Senator Kaine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Secretary Blinken. With a 7-minute round, I'm going to start with 3 compliments and then get to my tougher questions about a region of the world that nobody's yet talked about, which is Central America. So 3 compliments. First, in my time on this committee and in the Senate, I have not seen an instance where the gap between U.S. prediction of activity and our European allies' prediction of activity was wider than with respect to Ukraine. What was Russia's intent, amassing troops on the border? And we could see this going back into about October. Everyone had the same facts, but the prediction of what Russia's behavior would be from the U.S. and many of our allies was very, very different. The compliment that I want to give you and the administration is, you basically took the position with European nations that said there's not going to be an invasion. We hope you're right. But if we're right, what can we set up in advance so that if there is an invasion, Nord Stream 2 can be closed down, sanctions can be immediately put in place, we can pursue humanitarian and military aid. And I think that was very, very adept diplomacy, recognizing that there was a difference of opinion about what was going to happen. You nevertheless put the plans in place before February 24 that enabled you to assemble a quite significant coalition, not only of NATO nations, but others, to really put pressure on in multiple domains. That's compliment one. Compliment two, the U.S. vaccine diplomacy in the world has been extremely successful, and this bears on a matter we're talking about now, whether in a COVID bill we should do more vaccine diplomacy in the world. And I want to focus just particularly on the Americas. I took 6 of us, bipartisan delegation, to South and Central America in July, right at the time that U.S. vaccines were being delivered. These are nations that have felt like the U.S. has kind of ignored them. China and Russia are paying a lot of attention to them. They don't really feel like we are. But for the first time, I could really see they love the U.S. vaccines, high quality. We weren't charging them. They thought the Russian and Chinese vaccines were substandard quality, and they were being charged for them, and the shipments were being delayed, and if they happen to say something nice about Taiwan, suddenly the contract would expire. We really did good work in vaccine diplomacy in the Americas. I would argue we still probably didn't allocate enough there. With 30% of the world's deaths, they only got 8% of our vaccine distribution. But we built up a lot of goodwill. And I would argue that thinking forward, it would be a really smart investment in the Americas and elsewhere if we could continue to be, great partners in nations that are still trying to find more vaccines. And then the third compliment is, I think it was my first hearing when I was on foreign relations, was about the ARB, the Accountability Review Board report on the Benghazi attack. And it was in 2013. And what should we be doing to provide more security for State Department personnel? One of the recommendations was dramatically increasing the security training of our FSOs. And I just had the chance last Friday to go see this state-of-the-art FAST Center at Fort Pickett and watch a final exercise. 41 weeks a year, we put cohorts of FSOs through a 1-week-long security training facility that they have to repeat during their career. And it culminates with a fairly adrenaline-producing and shocking exercise where people get to put in place what they've learned during the week so that if ever happens on a post overseas, it's not the first time they're seeing it. And I was in the facilities as this was happening, and even though I knew what was going to happen, I will say it made a huge impression on me. But the fact that you're investing in that kind of training for our folks is really important. Okay, now on to the Americas. I still don't think we're paying the attention to the region that we should. Now, this is a budget hearing, and I applaud the fact that you have sought significantly more funds for Central America to help them deal with their own issues, but also deal with this push that has led so many to leave the Northern Triangle to come to the United States. We will not deal with this migration question effectively unless we deal with root causes. But let's be honest, we've got some real weak partners there. So you've proposed to bulk up investment, but in both El Salvador and to a lesser degree Guatemala, we see real backsliding toward authoritarianism. The Honduran elections were fair, and there was a clear outcome, which is positive. President Castro is fairly new in. How do you propose to increase investments in the Northern Triangle to make a difference for people there and on this migration challenge when at least 2 of the 3 governments are probably getting to be less reliable partners rather than more reliable partners?
Thank you. And let me just start by thanking you for the visit that you made on Friday. It's greatly appreciated. And indeed, we have really bulked that up, bolstered that up. We've also, thanks to Congress, been able to invest greater resources in diplomatic security, which plays a vital role in enabling us to do our job. So
Okay, Secretary of State Antony Blinken there taking questions from senators on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, mostly about the war in Ukraine and the United States' aid and involvement in helping the Ukrainian war effort. So we're going to be moving on to some more of these other top stories at the beginning of the hour, which we are almost to the 9 o'clock hour here on the West Coast, almost midnight on the East Coast. We didn't hear or see from President Biden today. We did learn that Vice President Harris tested positive for COVID-19. We'll have more on that story after the break. We'll also be hearing from both sides of the aisle in the Senate, Senate Democrats and Senate Republicans on Capitol Hill today, taking questions from reporters on a whole host of issues and topics. So more on that in 2 minutes.
Vice President Kamala Harris testing positive for COVID-19 today. Her office says she's showing no symptoms and plans to isolate. Harris will return to the White House after a negative test. At this time, she is not considered a close contact of President Biden or the First Lady.
We have stringent protocols here that go over and above CDC recommendations, even as it relates to how long you stay at home if you test positive.
Nationwide, we're seeing roughly 49,000 COVID infections per day, up about 50% from 2 weeks ago. The threat of new Omicron strains ramping up has some calling on the FDA to approve COVID vaccines for children under 5 years old.
We need the FDA to get vaccines to our children. That's really what we need right now. We need them to prioritize children.
Meanwhile, there are new efforts to expand access to an effective COVID-19 drug. The Biden administration says it will allow thousands of more pharmacies to directly order Pfizer's antiviral pill Paxlovid. The move will soon increase the number of sites with the drug from 20,000 to 30,000. Paxlovid was first authorized by the FDA in December, but public health officials say the treatment is still not getting to everyone who could benefit from it.
Testing, vaccines, therapeutics, these are the sort of the pillars of how we manage the rest of this pandemic.
The White House has secured the purchase of 20 million treatment courses of Paxlovid. In Atlanta, Jonathan Seri, Fox News.
Jonathan, thanks so much. And that, of course, is what Vice President Harris has been prescribed. We learned from her office, according to her press secretary, that Harris was prescribed Paxlovid. That is the Pfizer antiviral pill to treat her positive diagnosis. We also know she's experiencing somewhat low to mild symptoms, so we'll be on top of this as well as so many other COVID-related stories. We also got word today Pfizer is requesting emergency use authorization for their booster shot now for children aged 5 to 11. Of course, the other doses are already available to that segment of the population now, possibly for the booster, for the Pfizer booster for children 5 to 11. Right now, we want to show you, like I was saying, remarks from both Senate Democrats and Senate Republicans on the issues of the day, taking questions from reporters on Capitol Hill. We'll start off with Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer and his caucus from earlier today.
Democrats are focused on making it as productive as the last work period, which was extremely productive. We'll continue working on legislation to lower costs and improve Americans' daily lives. That's one of our primary focuses. We're pushing legislation to lower the cost of putting food on the table, fight price gouging at the pump, keep the cost of insulin affordable, relieve supply chain crisis, and increase competition through antitrust enforcement. In all those ways, just take the Just take the example of the oil companies. They made record profits this year, more than they ever have. I think it's over $200 billion for the top companies, and yet they did record stock buybacks. Here, price of oil is going way up, and what are they doing? Even from their own point of view, they're not improving their own production, let alone help their employees or reduce prices. Instead, it's to feather the nests of CEOs and rich shareholders. It's outrageous. And one of the reasons we want to get Bedoya on the FTC is to look into it, but as you'll hear from Senator Cantwell, we're exploring legislative approaches as well. These are all areas where Congress can now take action to help American families. But to move quickly, of course, the way the Senate works, we need cooperation from our Republican colleagues. Pointing fingers isn't going to help fight inflation. It isn't going to lower the costs for American families. They need to get on board and not let extraneous political issues get in the way of the Senate delivering help for families. We're also going to continue to confirm President Biden's administrative... Hey, folks, can't hear. Thank you. We're going to continue confirming President Biden's administrative and judicial nominees. This week, we're teed up to confirm President Biden's nominees to the FTC, the Federal Reserve, Department of Labor, Department of Housing and Urban Development, and District Court. Now, we've had some issues with attendance that just arose in the last few hours, but we're going to continue pushing to get the president's nominees confirmed. These health issues will not deter us from getting these done. Also, during this work period, the Senate's ready to work quickly to approve the president's expected emergency funding request to support the people of Ukraine in their fight against Russian aggression. Once the president makes his request to Congress, approving additional aid for Ukraine will be a priority. I expect both sides to work in the same bipartisan way we did the first time to get a Ukraine supplemental done. So we got a lot to do. Let me call on, who's more senior? You came the same year. We'll do it by alphabetical. Cantwell. Cantwell.
Thank you, Leader Schumer. Thank you. It's great to be here with my colleague, Senator Stabenow. As the leader said, we're working on issues that affect everyday consumers on price. As you know, we passed out of the Senate a shipping bill that we're working with the House to resolve the differences on. This is very important because shipping costs have accelerated greatly and have raised costs on average Americans. We also are working on trying to get the chip and the competitive bill to conference because that particular issue is also causing everything from used cars to appliances to everyday products that consumers need to be more expensive. But we're also working hard on other issues. As the leader said, confirming Bedoya to the FTC. The Federal Trade Commission's job is to be the policeman and make sure that there are not unfair or artificially inflated prices. We know that when it comes to the issues of drug pricing, something that we've talked a lot about and are going to continue to talk about, the price of insulin has tripled over the last 10 years from $230 to $735 per patient per month. And so that is why the Federal Trade Commission has tried to open an investigation but has had a tie 2-2 vote on the FTC. So believe me, Democrats want to get Mr. Bedoya appointed as soon as possible to break that tie and to move forward on investigating this important issue. We also want to move forward. We had a hearing on the dark market that exists in the spot oil market. As our witness testified before the Commerce Committee 2 weeks ago, it is a gaping hole. We believe there needs to be more transparency in the spot oil market, and we are working on legislation to try to close that loophole and give consumers some understanding there is someone looking at the high prices, particularly when you have prices on the West Coast as high as $7 in California and big differentials in other parts of the country. Thank you.
Senator Stabenow.
Well, thank you.
Stabenow, beginning with S.
Yes, I'm so glad that the leader knows the alphabet, so thank you so much.
On certain days.
Well, good afternoon. I just want to step back for a moment. I think it's so important as we talk about the things that we're doing, this work period, the things that we've gotten done in the last year, to recognize again that President Biden, the new Democratic majorities, were left a big mess in terms of what's happening on COVID, loss of life, children not being in school, all of our small businesses, restaurants, others being threatened, and so on. Step by step, we are moving forward to address that. And I also want to note that when our Republican colleagues talk about the national debt, 30% of the entire national debt was created in 4 years by Trump. Over $4 trillion. So we continue to move forward. When I hear them, all I hear is they're complaining we're not cleaning up their mess fast enough. So now the next step is really fixing supply chains and bringing down costs and attacking price gouging. And once again, Republican colleagues talk about inflation, but where are they in working with us to be able to lower costs for Americans, including at the grocery store? And that leads me to what we did in the Agriculture Committee today. First of all, there are just 4 large multinational meat processing businesses that control 85% of the supply. 3 of the 4 are foreign companies. So when we look at this right now, the big guys are muscling out the newer, smaller meat processors who simply can't compete, which leaves both farmers and families in a very difficult situation. Lack of competition threatens our food security. We witnessed that during the pandemic. We saw empty shelves. At the same time, major meat companies saw record profits. And we know that price gouging does exist. So that's why the president, Senate Democrats are doing things to focus on this. The president has a plan he's moved forward. We have the American Rescue Plan, investments to create more competition with small and regional processors, which, by the way, every Republican voted no on the American Rescue Plan. And in the committee today, we took up a hearing on 2 bills to lower costs. Senator Tuster's bill to create Meat and Poultry Special Investigator Act and a bipartisan Cattle Price Discovery and Transparency Act to help our ranchers get a fair price while consumers are not gouged at the supermarket. I would just say that Republicans talk and talk and talk, and we act and act and act. That's what we do, and we're going to continue to lead these efforts that are related to price gouging that is causing the incredible prices that people are having to pay.
Okay, Senator S. I'm ready for cues.
Majority Leader,
Go ahead.
there's been a lot of concern from some of your moderate members and those up for re-election about Title 42 and the administration's decision to overturn that at the end of May. Do you think that decision should be delayed?
Look, the bottom line is, let me say this about Title 42. Number one, no, it shouldn't be used to hold up important things like COVID aid, number one. And number two, we're going to be working through this to see if we can come to a position that our caucus can agree on. There's divisions there now. Yes,
Do you have any reaction to Elon Musk buying Twitter? And Amy Klobuchar just briefed your caucus on antitrust, big tech antitrust legislation. Are you going to bring that to the floor?
Okay, on the second question, we had a very good discussion. She made very powerful presentation, and I'm working with her to see that we can get 60 votes to get to the floor. On Elon Musk, I would say, look, in many ways, Twitter has been a dark, dark place. I hope it doesn't get any darker. Yes.
The inflation package you talked about, is that going to move through regular order or budget reconciliation? And how does it fit with
inflation? What are you talking about?
There's talk of an inflation, of a package to combat inflation. Does that move through budget reconciliation or regular order?
Look,
How does it fit with the other reconciliation effort?
Look, reconciliation is very, very important. I met, as he came out and told people, I met with Senator Manchin this morning. Our meetings were both preliminary and good, and we're going to continue to keep talking. If you want to get rid of inflation, the only way to do it is to undo a lot of the Trump tax cuts and raise rates. No Republican is ever going to do that. So the only way to get rid of inflation is through reconciliation. Yes.
Earlier this month, a report from the San Francisco Chronicle raised questions about Senator Dianne Feinstein's memory, including 3 Democrats raising concerns about this. Have any of these senators approached you about this?
No.
And are you confident in her ability to serve?
They have not. I've had a good number of discussions with Senator Feinstein, but I'm keeping them to myself. Yes. Go ahead, we'll give you both.
Okay, thanks.
Who's his name first alphabetically?
Begins with an H. Ukraine supplemental.
Right in the middle.
So are you planning on putting the Ukraine supplemental as a standalone on the floor, or are you going to proceed with carrying it with international?
Look, we think COVID aid, both international and domestic, is very, very important. Let me say this. There's been reports, accurate as best I can tell, that a lot of some of the therapeutics, which are such an important part of the COVID relief, were developed, most of them were developed in America by American companies. But since Congress, blocked by Republicans, hasn't acted, these companies are very tempted to sign contracts with other countries. God forbid we have another variant that's fairly virulent. We need these therapeutics, but they're all going to other countries, even though they were made here, created here, and manufactured. So I would urge our Republican colleagues to pass COVID relief ASAP. It's very risky for the health of the American people for them to be playing political games with it. Last one.
Senator Manchin said earlier today there's not going to be a revival of Build Back Better. What do you think is feasible in reconciliation?
I said what I'm going to say about my discussions with Senator Manchin and about reconciliation. Thank you very much.
Senator Schumer getting asked a lot of questions about a lot of different topics by the reporters there on Capitol Hill. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, you'll get to hear from Senate Republicans. More on that in 2 minutes.
First, I was pleased to see that Secretary Austin said when he was in Kiev Sunday that our goal in Ukraine is to win. The administration's had a very hard time explaining what the end game ought to be here, and the end game ought to be for Ukraine to win, and we ought to do everything we can to help them. I do think the administration is stepping up its game. Better late than never, but we need to bear in mind that the goal here is for the Ukrainians to win. Secondly, with regard to Title 42, I think I'm safe to say Senate Republicans are going to insist on having an amendment to Title 42. This is extremely important. The border is already entirely too open. Pulling back the Title 42 authorities will only make it dramatically worse. And so I want to make it clear to you and to the Majority Leader that we'll need to have a Title 42 vote at some point here, in all likelihood, on the COVID package.
The only viable American energy policy is an all-of-the-above energy policy, and that includes conventional, traditional energy sources, clean energy sources. It includes nuclear and hydro and natural gas and biofuels. And just to be fair, the administration finally, and I say emphasize finally, has agreed to the year-round usage of E15. That's a decision that could have been made some time ago, but it's one that makes complete sense in light of where we are in this country right now with respect to energy. And if you think about the contribution that E15 can make at a time when gas prices are through the roof, it can lower the overall price for liquid fuels because it trades lower than traditional gasoline. It obviously supports Midwestern agriculture. It helps reduce greenhouse gas emissions. It is a win-win, and particularly now when we're looking for more liquid fuels in our fuel mix in this country. So I'm pleased at least that the administration has recognized that, but I think it kind of scratches the surface of the contribution that biofuels can make to the energy policy in this country. And again, I would simply say that as we think about what consumers are heading into, farmers starting to put their crops in the ground, input costs are at an all-time high. One of the biggest ones is fuel, whether that's diesel for farmers or gas as people, we get into the summer season, the driving season in this country. And we need to be looking for everything that we can do to lower the cost. It's a big contributor to the 8.5% 40-year high inflation that we are seeing in this country. And the best way to combat that is with an American energy strategy that is an all-of-the-above energy strategy that restores and returns America to energy independence.
We have a dangerous national security crisis at our southern border, and it's about to get a lot worse. And this is all of President Biden's making. When he came into office, he rolled out one executive order after another, which was rolling out the red carpet for illegal immigrants to come to the United States. We're at a point now where over 2 million illegal immigrants have come to the United States, and that's more illegal immigrants in 14 months under Joe Biden than under 4 years with President Trump. And if President Biden rolls back and takes off Title 42, it's going to get a lot worse. And it's not just the issues of the numbers. It's also the fact of who many of these people are in terms of criminals, drug dealers, gang members. And if you're on the foreign terrorist watch list, this is a dream come true for you in terms of an opportunity to get into the United States illegally. Well, this is such a serious crisis that even a number of Democrats are turning against the president. They are running away from the policies, running away from the president, and a lot of them are people who are running for re-election because they know that this policy of eliminating Title 42 is not just unsafe for the nation, it's also very unpopular. We know that the president has turned over his immigration and his border policies to people who many whom don't believe we ought to have borders in this country. People in his administration, including the Vice President of the United States, who ran for president at a point calling to eliminate immigration and customs enforcement in America. We know what we need to do to secure the borders. Apply the laws as written. Finish building the wall. Keep the Remain in Mexico policy. And maintain Title 42. Title 42 is about public health and safety for the American public. And on this topic, the President is speaking out of both sides of his mouth. On one side, he says that COVID is so bad he asked for $25 billion of additional money for COVID. At the same time, he says, oh no, COVID is behind us in terms of the border, so we can open the border to more illegal immigrants. For people who think that, like I do about this policy, that we're in a dangerous situation at the border, under Joe Biden, it's going to get a lot worse very soon.
Well, along with the border, the top political issue I think we can expect over the next several months is inflation. You know, President Biden started with inflation at 1.4%. Now it's 8.5%. The highest inflation number under President Trump was 2.9%. That's a one-month number, 2.9% in what was a very robust economy. The highest inflation number under President Obama was 3.4%. And by the way, the producer inflation index is up to double digits and has been since December. That's usually an anticipation of what's going to happen just a little bit down the road. You know, the Democrats said that their energy policies and their excessive spending policies, first of all, they said they wouldn't cause inflation. Then they said, well, there's inflation, but it'll only be temporary. And now they're saying if we spend more money, somehow that reduces inflation. You know, it's baseball season. Sounds like to me that's 3 strikes. And 3 strikes on an issue this big, you probably should be out.
This past 2 weeks, I had the great pleasure of traveling across the state of Iowa doing the 99-county tour. I got about 20 counties done, a number of town halls, visits to manufacturers, and so forth. And the number one issue that I heard from our farmers, those manufacturers, the ag producers, was inflation. Iowans are really feeling the hit of inflation, and yet what we see here in Congress and in the White House is the continued level of federal spending that continues to fan the flames of inflation. We know that the Democrats need to slow down on the federal spending and get our economic house back in order. So again, those Iowans are really hurting when we talk to them in their places of business out on Main Street in Iowa. They have never seen anything like this, and it's really hitting their bottom dollar. One of the other issues that they're talking about as well is the fuel costs. You know, our farmers are going into the fields now, and those costs have gone up significantly. The inputs are horrifying to them as they continue to try and feed and fuel our nation and the world. So those farmers are really, really concerned about what's going on with fuel. Those that have to drive distances, they're concerned about it. And of course, President Biden, he wants to blame it on the Russia invasion of Ukraine. And that's simply not the case. And Iowans know and understand that this price of fuel has been going up since President Biden took office. So it's not all on Putin. It's on our policies where we have ramped down on American energy and American innovation. So easy solution, folks. We need to really tap into our American energy resources, put Americans to work, and let's right the ship here. So again, 2 top issues: inflation across the United States, as well as our fuel prices. The Democrats have got to get it together.
Last week, I had the opportunity to go to Europe and meet with NATO and U.S. military leaders at Ramstein Air Force Base. They want to provide all the resources they can to make sure Ukrainian military can defeat Russia. So they're hoping that all of the elected leaders in the NATO member countries will do the right thing and make sure they're able to provide all the lethal weapons they can. I went to Poland. You really have to appreciate the Polish people. One, all these individuals, millions of people have come into Poland. They're not in refugee camps. They're in people's homes. I went to see a lot of the refugees. It's almost all moms and kids. And thank God for the Polish government. They've said, we're going to provide you the resources. You can get on our safety net programs. There's a short-term program that the United Nations has put in place that gives, I think, a typical Ukrainian citizen about $140 a month for 3 months. But people are showing up in Poland. But in Poland and in Lithuania, where I went, they're expecting NATO to show up. They know that Putin is a thug. He's willing to kill innocent moms and kids and grandparents, clearly military. So they know they have to rely on NATO, and they know we all have to work together. We already have troops in Lithuania. The Lithuanian government has put up the money to provide the resources to make sure our troops could stay there. They want them there permanently. They know that their safety is 100% tied to their membership in NATO. So the expectation in Europe is that America will show up, we'll do our job. The Biden administration has to show up and do its job and do it every day, and don't be slow about it.
Elon Musk, it was announced yesterday, purchased Twitter. Some of your colleagues on the other side of the aisle have already come out and said that that's a danger to democracy. Antitrust laws need to be put in place to stop sales like this. Your reaction that Elon Musk has purchased Twitter?
An incredible event. It'll be interesting to see what impact it has on the way Twitter operates. But we're all watching it with a great deal of interest because there's certainly been our share of complaints about the way it's been run in the past.
Senator McConnell, what are the chances of a deal on a top-line spending number for the regular appropriations process? And can you provide us any update on any talks that may have taken place?
Yeah, well, the big four of the appropriations have been in discussions about that. We hope to be able to reach an agreement so we can have at least some semblance of a normal appropriations process, which hadn't happened around here very often.
Leader McConnell, do you have any concerns over the fact that Kevin McCarthy so publicly lied about what he said right after the January 6th insurrection?
Well, I can tell you that I addressed that issue at length on 2 occasions on January 6th and again on February 13th.
Can
you provide any updates on the USICA conference negotiations with respect to motions to instruct?
I'm having a hard time.
Can you address the USICA conference negotiations? Any updates on that?
Yeah, well, we haven't started yet. We have to deal with motions to instruct, and I believe the majority leader may have told you we're probably not going to do that this week, but we're prepared to name the conferees on our side and to move into organized motions to instruct, period, whenever he wants to turn to it.
The U.S. the Commission on International Religious Freedom basically released their report today and talked about the regression for international religious freedom, such as in Afghanistan. Is it somewhat disappointing that after all these years, is the Biden administration to blame for this regression in religious freedom in Afghanistan?
Well, they're certainly to blame for the precipitous withdrawal from Afghanistan, which obviously seems to have made it possible for the Taliban to resume their previous behavior. And I said at the time and say again today, it was a mistake to withdraw from Afghanistan. We hadn't been in combat in Afghanistan in a number of years. The Taliban was not in power. Women were being treated appropriately, and it was costing very little as a percentage of our overall defense budget. We shouldn't have left in the first place.
Senator McConnell there talking about the withdrawal from Afghanistan and so many other topics with his fellow Republican colleagues there. Well, that's going to do it for our live coverage here on this Tuesday night. It's been a very busy day, but we have you covered each and every day, live, raw, and unfiltered, with the day's top stories and biggest headlines from not only around the country, but from across the world. And we're going to continue to do that. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, we'll be showing you the full White House press briefing.